दास ಹೇಳಿ ಹಲೋ ಹಾಂ ಹೇಳಿ ದಾಸ್ ಸರಿ ಓಕೆ ದಾಸ್
In that stream he can put one this one saying that for online query please see the link below the stream in the description of this stream.
Q&A session, see description.
मेरे को लग रहा है इतनी जल्दी नहीं कर पाएंगे टेक्स्ट स्क्रॉल करवाना था बीच में OBS में नहीं होता है सर लाइव वीडियो में शायद ही होगा
For Q&A session.
what is the text
For Q&A session. Q&A. See video description. Session link. For Q&A session link.
okay Q&A session please find below the link
In description.
I am seriously thinking whether we should dispense with your MC.
sir we are following it up please started with Jan I spoke to
She knows how much time to take in Bangalore. When we all of us could reach by 8:30, what is her problem to reach? Bad.
taken sir this is what I was standing behind and others also talking to her where are you standing she what latest what she told me is that Basantguri main junction
no but you should have asked her to come yesterday night itself
I think we should have insisted that she should come even if it is 9 o'clock.
so
I think that would have
spoke to her we told her she has to be here between 8:30 max
then why she did not come?
maybe just following
Because some small changes if required, how she will account for it?
we have to discuss the discussion itself will take 1 hour for us to explain to her you please think like this and these are all the dignitaries everything we have to explain to her
That Upajay's profile is
okay right
asked little short and short.
ऊपर वाला 2 लाइन पीछे वाला
That can be scrolled now and then. During the session we can do it. Not now, not necessary.
hello
During the session it can be scrolled.
madam hello what is this one what is this Nirvan Usha morning sir
They want to join. Receive a message. Somebody is waiting on the lobby. So if you want to join other session also, receive that. नहीं मेरे को अच्छा मेरे पास enable नहीं है ना.
all slave staff is
Effects का link किसी के पास है?
I am comfortable between Mac and I don't have permission in my
जी आपका वेबएक्स अभी लॉग्ड इन है ना
नहीं वो उसमें लगा
दूसरा लैपटॉप है क्या
वही अभी लॉग नहीं है वो ओपन करना वो तब शुरू करना सर हेलो हाँ ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್ सुजीत, सुजीत, वहाँ पे हो गया, मैंने बात किया, 42 इंच भेजा है, 55 चाहिए था, वो जा रहा है अभी। ये यहाँ पे टीवी लगा है ना स्टॉल नंबर 3 में, हाँ वहाँ पे उसका HDMI सिग्नल नहीं आ रहा था। इधर ये काम सब इधर रह के उधर तुम उधर बैठ गया तो मैं बोला अरे करके चल जाते, इधर बड़ा है इवेंट है ना, इधर जाओ उधर देखो, दैट्स ओके, यू चेक।
डायनामिक हो अभी सीजन के बाद में
नहीं अभी नहीं चाहिए तभी निकाल देंगे ना, अभी
वो
निकाल,
ट्रांजिशन में रखिएगा
नहीं
जिस
अभी
समय
अभी निकल गया, देखो अभी निकल जाएगा, उसके बाद निकल जाएगा।
ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆಯಾ
हाँ गुड सर, नो इश्यूज।
थैंक यू
ಈ ಕಡೆದೆಲ್ಲ ಓಪನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು
एक और चीज़ वेबएक्स भी आप उसी से स्टार्ट करेंगे
वेबएक्स अभी वो इवेंट काम करता है,
so that we can explain the thing
वेबएक्स में अभी ये है, इसको एन मीटिंग, वो मैंने यहीं से आपका दूसरा चिप ये शुरू कर दिया था, ओके ये वाला ना,
शेड्यूल में जाओ
ये है ना स्टार्ट,
एक बार शेड्यूल में जाओ ना
ये शेड्यूल क्या है,
करो ना इस पर शेड्यूल पे क्लिक करो नो हाँ इसको राइट क्लिक करो लेफ्ट 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 लेफ्ट
ಬೇರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ
स्टार्ट में
बटन सर
इसका नहीं करना है ना कुछ
ना कौन सा बुला लो किसी को आप बुला लो।
वीडियो भी तो चली गई मैं दूसरी जगह से भी ज्वाइन कर सकता हूँ क्या
आप क्यों जॉइन करोगे,
चेक करने के लिए यहाँ पे दिखा रहा है मेरे में भी मेरा भी वही अकाउंट से है एक बार हेलो बोलो इसे हाँ
हेलो, but she should have come here, she should have been here by 8 o'clock now at least, it is 9 o'clock now. Check, check, check. Check, check. ओके ठीक है, आपका अकाउंट
मैं इसको ज्वाइन कर रहा हूँ बाहर से जाके ठीक है ठीक है अभी सर ये वेबएक्स वाला आप ज्वाइन करेंगे एक बार चेक कर लेंगे क्या
चेक चेक, हेलो चेक, कार्तिक, अरे यार ನೋಡಿ ಚೆಕ್ 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 ಚೆಕ್, ಹಲೋ ಚೆಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಚೆಕ್, ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ ಚೆಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಚೆಕ್, ಹಲೋ किधर जा रहे हो, इधर ही हो, check check, hello check, you see my webex now, check check, hello hello check check, hello hello check, check, check. Hello, hello, check. Audio is going, sir. No problem.
एक मिनट वहाँ से जस्ट कंफर्म हो जाए।
अरे आप ऑफिस से बोलो ना, यहाँ से क्या करो, मैडम थे ना कल।
तो मैडम यहीं आ जाएगी।
ऑफिस में कोई नहीं है क्या उधर? अभी
हो जाएगा, वो
हो गया
कनेक्टिविटी तो
कल।
अलग ही का यूज़ हो रहा है ना।
नहीं नहीं ठीक है।
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah, I'm able to hear you.
Okay, thank you. It's clear, right? Audio is clear, right?
Yeah, audio is clear.
Okay, thank you very much.
for you. Watching out on you, breaking all the rules. One day soon you'll see, from my point of view. Why do we always have to figure it out? The past, the present, and the future all at once. And I don't know the reason why we fight. And I don't know the reason why we lie. And I don't know the reason why we hide our faces. I don't know your rules. You don't know my rules. All my little stars shining just for you. 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 for you. Wishing out on you, breaking all the rules. One day soon you'll see, from my point of view. Why do we always have to figure it out? The past, the present, and the future all at once. And I don't know the reason why we fight. And I don't know the reason why we lie. And I don't know the reason why we hide our faces. I don't know your rules. You don't know my rules. All my little stars shining just for you. 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 Why do we always fall in love? Why do we always fall in love? All these crossroads in my life I cannot account, leading me into new directions. So much love and so much pain I had to face, as I had to make my decisions. Why do we always fall in love? Why do we always fall in love? Every single love of mine I do regret. Everyone was like pure emotion, full of passion was the way I was embraced. This will always be part of my life. Why do we always fall in love? Why do we always fall in love? Why do we always fall in love?
Check. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our respected chief guests, guests of honor, have already arrived into the venue. So we request everyone to please start settling down, take your seats. And we sincerely request everyone to please put your mobiles on a silent mode. We shall be starting in a short bit. So requesting everyone inside this hall to please take your seats, settle down and put your mobiles on silent. We shall start very shortly. Thank you. So we are ready to begin. Can I request everyone inside the hall to please take your seats? May I request everyone to please sit down? And just reminding all of you to please turn your mobiles on a silent mode. So do we have your permission to begin, shall we? Yes, so since this entire event is about networking, we wanted to check if you know the person sitting on your left and right. If you don't, please say hi, hello to them, shake your hands, and give them one compliment. One thing good about them. Maybe nice shirt, nice whatever. Yeah, one nice compliment to each other. Let's network. Nice sari, whatever. Nice earrings, something nice about themselves. Whatever you could quickly observe and, like about each other. Introduce yourselves. You can, in case you don't know each other's name, your organization. Like they say, when you're sitting with somebody next to you, you know properly, you start enjoying the event a little more. You can start discussing later. I heard some good compliments here, sir. You told something to each other. He's looking smart. He is. Yes. And sir, what did you say back to him? Same to you. He's smarter than me. Sir, what about you? Did you give a compliment to each other? Did you get a nice compliment today? So what compliment did you receive? Looking very smart. Yes, you are, of course. Nice quote. And did you also pay back a compliment? What did you tell? Aha, sir, इतने खुश लग रहे. देखिए smile आपका. Okay, so do we have your permission to begin, shall we? Like a little louder, yes, will help us understand you're all energized. Yes, so thank you for braving Bangalore's traffic and being here. Thank you so much. A very warm welcome to our respected chief guest, our guests of honor, esteemed dignitaries, and ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for sparing your valuable time and joining us here. We extend a very warm welcome to you to the International Conference on 5G Network Security, organized by NCCS, National Center for Communication Security, which is under Department of Telecommunications, DOT, responsible for implementation of Communication Security Certification Scheme, in short, known as ComSec scheme. NCCS is striving to ensure security in the telecommunication equipment that are being inducted into Indian telecom networks. NCCS, along with Telecom Engineering Center, TEC, is responsible for implementation of mandatory testing and certification of telecom equipment. With the adoption of 4G LTE and emergence of 5G and network virtualization, the network is becoming all IP. This opens up all network types to be subjected to the IP, virtualization, and cloud-related vulnerabilities. NCCS, along with Center for Development of Telematics, CDOT, has organized this 2-day international conference on 5G network security with the prime objective of bringing together all the researchers and the industries working in 5G security and foster the creation of a community among academia, R&D institutions, and industries. This conference also helps in creating awareness amongst all stakeholders about the significance of security in 5G telecom networks. The interaction with industry and academia helps in identifying the challenges and opportunities for India to take a lead in the development of telecom security, assurance requirements on par with international standards, and the challenges associated with enforcing the security standards. During the conference, various issues including vulnerabilities and security challenges in 5G core network, radio access network, including Open RAN, cloud and virtualization networks with possible solutions will be discussed. experience of South Korea in 5G security assessments also will be discussed. The speakers in the conference are having varied experience in 5G network security issues, and they are from various organizations like NIST, Mavenir, Microsoft, Nokia, Ericsson, Indian telecom service providers like IIT Bombay, IIT Madras, Government of Korea, NSCS, C.DOT, DOT headquarters, etc. Let's give them a warm welcome, please. Yes, thank you. The National Center for Communication Security, NCCS, was established in March 2019. NCCS, through ComSec scheme, aims to meet the objectives of development of India's specific security standards called IT SARs for telecom equipment, development of testing and certification ecosystem, and ensure that network elements deployed in Indian telecom network meet the security assurance requirements called IT SARs. The functions of NCCS include development of India-specific telecom security standards, named as IT SARs, designating labs required for testing, and issuing security certificates for the tested products as part of implementation of mandatory testing and certification of telecom equipment. The scope of security certification covers all type of telecom equipment to be sold in India and to be connected to Indian telecom network after the date of effect of ComSec scheme, for which ITSAR is available and is in force. Center for Development of Telematics, C.DOT, co-organizer of this conference, was established in 1984 as an autonomous telecom R&D center of the Department of Telecommunications, Ministry of Communications, Government of India. Hailed as the progenitor of the indigenous telecom revolution in the nation, C.DOT, with more than 38 years of relentless R&D efforts in the indigenous design, development, and production of telecom technologies, has been in the technology forefront. C.DOT's R&D initiatives have played a pivotal role in bridging the digital divide between urban and rural India, establishing robust telecom manufacturing infrastructure, and generating employment opportunities. C.DOT has diversified its R&D focus on a multitude of telecom technology areas spanning optical, switching, wireless, security, network management, 4G LTE, 5G and M2M IoT solutions, telecom software applications, etc., which will help the country in achieving self-reliance in the telecom sector, nation building and growth of Indian economy. C.DOT has been steadfast in its commitment towards building Atmanirbhar Bharat, addressing the specific requirements of defense and strategic communication networks, and realizing the objectives of government's landmark programs like Digital India, BharatNet, Make in India, Skill India, Smart Cities. During this two-day conference, 6 Indian films are showcasing their ingeniously developed 5G security-related products in the stalls arranged outside this hall. So we request all participants to visit these stalls to get first-hand information about these products. The 6 firms are Technocraft Center for Applied Artificial Intelligence from IIT Bombay. Then we have Center for Development of Advanced Computing. We have Secunar, Lekha Wireless Solutions Private Limited, and Gigayasa Wireless and Extend Networks from IIT Kanpur. The products that are going to be demonstrated, displayed by these companies are: 1, Vajra, an indigenously developed endpoint security system by TCA21 IIT Bombay. It embodies the characteristics of Celestial Vajra to provide a set of high-quality defensive and offensive capabilities against the growing and ever-changing landscape of cyber threats in the country. Vajra aims to provide an alternative for micro, small, and medium-sized businesses to improve their cyber security postures and improve cyber security inclusion in the country. At the same time, given its home-ground nature, it can also be another tool of defense in the arsenal of public institutions, so data storage as well as processing remain well within the confines of the national boundary. Then we have CDAC, which is demonstrating indigenously developed crypto module verification and crypto algorithm verification for FIPS 142, cryptographic standard of NIST. Secure X solution includes advanced threat prevention, file sanitization, and breach and attack simulation. They have developed malware analysis, sandbox, and content disarm and reconstruction that goes beyond traditional and antivirus measures. It provides a multi-layered defense approach that detects and neutralizes hidden malware, zero-day exploits, and advanced threats, all while preserving the functionality of files. Lekha Wireless Solutions is a Bangalore-based deep tech company in wireless telecom, ISP, defense, and enterprise communication. The company demonstrates the Open RAN network being developed by them. Gagayasa develops and provides simulation tools for 5G and beyond wireless communication, enabling industry and academia to conduct cutting-edge research, development, and testing. Their flagship product, the 5G Toolkit, is a desktop app that contains rich library of 5G PHY layer functions and modules in Python and offers 3 GPP standards compliant uplink and downlink chains. Extend Networks demonstrating Extend Threat Intelligence Gateway, which automatically blocks down cyber threat, manages geo IP traffic, mitigates risk, and streamlines security operation. So let's get into the deep learning, and we hope to make these 2 days very insightful and memorable for you. Let's begin the inauguration ceremony of this event, and we'll welcome our dignitaries on the dais. Are we ready for this? Yes? Are you all set? Are you all geared up? Are you all looking forward to this? So am I. So please join me. Welcome our first dignitary on the dais. We have Shri Manish Sinha, Member Finance, DCC. May I request Shri Sachin Rathod, ADG Headquarters, NCCS, to please escort him. Sir, warm welcome. You're a very lucky man. You received so many compliments, I know, this morning. Welcome, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, Shri Manish Sinha, IP and TF officer of 1989 batch, is an ex-officio secretary working as member finance DCC and financial advisor of DOT. He has significantly contributed in formulation of telecom policy and its financial regulation, licensing and spectrum policy, project finance, revenue collection and assessment, administration of pension and terminal benefits, foreign direct investment in telecom sector, and management of assets of telecom PSUs. He has dealt with gamut of licenses and spectrum during his stay in TRAI. Welcome, sir. Can we please... I'd like to next welcome on the dais Shri Ajay Kumar Sahu, Member Services DCC. May I request Shri Anurodh Kumar, ADG SLR NCCS, to please escort, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Shri Ajay Kumar Sahu, ITS, joined Indian Telecom Services in June 1987 and worked in different disciplines and telecom areas such as switching maintenance, transmission maintenance, administration, enterprise business. He has the experience of more than 35 years in telecom sector. He is presently working as Member Services, DCC, DOT, Government of India. Welcome, sir. Sir, 35 years of experience, but you don't even look 35. So you must share a secret of how to look healthy like this. क्या खाते हैं ऐसे कुछ बता देना before you go. Next, joining us is Shri Vinod Abraham, Special DGT Karnataka LSA. May I request Shri Sachin Rathod, ADG Headquarters, to please escort him. Shri Vinod Abraham is an ITS officer, served in various capacities in senior positions in BSNL and DOT. Presently, he is working as Special DG of Karnataka LSA. Welcome, sir. May I next invite Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, CEO C. May I request Shri Anurodh Kumar, ADG SLR NCCS, to please escort, sir. Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay belongs to the Indian Telecom Service, ITS of 91 batch at Department of Telecom, Ministry of Communication and IT, Government of India, and is currently the CEO of CDOT. He has a PhD in corporate strategy and policy from the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, and is also an alumnus of IIM Bangalore's postgraduate program in Public Policy and Management 2004. He holds a Master of Technology degree from IIT Roorkee. He also possesses a certificate in International Public Policy from Syracuse University, USA. He has won many awards during his career. He's an officer of the Indian Telecommunication Services of the Government of India. Before this, he was associated with DD and Air as ADG and headed the South Zone of Doordarshan and Air, consisting of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, AP, Telangana, Puducherry, and Andaman and Nicobar Islands. He was responsible for bringing new content to the viewers and digitizing the decades-old archival content of Doordarshan and Air. Both current and archival content was made available to the public through YouTube and Prasar Bharati app. Welcome, sir. And we have Shri S.N. Ramagopal, Senior DDG NCCS. May I request Shri Sachin Rathod, ADG Headquarters NCCS, to please escort, sir. Shri S.N. Ramagopal is an ITS officer, served in various capacities in senior positions at BSNL and DOT. Presently, he is working as Senior DDG NCCS Bangalore. Welcome, sir. So please join us, give a very hearty round of applause in welcoming all our dignitaries on the dais. Thank you so much, everybody, for sparing your valuable time and being here with us. It means a lot. We are truly, truly grateful. With this, may I request Shri S.N. Ramagopal, Senior DDG NCCS, to please deliver the welcome address, sir. Oh, so we'll first light the lamp. They say when you light a lamp for others, it also brightens your path. Fire signifies purity, knowledge is pure, and lighting the sacred lamp signifies enlightenment and knowledge dissemination, which is the true spirit of this seminar. I now invite all our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to please head to the sacred lamp and light the lamp and mark the beginning of this prestigious event. For the invocation prayer, I'd like to invite Ms. Monica Adepu, ADET, ISAS2, Ms. Mridupani, JTO, SCN Headquarters, Ms. Shravani V, RA. May I request them to please do the invocation for us. You can take this. Start.
महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दितमहागणपतिम् महादेवसुतम् महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं मारकोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं मारकोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियम् महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकप्रियं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकप्रियं महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दितमहागणपतिम्
Thank you so much, ladies, for that very melodious invocation. Thank you. So now we seek the blessings of the Almighty. Shall we say Ganpati Pappa? So with this, may I now request Shri S.N. Ramagopal, Senior DDG NCCS, to please deliver the welcome address, sir.
Respected Member Finance, Manish Sinha ji. Respected Member Services, DCC, Sri Ajay Kumar Sahu ji. Special DGT Karnataka LSA, Sri Vinod Abraham ji. COC Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay ji. Eminent speakers, delegates from industry, OEMs, various government departments and agencies, professors and students from academia, entrepreneurs from the startups, my colleagues, and all those who are present in this auditorium. Good morning to you all. And I also greetings of the day I extend to all those who are present in this conference online. This is an important moment for NCCS because this is the first time NCCS has ventured into holding any event of this scale. Since 2019, when NCCS was established with a specific purpose of ensuring the security of telecommunication equipment and thereby securing the Indian telecom public networks, I'm happy to say that NCCS has produced and published more than 30 ITSARs, that is Indian Telecom Security Assurance Requirements, after following the due process of consultation with the industry and other people. And these are generally in line with international standards. We have designated one TSTL for testing the IP router and Wi-Fi security, and the 6 more TSTLs are in pipeline. They are likely to be approved maybe in next few months, and we will be able to start the security certification shortly. And that is the purpose of creation of NCCS. NCCS has been interacting with many of you on regular basis on various activities of its, like framing the ITSARs or having a debate whether what should be included, what should not be included, etc. This conference is an effort to bring together all the stakeholders on one platform to foster sharing of knowledge, innovative approach to various security issues, possible solutions, thereby bringing a clear, collaborative, and inclusive approach in framing NCCS' own strategy to achieve the mandate of securing the public networks. Sri Manish Sinha ji, Member Finance, has kindly consented to inaugurate this conference and is present amongst us by taking his time out from the busy schedule. Sir, I extend you a warm welcome. Ma'am, bouquet.
We'd like to request Shri K. Shri Krishna, DDG SAS NCCS, to please present a bouquet to Shri Manish Sinha, sir.
Sri Ajay Kumar Sahu, Member Services, has been encouraging and guiding us through these various stages of organizing this event and has agreed to be with us for whole 2 days during this event. Sir, I welcome you for this event.
We'd like to request Shri Atul Kumar Karelia, DDG SLR NCCS, to please present a bouquet to Shri Ajay Kumar Sahu ji.
Sri Vinod Abraham ji, Special DGT, Karnataka LSA has been with us, and sir, it's my privilege to invite you for this conference.
May we request Shri Krishna, DDG SAS NCCS, to please present a bouquet to Shri Vinod Abrahamji.
Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, CEO CDOT, is a co-organizer of this event, and he is with us for the 2 days, sharing our responsibility. I warmly welcome you, Mr. Upadhyay. Thank you.
May we request Shri R. Babu Srinivas Kumar, Director SAS to NCCS, to please present a bouquet to sir. Welcome, sir.
Value and usefulness of any conference is dependent on the quality of its speakers and the presenters. I am glad that we have 21 eminent speakers drawn from government, various reputed institutions, academia, industry, and the manufacturers from across the globe. I extend a hearty welcome to each one of them. BMS College of Engineering has volunteered to help us with this beautiful conference hall to host this event. I think principal is not here. I welcome Sri S. Muralidhara, principal of this institution, to be with us. We have 5 startup companies and CDAC showcasing their security and 5G related products. I extend welcome to each of these teams who have been with us through the event. I welcome the former senior officers of NCCS who are here, CGMs, 3 CGMs from BSNL, CMD ITI, my colleagues and other dignitaries present here. For a successful conference, we also need knowledgeable, inquisitive, keen, and interactive audience. A large number of delegates have registered for this conference. Due to limitation of the capacity and space, we have limited the invitees to 200, and the remaining people, we have requested them to join online. I welcome all those who are present here and online. I encourage all of you to make most of this time, listen attentively, participate actively, immerse yourself in the wealth of knowledge and experiences that will be shared by these eminent speakers. Let us foster an environment of openness, respect, curiosity, and fruitful conversation. Conversations flourish where voices find the rightful place. Before I conclude, I need to talk about 2 more important persons involved in this effort. They are Sri K. Rajaraman, former chairman DCC and secretary telecom, and Sri Umashankar Pandey, former member services DCC. Both of them have demitted the office on 31st July. They have been the driving force from conception to approval and the final execution of this project of hosting this conference. They have reposed confidence in NCCS to deliver its mandate of creating necessary mechanism for securing the public networks and supported NCCS in every manner. I thank them in their absentia for all the help they have extended. As we embark on this exciting journey together, I once again extend my warmest welcome to all of you on behalf of National Center for Communication Security, CDOT, and the Department of Telecommunications. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us that fabulous start to today's event. May I request Shri Prashant Pantode, Director SAS1, to please present a bouquet to Shri S.N. Ramagopal, Senior DDG NCCS. And with this, we'll now have the inaugural address. May I request Shri Manish Sinha, Member Finance DCC, to please do this for us.
Good morning. My friend and colleague, Mr. Sahu, Member Services in the DCC, Mr. Upadhyay, CEO, now he's called Keynote, Mr. Abraham, Ram Gopal, other friends in the audience, CMD ITI. I can also see my old friend CGM, BSNL, G Ravi, CCA, Bangalore. It's a special occasion and largely envisioned by our ex-secretary who retired on the 31st, and I think maybe if he was here, he would have been inaugurating it today, so I've kind of taken his place. So I would like to thank him for his vision that he brought this kind of a development, not only of the work in DOT, but he brought the focus onto the security aspects of the network in the last 2 years. The vision was already there. The last telecom policy of 2018 had declared a secure India as one of its objectives. But little work was done in those fields, and now we have an institution of NCCS which is going to lead this work in the future. This event is being inaugurated by a non-technical person. I think everybody who follows me in the next 2 days will be a technology expert. But I have been seeing this transition that has been happening in the telecom space. Even though I work on the finance, but for the last 32 years, I have had the privilege of seeing this organization grow from 1 crore landline organization to 120 now. So it's been an amazing journey, I would say. Always realizing and accepting technological changes, and the way network has grown over the years. It sometimes looked like a dream happening, over the last 30 years. One could never imagine that this kind of a growth was possible. And now we are on the cusp of a very high volume network that is going to be created through the 5G network. It's going to give a kind of wide coverage that has never been done in the past. What does it actually do when you deploy better networks? I would see, as a non-technology person, is that many kind of businesses tend to move from brick and mortar existence to a network existence. That is what I guess the dream of Digital India is, that it brings within the network the kind of transactions that we never imagined. And a lot of it is associated with the economic transactions, where actual money transactions happen. So a few years back, I was then in TRAI in 2013 odd, and we started designing what was a precursor of the present UPI in terms of mobile banking regulations. The ITU also started some work on a committee, and I remember some very essential things that were identified as part and parcel of allowing these transactions on a telecom network. Of course, there was a lot of arguments between the banking sector and the telcos who will lead this entire foray into the bringing all banking transactions on the telecom network. Safety, security, trust. These were three elements that were, and of course, authentication. And then, while we were designing it, some of you may know Robert Ravi, who's one of you ITS officers, and he used to work with me on that particular program. And we designed a five-step authentication for doing a transaction for the banks. And I remember in the first 3 months, barely transactions were happening, only in thousands. And then we had to review the whole thing immediately, bring it down to two-step authentication, and then suddenly the transactions moved into lakhs and later on into crores. Why I'm saying this is, while you design all this security apparatus, there is a word of caution. Word of caution that we should not end up building it so tight that it becomes non-inclusive. It stops allowing transactions to happen easily and comfortably. So in our minds, eventually at the end of all technology developments is the user. And the convenience to the user is very, very important. So it's a very odd kind of a balance that we have to keep. We have to, in some ways, devise a system that keeps that balance and doesn't make security overpowering over the technology that is there for free utilization. So technologies enable growth. They enable growth of economy. And that is why the present government pitches its dream of the 5 trillion economy together with the digital India. So those are simultaneous growths that are expected to happen. And in no way should we allow that, so there is a balance between what the user must have trust, and yet there should be a ease of transaction. Both these issues are important when you design security systems around networks, so that it doesn't happen that people are excluded from being able to use the network itself. So we are expanding internet users, in leaps and bounds. Maybe in a very short while, maybe in the next 2-3 years or 4 years, we'll be kind of reaching around 100 crore internet subscribers. We are engaging with almost all internet users to start using facilities, which has led to the growth of this amazing services sector. So this growth trajectory in the network and the business models that are evolving at the edge of this network, they are all contributing to a very vigorous level of transactions within the network. And as the transactions move from the brick and mortar system into this digital network, obviously, the people who performed crimes or looted banks they are now here in the digital system to come and exploit the subscribers, which is our subscriber. I'm sure the entire ecosystem of telecom is represented in this hall. You have manufacturers, you have service providers, you have startups, you have people on the edge, people computing, and things like that. So it's a very important aspect of the development of the network itself. A few years back, in the Training Institute in Delhi, we had organized one of the first conferences of AI and its users. And I remember ethical issues in AI had become very, very significant right from the first day that people started thinking of introducing AI. As we design machines that can replace human beings. There is that saying that is going around now that we are all thinking that we'll connect 7 billion human beings across the globe. Now people are saying, plus you have to connect 15 billion machines across the globe. And there are issues of behavioral issues, there are issues of ethics emanating from each one of these devices that connects to your networks. That's an entry point. Every device, whether it belongs to a person or it's a standalone machine, is an entry point into your network. So that many points have to be some kind of a check has to be kept on all these points to see whether, besides what we intend as usage of the network that we are creating, criminals also can enter through the same points that they were there in the network. And that is what we aim to prevent, check. It's kind of preventive work that we want to do. Of course, there is a lot of deterrence coming in by the way of the telecom bill. I don't know how many of you are following. But the deterrence activity is also being simultaneously done. But what NCCS and this CDOT and these organizations want to do is inbuilt security processes into items that are manufactured for this network. With increasing software usage, softwareization, there is a need to prevent such elements to enter the network and to create a situation where the end user is either his resources are siphoned off or some harm is done. The harm can be in various ways, and probably if you know the laws of IPC, perhaps everything that can happen in a physical situation is now getting converted to the network. And we all need to be, thank you, very, very aware, and we need to protect our users from any kind of misuse. Besides that, you have of late, there are privacy issues, and it's a very cherished value in our society, in a democratic country like ours. And ensuring that every individual has their privacy protected is a very essential part of, it's important to bring them on board into this digital world. And what I mean by bringing them on board is not only providing connectivity. It also means that subsequent to providing connectivity, all these individuals who join the network are able to utilize the total number of services that are available on this network. So, to enable the technology to achieve its full potential, we need to remove any doubts from the minds of the users. I don't know how many of you would agree with me, but it took several years for people to become used to doing banking transactions on our own, on this network. And that protection, that trust, that has been building up is what is showcasing India's UPI stack all over the world. It is this trust that is important. It's not the technology which is so important. Of course, technology has its own role. It enables transactions, but it's the trust that the people have placed in that technology that has led to the recognition of this stack all over the world. And today we are in a position where we are able to offer it as a solution to other countries. So what happens is such applications will keep developing. There'll be more such applications. And when these applications come in, the security character of the telecom network, that is what will convince people to use it. When they are able to accept that all their transactions will be protected, their privacy will be protected, their situation in the market in which they are participating will be protected by the network itself. So these are very, policy, besides the technology, there are a lot of policy issues that get involved with this kind of a security environment that we are trying to bring in. The 5G is also spreading the surface area, the coverage, that many new subscribers, new devices, more powerful devices, therefore more economic transactions, more transactions, information transaction, more viewership of videos, etc., are coming in with this technology, and therefore and then this technology tends to rely more on virtualization and software, increasing software uses. So the breach in this network have more important consequences now than they ever had before in the telecoms sector. So I'm very happy that that today NCCS is organizing a 2-day international conference on 5G network security. I'm sure it will create a platform for all the participants, people from the academia, R&D institutions. CDOT is leading the R&D in the country, and I'm happy they are here also. And of course, the industry collaboration by startups and manufacturers who are here. So I would like to encourage all of them to engage fruitfully in the next 2 days, evolve various, I'm told they are NCCS is already working on a lot of standards which will provide the preventive requirements for the items that have to go into the network. Then we have to ensure that everything that goes into the network is reliable and the users are able to trust the output. So there has to be some kind of a testing mechanism and certification mechanism. I remember when the entire network was in our hands, we never did anything outside the TEC certification. And therefore those networks were imagined to be, pre-certified in a way. With a lot of these activities happening in the private domain, I think the idea of making standards and ensuring that there is a certain certification as per those standards, these are important steps in the direction of ensuring that our networks will be secure in the future. Of course, TEC and NCCS have already taken steps, and I'm sure Member S will be able to say something about testing and certification of equipment that will be there, and probably it will give us a safer, more trustworthy, a more reliable telecom network in the future. It's very significant and very crucial for building a strategic communications also. So those issues also get addressed in the process while we debate and discuss the network security here. I also hope that there is some discussion on ethical issues, how to use the network, how to use, what kind of usage is being encouraged by these applications, and how does it meet this transition wherever there is a transition from an individual guiding a certain activity to machine guiding a certain activity. What are the protections available for various segments of the society and for the various users? So it's a very diversified country with very different kind of users in every area, in every segment of the society. So with this, I hope all stakeholders, R&D institutions, academia, telecom operators will work effectively to build a robust, safe, trustworthy, and secure network. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, sir. May I now invite Shri Ajay Kumar Sahu, Member Services DCC, to please deliver the keynote address.
Good morning to all. Respected Member Finance, Shri Manish Sinha ji, my friends from industries, academia, very good morning. I am happy to deliver the keynote address at International Conference on 5G Network Security, being hosted by NCCS and CDOT together. At the outset, let me express my appreciation to NCCS and CDOT for organizing such an international event at an appropriate time. India, since the commercial launch of 5G service after the successful auction of a spectrum, has emerged as one of the fastest rollout of the 5G service across the world. Government recognized the importance of telecommunication as backbone of economic activity and progress, and the need for securing it. As early as 2007, government had set up National Test Bed for Telecom Equipment and Testing Center at Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru, as a pilot project with a seed funding of about 8 crore. This initiative of government has culminated in establishing National Center for Communication Security, that is NCCS, in 2018 at a project cost of about 42 crore. NCCS has been the mandate to operationalize the framework of security testing and certification of ICT product in the country. Further, the government has created a framework named MTCT, that is Mandatory Testing and Certification of Telecom Equipment. Under this program, government is not only providing robust, safe, quality and secure product and inducted into the public network or public domain. In order to complement this effort of NCCS in making the security standard and test procedures at par with international standards, MOU have been entered into with IIT Mumbai and IIT Bangalore at a combined cost of 26 crore. NCCS plays an important role in National Security Directive on Telecom Security, that is NSDTS, a framework that ensures that only products from trusted supply chain are introduced in the public network to assure stable and dependable product in critical infrastructure. Other initiatives under the security domain includes projects like CIR, TEFCOP, ASTIR, National Trust Center, etc. These initiatives have benefited citizens and law force enforcement agencies like LES by helping them identifying and taking the preventive measures. The theme of conference in 5G network security, I think it is a very good, appropriate time, particularly when the operators worldwide and in India are gearing up to harness the feature and gamut of services on 5G promise to offer. A cursory glance through the brochure reveals that participants will expose to the topics ranging from 5G RAN, Open RAN, COTS hardware, 5G core, open source software, cryptography, API, and IoTs. The online and offline presence of scholar, academia, security experts, officers, students across the globe shows the interest in the conference theme. Each generation of cellular technology has been designed to be more secure than the previous one, and 5G is no exceptions. 3GPP standardization, the 5G to be designed for cloud deployment, which increases the attack surface and need further security consideration. This evolution will certainly impact the security posture of 5G network. I am also pleased to note that NCCS has made a good progress on the implementation of Communication Security Certification ComSec scheme. NCCS has prepared and published relevant ITSR for 5G and 4G networks and other key telecom products. It is in the process of facilitating the testing ecosystem in the country and launching the security certification for the product that are induced in the telecom network. However, there is a tremendous scope for further progress. I am sure that NCCS would be charting its strategy in this regard. I am glad to announce acceptance of the application for the security certification for two network elements. One is IP router and second one is Wi-Fi CP with effect from 1st of September 2023 on voluntary basis. And this will become mandatory from 1st of January 2024. Before I conclude, let me encourage NCCS to organize similar conference or workshop on various aspects of communication, security at regular interval. I am fully agree with the Sinha sir, who has told in his speech that security is not the only motto, ease of doing business, of ease of the using the technology is also very, very important. He has given the example for transactions, money transactions. I will give an example of airport security. Earlier you may be knowing that whenever we go to airport, we have to scan our bags. Then with security now, many airports you can see that no scanning is required for your luggage. Now it is automatic because you want that safety should not be compromised, but it should be comfortable. Ease to use the technology. Similarly, now in Delhi airport, Dizzy check-in is started, so that is again a security. Security has not been compromised, but people were using with a very easy. So adaptability of technology is also very, very important. So in our technology solution also, we should not be very difficult to use the technology. It should be very easy to use, so that security and parallelly the security should not be compromised at all. I would like to conclude by wishing the event all success, and that presentation and deliberation that happened during these 2 days will leave the participation enriched on 5G network security. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. And with this, may I now invite Shri Vinod Abraham, Special DGT Karnataka LSA, to please deliver a special address.
A warm good morning to all of you. Shri Manish Sinhaji, Member Finance, DCC. Shri Ajay Kumar Sahu, Member Services DCC, Shri Upadhyay ji, CEO C. And Shri Ram Gopal, Additional DG from NCCS, all distinguished members who are participating in this seminar. At the outset, let me thank NCCS for inviting me to this seminar. As you all know, it is a very apt seminar. 5G network is being rolled out in the country at one of the fastest pace. It is generally recognized that amongst all the countries, the rollout of 5G at the scale and at the pace at which it is happening in India, it's definitely the fastest. But there's no need of a network if it is not able to be secure. The very purpose of the network fails if security is not there. So in that respect, this seminar is very important because we are trying to understand the rollout of the network. At the same time, we are going to discuss, we are going to ponder, we are going to deliberate on what way and what are the methodologies to make this network more secure. Now, if we look at the journey of mobile technology as we progress from one generation to the next, 3G to 4G we moved, 4G to 5G we are moving. We must understand that this 4G to 5G movement is just not an incremental movement, just like the 3G to 4G was there. In 5G, we are trying to bring in a lot many features which were never there before. Initially, when our mobile technology grew, we were more voice focused. Then we moved to an era where we started becoming more data focused. But when we do a 5G technology, we are trying to bring in things like ultra low latency, very high density of equipments that will be there per square meter of area, or the bandwidth that they're going to consume, that is going to be very high. So those kind of things are going to come. And as Member Finance was also telling, apart from like 7 billion people who are on the earth, there are about 15 billion plus, the numbers are going to be much larger. Devices are going to talk. So there is going to be a scenario where apart from man-to-man communication, you are going to have a scenario where a man talks to a device or a device talks to a device. So now if you envisage such a scenario, security becomes even more difficult, even more challenging. Now, one of the things that all data networks people have often faced during their career is one of the major security breaches or the security attacks, so to say, has been the DDoS, that is the denial of services, or the distributed denial of services. That means from many corners, people will send in a lot of messages and that will choke your pipe. Now here, if you imagine, all these machines are also going to create security threats for you. So then to imagine, to work out an environment or a methodology to counter these things, it becomes even more challengeable. I'm sure the huge array of speakers that are there, they'll definitely talk a lot about this. If we think why telecommunication, all my speakers have spoken, specifically Member Finance has raised something about which India can be really, really proud about is the UPI transactions. It has been an extremely successful journey as far as India is concerned. And India is creating a footprint, creating an image about itself all through the world with the success of the UPI transactions. Now, what happens in telecommunication is, just like, when we do anything twice. That means we first think in our mind that we need to do this, and then we physically do it. So there are two layers in which you do. There's a physical layer where you do it, and there's a virtual layer with your mental status where you think about a problem. I'll give an example of a major European car manufacturer. He used to take about 12 years to design a car, make a prototype, do crash tests, then make it in the factory, design the factory layout to see that the car comes out in the way he desires. So it was almost a 12-year journey. Once when he was able to virtualize that means the design would happen virtually, the very car prototype would be created virtually, the car crash test would be simulated virtually, the factory layout, so the design period got reduced from 12 years to somewhere around 2 years, 2.5 years. That's a huge productivity increase. So what is happening? You are able to have a virtual layer where you can do many things and it will simply ease things. UPI is also a transaction. We used to transact in physical cash. We have now come to a virtual cash and we are very much comfortable with it. We are very much agreeing. I mean, it took us time for many of us to accept it, but it became the norm of the day. E-commerce was also something like that. They say the average distance between a buyer and seller 5 years before was, say, 5 kilometers. You would go to the nearest Kirana shop. Nobody could ever imagine that the average distance between a buyer and seller is today 1,000+ kilometers. Because of e-commerce, it has simply become possible. So these are the things that can come with 5G technology. And 5G, why we should more understand is that there are some other technologies like artificial intelligence, be it machine learning, augmented reality, all these, there are a bouquet of these technologies, but there is one thread that will run through all these technologies is the 5G. You can have all these technologies work, but ultimately data needs to be transmitted from one point to another, and that is what 5G is going to do. But if this data transmission needs to happen securely, needs to happen in a very firm way, you need to have security of this network, and that is the importance of this seminar. I'm sure all the speakers over here will deliberate, will give you excellent presentations. We all can, the participants can think about the opportunities that are going to be there, the threats that are going to be there in the 5G network, and we can see that how we can work a way around all these security threats that are there. That's the core function of today's, the two-day seminar. I wish the seminar the very best. I hope there are very fruitful engagements all through the next 2 days. I wish all success for this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, may I now request Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, CEO CDOT, to please deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected Member Finance, DCC, Shri Manish Sinha ji, respected Member Services, DCC, Shri Ajay Sahu ji, Special DGT, Vinod Abraham ji, Head NCCS, Shri Ram Gopal ji, CGMs from BSNL, CMD ITI, distinguished dignitaries of the dais, speakers, distinguished leaders from the industry, colleagues from DOT, BSNL, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. Being a co-organizer, I am here to, in front of you to deliver vote of thanks. Before I thank our honorable dignitaries on the dais, I would say that why is this security has become very important. What has suddenly happened in last few years that we are talking too much of a security. One, that whatever equipment comes to us from the other part of the world, what it is doing, we are totally unaware. And some of the regulations, like regulation brought in terms of MTCT, in terms of ITSARs, actually will give us some confidence that the sovereignty of a country is not compromised. The second important thing is the clarion call by Honorable Prime Minister towards indigenization. Why is indigenization important? There are two aspects. One is the economic perspective, one is the security perspective. Economic perspective is that if more and more things get produced here, more jobs will be created, more economic activities will happen, and it will improve the disposable incomes of citizens, and therefore socio-economic development will happen. That is the economic perspective part. But one of the most important part is the security. When you design your systems here, when you develop your systems here, you will take care of the security. And therefore, the organization like NCCS is very, very important. Because whatever we produce as a developer, I may not be able to take care of complete security. And therefore, the NCCS helps the whole ecosystem, that whatever we produce in terms of indigenization, today we will produce for India, and I'm sure given our progress which is happening in the last couple of years, we'll soon be exporting. As our previous speaker said, that as we have moved from 3G to 4G to 5G, 5G is completely cloud. 4G is also, of course, cloud, but 5G is cloud and HTTP interfaces, and therefore the surface attacks increases. And therefore, it's very important that we take care of the security of the application which we are developing. There are other security like cyber security attacks to a country, for example. That also need to be developed. We at CDOT have developed many products. Some to name few, I'll say that TSOC is one of our product where we we see these surface attacks happening in any of the IPs in India coming from the foreign countries. We have ESOC, which looks at the enterprise security within the organization. We are working, I mean, with the help of DOT, and the guidance of DOT, we are working on developing National Trust Center. We are developing DIU. We are developing National Firewall. We are developing IP registry, InRoamer, ASTR. There are multiple projects which are being developed in CDOT. And I'm sure that the ecosystem is also developing. I was very pleased to see that some of the exhibitors are showing the security solutions here. So here I'll take this opportunity to tell from this platform, we have formed a cybersecurity alliance. And we welcome any of the stakeholders in the ecosystem to work with us so that we jointly can work for the country as a cybersecurity, cyber defense. And definitely NCCS is a great partner for us in terms of a network element side. But the Cybersecurity Alliance is not only taking care of the network element side, it's taking the complete holistic requirement. So I'm sure that many speakers and many sessions are there which will help us, put a focus on our 5G security in the country. Now I must thank our member of finance, Manish Sinha sir, who out of his busy schedule could make time to grace this and inaugurate this seminar. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind presence, for your gracious presence. And I would definitely say that we have, Sinha sir, maybe from finance, but he's fully technical. He gives you all the guidance. I think I have been getting his guidance while I was in TRA, and in CDOT also I get many guidance from, because the perspective, the way it looks is very, very different, and it helps us quite a bit. I also would like to...
So we have a memento for Manish ji. May I request Shri K. Shri Krishna, DDG SAS NCCS, to please present this. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us today.
I would also like to thank our member services who have been the inspiration for many of our endeavors in CDOT as well as in NCCS, and he has been constantly inspiring us to do better. And I think definitely under his guidance, cybersecurity will take a concrete shape in the country. And I thank you, sir, for kindly gracing this occasion and delivering your special address.
May I request Shri Atul Kumar Karelia, DDG SLR NCCS, to please present a memento to Shri Ajay Kumar Sahu ji.
I would also like to thank Principal DGT Shri Vinod Abraham ji, who, LSA's role is very, very important. All our schemes get rolled out through LSA. And thank you, sir, for, gracing this occasion, coming for this seminar and delivering your kind advice how to improve the security infrastructure, how to reduce the surface attack. Thank you so much.
May I request Shri N. Janardhan, Director SAS3 NCCS, to please present a memento to Shri Vinod Abraham ji.
I also thank NCCS, definitely. We are we along with whom we are partnering, and I also thank Shri Ram Gopal ji, head NCCS, along with whom we are, hosting this seminar. Primarily, the 95% work has been done by Ram Gopal ji. Our work was only 5%. Thank you so much. And I also would like to take this opportunity to thank distinguished dignitaries of the dais, speakers, participants, industry leaders, and everyone. I'm sure this particular conference will pave the way for making secure India much more secure. And I wish a great success to this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So we have a memento for Shri S.N. Ramagopal, Senior DDG NCCS, which I'll request Shri Sachin Rathod, ADG Headquarters NCCS, to please present to him. We would also like to thank Dr. S. Muralidhara, Principal BMS College of Engineering, for all their support. He's not been able to make it to the event, but we'd like to say thank you to him. And may I request Shri Anurodh Kumar, ADG SLR NCCS, to please present a memento to Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, CEO CDOT. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. We are now going to be having the inauguration of the exhibition area. I'd like to request Shri Ajay Kumar Sahu, Member Services DCC, to please do the honors for us, sir. We'll request you to please inaugurate the exhibition area, and we invite all of you to please visit the inauguration and the exhibition. Followed by a tea break, and we will be resuming the next session in 10 minutes from now. So we request you to please join us back in 10 minutes for the first session. Thank you. We'll invite all our dignitaries for one group picture, please. We invite you all to please visit the exhibition area. The inauguration will happen there right now first, and then followed by the tea break. May I request everyone to please come back and take your seats? We're ready to begin. May I take the pleasure of inviting our moderator for this session. We have Shri Mukesh Mangalji. He belongs to the Indian Telecom Service, ITS, of the 1991 batch at Department of Telecom, Ministry of Communication and IT, Government of India, and presently working as Deputy Director General, Security Assurance at Department of Telecommunications, New Delhi. Mukeshji comes with an experience of more than 31 years in telecom switching exchanges, quality assurance activities in telecom field, internal security issues, cyber security and cyber crime issues, policy formulation, technology deployment, service delivery, administration at senior positions in diverse organizations such as Department of Telecom, DOT, Ministry of Home Affairs and Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited. Presently dealing with various national level security projects like Telecom Security Operations Center in the field of cyber security, Central Monitoring System and Internet Monitoring System for Lawful Interception, Nodal Officer for Center of Development of Telematics. Till recently, he was also handling Digital Intelligence Unit project to curb cyber crime using telecom resources. Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us. May I request Ms. Monica Depu to please present a bouquet to sir. Mr. Janardhan, please. I'd like to invite our first speaker of the session. We have Shri Narendra Nath Gangavarappu, an officer of the Indian Telecommunications Service, working as Joint Secretary, National Security Council Secretariat, with responsibilities for coordination in matters of cyber security, activities by different entities of India and the government, public and private sectors. He comes with over 30 years of telecom, including 20 years of senior management experience in the areas of telecom security, network planning, installation, operation, and maintenance. He was associated with Telecommunication Standards Deployment Society of India as a member of the GC. May I request Ms. Monica and Ms. Mridupani, JTO NCCS, to please present a bouquet to our speaker. Welcoming our speaker, and I'll request our moderator to please introduce the session, sir, and we'll hand it over to the speaker.
So I will introduce this session first, a common introduction for all the three speakers. Basically, as you know, that telecom infrastructure has been declared or identified as critical information infrastructure. And the best part is that the telecom infrastructure is the mother of all the other critical information infrastructure like defense, power, or finance, transport, or so. So if anything goes wrong in telecom infrastructure on account of security, then it not only affects the telecom users or telecom network, but it also, it can create a issue of national security and it can affect the economy also. So in this context, we have our first speaker, Shri G. Narendra Nath. He is Joint Secretary in NSCS. So as all of us know that he has wide experience of working in DOT and then in NSCS. So I spoke to him, so he will be, giving some talks over the evolution of security right from the carrier days where analog carrier systems were there to modern day telecom networks. So I request Shri Narendra Nath also to cover something about, some insight about NSDTS, MTCT, security audits of networks, and then zero trust policy, etc. So Shri Narendra Nath, please. Thank you.
Is it okay? It's okay. Yeah. Good morning. It's yet to be afternoon. So, you know, we are badly delayed, I think. So I'll see how I can be crisp. And if you feel that, you know, I should need to be cut short, you can feel free to cut me short. You know, the topic that's given to me is evolution of security challenges in public telecom networks. Now, there was originally another topic that was given to me as something to do with 5G security and all, but then subsequently I got a call from NCCS saying that, you know, would you be willing to change the topic and take this particular topic? I said, yeah, any topic would do, because with a lot of experience, you know, we should be in a position to talk about that. And then, you know, I was looking at this evolution of security challenges in public telecom networks. And, you know, you look at Mr. Ajay Kumar Sahu, the member services, Mr. Gunjan Dave, who's the member technology. Then Mr. Rituranjan Mittar, who is the head of Telecom Engineering Center. I think he's the advisor there. And the advisor in charge of NTI-PRIT, the National Telecommunication Institute for Policy Research and Innovation. You know, they're all my batchmates. Okay. So, you know, we are all, next year, a year down the line, I think most of us would be out. So virtually we are all veterans. So, you know, the thing is, for a person who's a veteran, you know, reaching the end of his career in the department and he's seen a lot of the ages, I think this is the right topic for him to be talking about. Because having seen right from the time, because I entered as an ADT and then the first exchange that was there, you know, I was there posted as a probationer in Sambalpur. And in Hirakud, Burla and Sambalpur, there are 3 parts of the jurisdiction. So Hirakud, we had a, what is that? Single SBM exchange, that's a manual exchange. And then in Sambalpur, we had a MBM exchange, you know, multiple things and all of that. There was also a crossbar exchange. And in there, you know, transferred within a period of 3 years, you know, could do a Strauger exchange, was done. And then afterwards, we did a C.128 port exchange. Of course, and then subsequently, you know, open wire lines and all of that. So there's a lot of the transition that we have seen throughout that. So I think we are the right persons, you know, people who are at this stage to talk about the evolution of security challenges in public telecom networks. So that is what I think. Then I thought, you know, that's why I think they gave me this topic, seeing that a bujurg aadmi hai, unko ye topic diya jana. So looking at it, and you know, looking at the topics that are there across in terms of 5G security and multiple topics, there are many that deep dive into it. There are topics that also look at the broad, you know, contours of what should be 5G security. There are also discussions about deployment challenges, there are discussions about standardization and all of that. So they will be looking, you know, at all of those things. But I think what the topic I'm looking at is, when you look at any course in any academic institutions, there's one course called 101. So this is Telecom Security 101. That's the basic, you know, you start with this course, and then you deep dive into all the 5G technology. So that's how I'm looking at it, that this is a Telecom Security 101 topic I'm talking about. And then also I'm going to look at some of the initiatives that are being taken off. And they are generic. It is not specific to that, because it's 5G you're doing these things, or it's because IoT you're doing these things, or the generic things that are there, hygiene-related factors which are there, regulatory-related factors that are there, licensing-related factors that are there, and good practices-related factors which are there that are applicable to security, and they're applicable to across sectors, and also applicable in equal measure, or much more so for telecom because of the critical nature of the infrastructure that is there. So, you know, when we started off the initial parts of it, you know, and at that time we did some electronic exchanges. So I went to a place called Balangir and we had around 50 exchanges there. All of them were what is called SAX, you know, Strauger type. And Strauger exchanges were all there. The first task was to replace all of them with electronic exchanges. Either MILT exchanges at that time, or ILT 2000, or ESAX 200. And I remember doing, you know, getting all of that done in a period of 2 years, all of that was done. And we did, for the ESX at that time, if you had to program the routing, you did the assembly language programming for that. And I remember sitting down as the head of the district, TD, because my people under me didn't know how to do it, so go there and then doing that. programming of the assembly language for actually routing programming for the ESX200. Okay, what were the security issues at that time? One was, open wire lines falling down. Somebody sabotaging this open wire lines. That was a big problem at that time. Then the issue was the access to the cabinets, but then, people could listen to the conversations of people. So that was another issue. You have to lock the cabinets and all of that. But one thing about at that time was, and I remember, ILT 2000 exchange was installed and some problem had occurred. I was the TD at that time. The exchange in charge was on leave or something, and I went to the exchange, sat on the console, and I didn't know the password. But it took me 2 attempts to guess the password he would have put, and then got into the system and rectified it. Okay. So I had done a breach at that time. But you can imagine the hygiene factors that were there at that time. Of course, that SDO at that time got AE. We used to call him the AE at that time. So he got into trouble afterwards because of that hygiene factor, because one of the TTS under him took control of that system. And then, you had to have access to these locations where the billing data is to be, metering data is to be stored. So for a set of customers with whom he had a deal, he used to change the metering reading at that time. And though that guy got caught and he got charge sheeted, but in equal measure, the SDO, who actually was not very hygiene proof, also got into trouble. So that was the security issue that we had at that time. But one thing good about those systems was that most of it was console access, in the sense that it was not connected to the internet. So it was an insider threat that we had, and that is where we had to have good measures to see that the insider threat is taken care of. And then you would have the exchange would be safe. Of course, the other physical parts of the securing the exchange were there. And at that time, when you looked at the exchange, the parameters that we looked at were establishing the exchange was, was it an earthquake-prone area? Was it flood-prone area? Is that area in such a way that communally sensitive or riots could happen in that area? So these are the factors that we looked at when we were citing those exchanges at that time. So now the factors that you look at are entirely different, and we'll come to that. Okay. And we have moved far from there. Okay, so now you'll find that with all the digital exchanges and remote management of the systems that we have got, internet connectivity that is there, you find that access to systems is there, and then systems could be compromised. And that is where you'll find there's a transition that has happened. 3GPP was established in 1998. Okay. But the thing is, they were coming up with a lot of functional requirements and all of that. It was only in the year 2012 that they formed that TR 33.805 was made. That is Study on Security Assurance Methodology for Network Products. So that's a substantial period of time before people woke up to that requirement that you should have a mechanism for having security assurance for network products. And to a certain extent, India can take pride that they were pushed towards coming up with this, because in 2011 itself, there were some amendments to the license conditions where we had incorporated a consolidated chapter on security requirements for the network operators to comply with. And one of the requirements in that was that security testing and security certification, I will not say testing, that only security certified products should go into the networks. Okay, and I had just come to headquarters at that time. I was what is called BFRO, you were called at that time, and I had come just then at that time. So, and I remember sitting in Mr. Ramnarayan's room and then, thinking about, how do you operationalize this? We don't know how to certify. What do you certify? You have to certify against certain requirements. And we didn't have any requirements at that time. And, working towards the requirement. Then we looked at across the international scenes to see if there were any requirements that were specified anywhere in the world. And there were none. And then we started pushing, we started looking at whether we should come with India-specific requirements at that time. Because there was none at all. And it also became a WTO issue that we are putting together non-tariff barriers to see that, we would hamper imports into the country and all of that. But still, that itself was a good push for 3GPP to come up with that study, commission a study in 2000, just around that time, and come up with a study on security assurance methodology for network products. And they also came up later on with the TR 33.916, which was the CCAM, security assurance methodology for that. And there we have this SCAS, Security Assurance Specifications, which the NCCS is actually working on, the security requirements which are there. And the first SCAS on the MME, the Mobility Management Entity, security requirements was in the Q4 of 2014. I had taken charge as DDG Security in July 2014. And in the last quarter of that year was the first, and that's when the CCAM trial phase was supposed to start. And they said they would come with that in Q4 of 2014, but it didn't come. It took further 1 more year, I think, for them to come up with the MME, the security requirements. And then we had the trial phase of the CCAM. One thing good is that because of that framework that has been set, for the 5G, you will find that the work started in the year 2016 itself. And in 2018, they came up with the first version of it, 33.501, which is under the 3GPP SA3. They have come up with this document. So that way, the consciousness that security is something that's to be addressed was there. And simultaneously, in a parallel manner, as they came up with the functional requirements, they also started looking at security requirements. And the work there happens in such a way that it's a parallel act, it's a horizontal activity, that the verticals that are there which look at different technologies, the core or transmission or anything. But the security is something that's a horizontal activity, that each of the protocols and everything that's get developed, the security aspects are being looked after. And that is also getting embedded in that. And here, this is where I would like to put in one concept here, a takeaway sort of a thing. That, and from our office we keep telling this, that security is a functional requirement. It is not an add-on feature. And many a time, that is when you have the first meeting, and I've been telling in multiple forums this, when you have the first meeting and you sit with your design team and the other teams, and you start listing out the requirements of whatever you're going to design at that particular point of time, as you list out all those requirements, security also should figure in that first list. It's not that you list out all of that, the design team goes around, starts designing the product, and then security is something that you decide how I'm going to take security into that. And we'll tell you that from experience that around a couple of years back, I'll take the example, we were working with CDOT, and there was something that we were getting designed from CDOT. And we had this first meeting, and the functional requirements were all specified in that meeting. And the architecture also, we told them that this is what we want, and they came up with the requirements and then the architecture. But after the meeting, halfway through the meeting, we told them that go back. Now, these are the security requirements, and these are also functional requirements. We are taking them as functional requirements. Now go back, work on that, and come back again. And when they came back around 3 weeks later, including the security as a functional requirement, the architecture was entirely different. That's what. So what currently I'm telling the audience, broad audience here, is that whenever you work for designing of any system, security should be there right at the beginning. And that's when you will find that the architecture will change. And architecture also changes because there are certain new concepts that have come about, because you'll find that there are multiple pieces of software that are, coming in. And especially with the concepts like the Open Radio Access Network that we're talking about, where we have disaggregated the hardware and software, and also disaggregated the different modules in the software itself. And you're saying that the disaggregated modules would come from different entities. There's an element of trust that should be built into the system, and that comes from the zero trust networks that they talk about. So each module does not trust the other module. Each transaction does not trust the other module for the transaction. And at every stage you have an authentication that happens, an authorization that happens before the transaction gets through. It means that the architecture itself changes. So these are concepts that have to be built right at the beginning. And your software architecture would change because of that. Okay. So when you look at the IT-related work in the security domain, the IT also, they also came up with the first architecture for security in the year 2003. So that was the ITU X805. as we talked about, the security architecture was systems providing end-to-end communication. 2003. It was a quite comprehensive architecture that they have, with multiple dimensions on that. And from my own experience, that when I joined in July 2014 at DOT, and then started getting exposed to security. And from my own experience, I'm telling you, July 2014, I joined in the department in 1987, so that's quite substantial. And 89, say, started working after the pre-training. There's a substantial period of time that I was in operations, you know, installing networks, operating networks, designing networks, and all of that, including landline networks, transmission networks, mobile networks. For example, GM Mobile for Jharkhand. So we did a complete design for the 3G mobile network for Jharkhand, telecom circle at that time. Never did security come out of my mouth. Never talked of security. So many years that I worked in the organization. The first time I talked of security when I got posted as a DDG security. And then when this X805 was something that I got exposed to, you know, it's an eye-opener for me. You know, the multiple dimensions and the aspects that are there. It's a food for thought. Actually, it's a food for thought. That, you know, it's that the priorities at that particular point of time was that you had, you know, penetration of around 5%, 6% of connections. And you're all looking at how do I proliferate connectivity, and that was the main thing. So any meeting that we had talked about, you know, all LDPTs, long distance public telephones, or Gram Panchayat telephones, you know, having rural exchanges, all of those, and having the quality of service, because how to replace all of that, you know, three channel systems and 7 channel system, overhead systems with optical fiber cable. So these were the challenges at that particular point of time, and we didn't talk of security at that time. But, you know, so you look at the timelines that are there, you know, the 2003, the ITU talking of security architecture, so much later. So it's a point of contention. But now, today, you know, you can't afford to do that. We realize that, you know, telecom, as it's been told in the inaugural session, is the very critical infrastructure, and the main infrastructure on which everything else, all the services ride. So if something goes wrong with that, you know, you can imagine the catastrophic effect it will have on all the activities that we have, whether it's in terms of banking, whether transportation, power sector, or anybody. So you'll find the catastrophic effect to that. So that you can't afford. So now looking at the DOT field units which are posted, so how conscious are they about security, or the operators, people who are posted, how conscious are they about security, and what are the measures that are required to be taken is a very important part of it. And this is something that as a group we have to you know, address all of this. The ITU 805 talked of, you know, the security layers and the application, services, and infrastructure. Those 3 layers they talked of. Security had all of these 3 layers. Then they talked of the planes, the end user plane, the control and signaling plane, and the management plane, and the security on all of those planes. And the different dimensions of access control, authorization, non-repudiation, data confidentiality, communication security, data integrity, availability, and privacy. So all of these were something. So all of these terms were something new for me at that particular point of time. Of course, it was a quick learning experience on the job for me. So then the other thing I would like to talk about is, and it was mentioned in the morning also, we had multiple security telecom policies that were there. But it was only in the telecom policy of 2018 that you had 3 verticals, and the 1 vertical was security. Mind you, 1/3 of that. So the importance that was recognized in 2018. So that's you see the transition from 1994 policy to 1999 policy. When you come to 2000 policy, you find that there are 3 verticals, and then your security is 1 vertical that is talking about it. Substantial part of that policy document is about security. And the other thing is, of course, the LSA field formations of security were also formed at that time. So we had a director security or a DDG security that was there, you know, created across all the LSAs and DOT. And that's a quite good achievement, in the sense that now we have people, you know, who could look at security. Whether they are looking at security or not is for them to introspect and then say whether they're doing it. And we'll come to that. Okay. So again, in one of the things of the September 2011 license amendment was about that everybody should have a security policy. All of these, telecom service providers. You can cut me. You can tell me 5 minutes before. Yeah. One thing we looked at when we looked at the multiple policies, because there was a license requirement, people had a policy. So we looked at the Vodafone security policy, and it was around 250 page document, very comprehensive. But Vodafone is a multinational company, and they had good teams, so they had a very comprehensive policy addressing multiple dimensions of security. But we also had some of the TSPs who came up with a single page or a 2-page, 1.5 page documents. It is a security policy because the license condition says you should have a security policy. They had it. So then, we realized that at least there should be some minimum baseline for a security policy, and worked on it. And we had worked with the industry at that time. And when we came up with what is the minimum requirement for a security policy in September 2018, we said these are the minimum requirements, and everybody's security policy should be aligned with this DOT mandate that these are the minimum requirements security policy. And we had given 1 month time for them to align the security policy and implement the policies as per that. Of course, I expect that DOT would be actually looking at whether the implementation has actually happened and whether the security policies have been aligned to that MSRP or not. That is something that I would expect, we would expect that DOT is doing, and if not doing it, they should do it. And then we also had the MTCT that came in September 2017, which also was talked about, mandatory testing certification of telecom equipment, where one of the verticals in that was the security part of it. And under that, the security requirements for different network elements were being made. So you find that around late 2000, you'll find that there is some amount of maturity that came about in the country regarding security. But it was only a very small, limited set of population within DOT also who were having that understanding and requirement that should be done. It was not really proliferated across the board. And I hope that, that gets proliferated further across. See, one of the things about, if we talk of the evolution part of it is that, and many of these Western countries, they also say hands-off policy. It's the telecom service provider's responsibility to run the networks. And then they used to come and lecture. When I was DDG security, they used to come and lecture me that saying that you're becoming too intrusive, talking to them. But now you find that they all speak the same language that we were speaking around 5, 6, 7 years back. See, telecom is too important, a very important infrastructure to be left to the private sector alone. It has got national security implications. So governments have to have an oversight. Governments have to determine what is exactly required to be done to see that that infrastructure does not get compromised, that infrastructure does not get breached. So this is very important. And this is something that you find across the Western world or anywhere else. You will find that people have realized, and then they said that we will now work with them and then see that these are certain minimum stipulations which are there, and these have to be adhered to by the operators. So now, we have mandates, we have penalties if security requirements are not fulfilled by the network operators. So this is one thing, because real critical infrastructure. Now we come to the OEM's responsibilities. So the OEMs also, there was an amount of pushback. When we were trying to come up with the requirements, I remember meetings that we had with the OEMs coming, and then we were asking them to share, because we wanted to come with security requirements and network elements. And they wouldn't share. They would give all sorts of, I said, just tell what you are doing. We will use that as a template for actually testing. We'll not come up with anything separately. But that's not coming out. Then we said, okay, we will mandate something, and then afterwards don't come crying to us that this is too stringent and all of that. So, okay, but I think there is a change now, and that there is a lot of bonhomie, and NCCS is watching for it, that they talk to each other, and then the security requirements are coming up as a joint exercise that's coming up. And so the people have to realize, both the operators have to realize and the OEMs have to realize there are genuine concerns from the governments about the national security implications. And they have to work, and they have to understand those concerns. And then if there's a requirement, they should see how, either in the form of processes that are established or in the forms of technologies that are developed, these things are adhered to. they should come up with these deployment guidelines also. Yes. ठीक है. I've got 5 minutes left. Thank you. So quickly, some of the things that concepts. One is, of course, the secure by design at all. And it's not that, one of the things is security by obscurity, and these are some of the things that we've talked about earlier. But are you aware, in some of the networks, the SMSC has been compromised? So that is what, it's quite easy to compromise the SMSC. For example, what happens if your AUC is compromised, authentication center, and your access to the keys are there? The only thing is, you say that in the network, because the keys is a symmetric key encryption that happens and the key is available in the authentication center in the mobile, that thing will not happen. But if somebody accesses and compromises the AUC, so these are possibilities that are there. And the DOT field units who are there in the security, have you done a risk analysis? Have you done a risk analysis and find out what can possibly go wrong and what is it that the operator is doing and what he is doing, is it adequate? So this is something, that I think exercise has to be done. And I will just give a brief anecdote. I'll take 5 more minutes after 5 more minutes that have been given. So when the NCCS inauguration was due and I'd come here, in the morning I was staying in the hotel, and I will share this anecdote. Mrs. Aruna Sundarajan was the secretary at that time. And around 6:30 or something, or 7 in the morning, she gave me a call. So normally we prefer briefing papers and all of that. And I don't remember if we had given a briefing. We had given it to the minister, but I don't think we had given it to the secretary. So she asked me, exactly what do you want me to say? So I told her that gave this name for this center, because it was called TTSC at that time. They gave the name of the center as NCCS, National Center for Communication. So he asked me, have you taken approval for this? I said, Madam, not that I've taken approval, but we'll take it later. But it's better you announce that this is the center called NCCS is going to be formed. She said, okay. Then she asked me, what will this center do? So I told her that one is, of course, the security requirements that are being prepared. That is one part. But there's a bulk amount of work that is currently not being addressed by DOT, which is required to be done. And there's no agency within DOT which does it. One of the first things is and at that time I mentioned, was the risk assessment. That is, who is doing the risk assessment in DOT? That what can possibly go wrong? It is the DOT's responsibility to do it. You can't leave it to somebody else. So one of the things that this has to be done, and I keep telling, is that risk assessment, formal risk assessment, kindly get it done. And NCCS could take the responsibility, or, I leave it to the wisdom of the DOT, that whoever they would like to get it done through, let it get done to it. The other is, we have created what is called a NSCS audit and assessment team, NAT team we call it. And that is a team that we have created with CDAC Hyderabad. And we can conduct special audits for certain critical infrastructure, like NPCI is there, or your Aadhaar system is there, or GSTN networks. Yeah, they are very super critical systems. So, normally certain panel auditing happens, because it's a mandate people do. But then, these are things that have to be looked at more critically. So these people have been trained, recruited specifically, trained, and CMU, they have got that, wala hai na, 5 lakh rupiya leta hai din ka, training ka. What is that? Uska bhi training kara. So these trainings have been got done for them for doing these types of audit. So DOT also, there is a learning curve that has to happen. You have started auditing. There's a director security audit in the field. What you're doing some sort of a framework audit, in the sense that templates have been created, whether that person has, whether all these are there. That is for the start. It doesn't mean you have to stay there, you have to evolve. As security has evolved, your capabilities, your insights have to evolve. So I think you have to build capacity to do the special audits. Let the operators do an audit, but at least do the special audits. Have you got the tools to do those audits? No. Why have the tools been procured? You should be empowered yourself to go and do specifically of critical infrastructure. And then, so this is one thing. I want to do an audit of the SMSC. I know it's so embarrassing, The SMSC has been compromised, and some of the SMSCs, some important people have gone out of this country. Why should that happen? So this is something that you have to review the effectiveness audit. And specifically coming to 5G, whether the requirements of law enforcement in terms of lawful interception are being addressed in the current deployments which are not there. So that is something, I think if you have to look at all of these, I think I'll stop here, otherwise I'll keep on ranting. Basically what's happened is security has evolved over a period of time, as you've seen. The current requires specific skills that are required, and as you have seen in the policy, there's a separate chapter. You have to do capacity building and understand what's required to be done. You should not be told by MHA, you should not be told by PMO that kindly go and ensure security of the networks. It is something that has to come from within DOT that this has to be done. And that is where, your participation in 5G, 3GPP meetings for requirements, India-specific requirements, are there or not. And there are certain India-specific requirements that keep on coming up. And recently also we were in meeting, and we found out that especially for law enforcement requirement, in the 4G networks, there is something that we require to do, and this current standard does not allow that to happen. So it is required that we get those things incorporated in the 5G networks also, so that visibility of the traffic for lawful intercept purposes is there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for that very insightful session, sir. I'd like to invite our next speaker for this session. We have Shri Anish Kumar KB, who's currently working as Joint Director in the Cybersecurity Division of CDAC Thiruvananthapuram. He comes with more than 18 years of experience in the networking and cybersecurity domain. He's currently working on multiple research projects on software-defined networking, network service orchestration, and automation, and metro area quantum access network, which is the first software-defined quantum key distribution network in India. May I request Ms. Monica to please present a bouquet to our speaker. May I request our moderator, Mukeshji, to please introduce the topic, and over to our speaker. Thank you.
So, Shri Anish Kumar, Additional Director, CDAC, will cover the topic of risk associated with the use of open source software component in telecom. Friends, as we know that present day technology evolution is making use of software defined network and network function virtualization. And as we know, these technologies are using either proprietary software applications or open source software. And Mr. Anish Kumar is going to, give a talk about the risks which might be existing by using the open source software. So I would request Mr. Anish Kumar to kindly give his talks. Thank you.
From the perspective of national security. If something happens with the communication part, it is affecting all the other critical infrastructure as well. That's why the specific importance has been given for the risk assessment for applying the open source software for the solution development in the telecom sector. And what is the outcome of that is we have to sensitize the development community around the telecom domain about the different risks so that they can take care of and mitigate those risks while they are using the software solutions, specifically the open source software solutions. And that is that specific aspect is more relevant in the case of 5G because with the introduction of 5G, there is a disruptive change has been happened, the way in which the networks are organized and the way in which the networks are implemented. Because the softwareization of network has happened, the complete softwareization, because earlier in the 4G network also the softwareization was there. But with the introduction of 5G, the complete softwareization had happened, that's starting from the edge up to the core. Then if you see the ORAN architecture, apart from, there's a split is there, apart from the last mile radio, the everything, CU, DU, everything we can deploy it in the cloud infrastructure. That is a cloud run happens. And behind that also, because of the introduction of SDN, software-defined networking, we have separated out the control and the data plane infrastructure, where we made the control plane programmable. And initially, when we introduced the SDN, what we thought is the control plane, we completely moved into the software part, but still the hardware plane, the data plane, we will keep it with hardware with some specific ASICs as part of the hardware. But later on also, in that case also, there are different technologies has been introduced. The DPDK came, the FD.IO framework is there. Then the vector packet processing technology has come. That all focused on the development of faster data plane. That is all with the help of software solutions. Then the NFV technology came, that is it, whatever be your network functions, whether it's a switching, routing, or it's firewalling, everything we can deploy it as a software component. That's again on the code's hardware. We don't need any specific hardware for deploying the network functions. Then on top of that, with the combination of SDN and NFV, there is an orchestration solution, that's again software. That has been introduced, with the introduction of orchestration, the agility of the network has been increased. That means with the softwareization of these networks, what has happened is we could able to reduce the capex and opex of the network implementation as well as the network maintenance. What we are trying to speak here is, when we're trying to implement a network, now everything is a software component. Then what are the risks? But if you specifically, you can see in the diagram, now every component is possible with the software solutions. Then as part of that, this initiatives has started to develop those software components. And on such initiatives, the Linux Foundation has started some initiatives for the development of 5G security solutions. And the open air interface, there are also covering the RAN interface as well as the core interface, the 5G core, but they are covering with the open source solutions. And apart from that, there is a 5G free 5G core initiative is there. Then open 5Gs solutions are there. These are all open source solutions in which the ready-made solutions are available for setting up a 5G or beyond network. Then how, for example, if you, in the previous diagram also you can see that with that particular software landscape that is covering from the edge, then when the wireless edge is covered, user edge is covered, and the cloud core is covered. And the ONAP, that's also again on the orchestration side. All those solutions, the software solutions are already available in the market. We can make use of that solution and we can also value add on top of that. Then if you consider the open source components that is going as part of that, the different partitions of that network, it's ranging from the firmware that is powering the hardware, because that they are also the firmware is also available in the open source. Then the device drivers are there, operating system is there, because the most of the Linux operating system that is going to be part of the most of this deployment, that's again the open source based only. Then the different hypervisors, then the container software, and moreover the different virtual machines and container solution that we are going to be deployed as part of that infrastructure. That's again coming from the open source domain. Then apart from that, the middleware is there, libraries, APC, SDKs, tool sets, including IDEs and your compilers, and the different open source applications and services that you can make use of to compose your own solutions. Then if you see that the whole gamut of product that's coming out of that open source solution, then if you can think that, can you develop a solution without the involvement of any one of these software solutions? It's very difficult. This is one of the recent reports came, that's from Synopsys. They are specifically analyzing the open source adoption by different industry. If you see that, the aerospace, the aviation industry, where the security is the most critical one. There also, the adoption of software, open source based components is very high. See that the components, if you take the components, any one of those sub-components are from open source. That's why they have reached around 95, 99% of open source intrusion is there if you consider the whole the code base. But if you specifically analyze the percentage of open source code base in the whole code base of their solution, that's again, it reaches around 70% for the aerospace. But if you specifically consider the other domains, the cyber security, that's also one of the important domain in which also the software, the open source adoption is very high. That's again reaching 100% and for the 75% for the total code base. If you specifically take the telecom industry, it's comparatively, the adoption is very less compared to the other industry because there are different reasons are there that we'll discuss that. But there also, we could able to see that there is 95% of this products contain open source components. And about 50% of the total code base are now with open source. There also you can see an important point, around 2020, 2021, there is the percentage of open source components is very high in that solution space. Because of now we started the proof of concept implementation of 5G, then lot of open source components were used to do the POC and prove the concept. That's why at that time, there's a increase of percentage that reached up to 80%. But after that, once the POC is done and the concept is proved, maybe moving from the open source to some proprietary kind of solution. That's why again, it's come down around 50%. Telecom communication earlier, this kind of the adoption is very much for the telecom communication sector is because earlier most of the products are completely hardware based products. The software based solutions were very less. That's why the adoption is, compared to other domain, the adoption is very much less in the case of telecom industry. And now the situation is changing. Because of this different open source component solution that is already available, what are the advantages? For example, if you consider the software development domain, specifically our strength, as a country, our strength specifically lies in the software development area, in which what are the advantages we are getting out of this open source adoption. Specifically speaking, for example, in the small and medium business or the startups, they have strength in certain areas, maybe in certain parts of the solution in which maybe the algorithm development, they have specific strength. But to demonstrate that capability, they don't want to implement the whole other components that is required for the solution. They can pick and choose from the open source domain, and they can specifically build whatever solution they are interested in. They can develop, integrate, and they can come to the market at a faster pace. That means time to the market we can reduce, and we can also specifically focus on the innovation side. And with that effect, what's the outcome is we can lower the cost of ownership for the entire product. Moreover, with the introduction of this open source, we are also having better control because the source code is with us. If something happens with some functionality, some bug is identified, but if that expertise is with you, because that you can also take the control and make corrections in that underlying component, and we can do that. And but I feel the most important opportunity of using open source is there is a great learning opportunity is there, because there is all solutions are currently available in the open source domain. If I have a perspective, I have an open mind to learn, there are a lot of open source components are there from which I can learn a lot. Maybe it's a new algorithm, how this particular orchestration is implemented, how they are managing, what are the different architectures that they are coming with. The whole solutions are already available in the open market, and it will actually flourish my learning opportunity. That will also help us to coming with new solutions in the particular domain. Then this particular open source trend, how the Indian developers are specifically seeing this particular trend. This particular diagram has taken from GitHub analytics page, in which you can specifically see that outside US, the number of these contributors India is the #1 contributor if you consider all the other countries. If you see in the last year, 2.5 million new people has joined GitHub, specifically from India. That means our developer community is making use of that open source domain. They are well utilizing it. They are contributing it. They are making use of it. Maybe the growth of our small and medium business industry, that may be one of the reasons why this much of contribution has happened in the open source domain. And GitHub is also telling that if this particular growth happens in this way, by 2025, this participation will be as equivalent as United States. I mean, that's a great opportunity because our people are well familiar with this open source development culture. We can make use of that, the strength of that open source, but along with that, because now the benefits are clear, the introduction of open source, and that is enticing also because if you consider the development of a new solutions, that is an enticing features are there in the open source. And it opens up new vistas for small and medium business because it's reducing the entry barrier that I can move into any new domain because already solution space is already available. And moreover, it's a great boost for the Indian software development community because they can start developing solutions for the new technology domain for the 5G and 5G beyond solutions. And it also helps in the standardization space because earlier when a standard is defined, maybe the practicality of applying that standard may be difficult. Now, because of the availability of so many open source components, we can immediately do a proof of concept evaluation of those standards, and we can come up with the early feedbacks for the improvement of those standards. So that we can also flourish on the standardization space with the use of these open source components. Anyway, that will also help because from the perspective, from a national perspective, if you are contributing to that, because if we can lead the standardization process with so much of contribution, that may in a way help it to come up with so many new products that is compliant with standard. That will also help us, our economy to boost with so many new products. But if you consider, then this is the return. Then along with that return, there is a risk also because there is no return without a risk. But then we have to analyze what's the risk behind it of using open source, specifically for the telecom sector. But what is the purpose of this assessing the risk? As Narendra sir said in the previous speech, we are now trying to do a risk assessment of using open source. Then what's the purpose of doing that risk assessment? It is not to maybe avoid that open source completely, because we have to understand what are the risks associated with using that open source. Do we have any mitigation mechanisms that can be applied? What are our strategy for overcoming those risks? If with the application of the strategy, if we can accommodate that risk within our organization policy framework, we can go ahead and we can making use of that open source solution to build better products, specifically in the telecom domain. Then if you understand, for example, if there are some risks, if you identify that there are some specific risks that I cannot bear considering the organizational strength. For example, each organization is different if you consider their risk handling capacity. For example, if my organization is different from your organization, for certain implementations, you can afford certain level of risk. Maybe I can't afford that much of risk in that case. Then if you identify that this much of risk I can't afford for this particular solution development using this open source component, then what are the other approaches that's available? Because I can develop completely the entire solutions I can develop in-house. Then there is a better control is there. I can apply my own security policies. I can go on with my own security practices for developing that solution. And along with that, I can also consider the codes solution that's already available in the market. And if that is also not possible, I can also outsource my development to a third-party agency. That is third-party software. Or I can also make use of my managed services that's currently being provided by some cloud service providers, maybe software as a service, infrastructure as a service, or a platform as a service. These are the other alternative options that is available if I am meeting that my risk. I can't tolerate that much of risk with the open source. We will conclude that maybe at the end of the session, maybe whether the other approaches are also better compared to the open source. But before moving to that risk, I also wanted to show some lights on certain alarming facts that has come from the open source domain. Specifically, one aspect is undetected vulnerability. This particular news has already, this Heartbleed issue has happened in 2014, but at the time it has been detected, it has already been 2 years that particular bug has been there in that code base. That means taking too much time to detect a particular vulnerability. That's very much critical for open source domain, because that particular vulnerability may be identified by someone else, and they might be kept silent about that vulnerability, and they might be making use of that vulnerability for their advantage. That's one alarming situation from open source, because people knows that how to exploit that vulnerability, because the source code is also open. They well know about how to exploit that vulnerability in that case. And moreover, in 2020, GitHub has come up with a report in which they are specifically telling that 70% of the advisories that is related to explicit malicious behavior. That means people are deliberately introducing vulnerability as part of the open source, and they are distributing that source for exploiting. Maybe it may be certain specific end users they wanted to exploit. They are making use of it. And along with that, that is the specific vulnerability introduction that can happen through backdoors. And specifically, backdoors is a specific kind of backdoor where those bugs are very hard to detect. Maybe those bugs is introducing some kind of vulnerability, but it's very hard to spot. If you go through the source code analysis, it is very hard to spot that. By exploiting this particular bug, a vulnerability can be imposed at a later point of time. We can conveniently exploit that bugs to introduce and maybe hack those systems. These are some alarming facts, because if such alarming things are there, people will be reluctant to use open source solutions. But along with that, now because of these particular issues, this open source community is also actually introducing so many changes for the development in the case of development processes. Currently the GitHub is also introducing the security analysis mechanism as part of the repository itself, because they will identify the security issues. And that particular approach has been now adopted by the Linux Foundation also. Because the open source community now very sensitized about these kind of issues. Specifically, if you go through the literature analysis of different kind of risk associated with the open source, specifically those risks are actually categorized into 3 areas. One is vulnerability related risk that we just discussed, because vulnerability can happen as part of the open source. That is also can be deliberate also. And the second thing is the risk related with the quality of the software. Because whenever I'm trying to use an open source, because there is nobody else to take, thank you, 5 more minutes left. There is no one else to take care of the responsibility of that software. That's the quality related risk. And third one is the license related risk. Because we will go by one. And finally, after that, identifying the risk, we will move to that, how those risks can be addressed, maybe mitigated. Maybe we'll come up with the conclusion for that. What is the vulnerability related risk? Because just we discussed, there are known vulnerabilities are there in the open source. Because the known vulnerability, sometimes there may be it will take some time to make the fix to be available for that particular vulnerability, specifically in the open source. During that time, maybe some threat agent can make use of that vulnerability to exploit those systems. That's the bigger thing. And along with that, there is one more important thing is all these open source components or whatever components we are delivering, it contains direct dependency libraries as well as the transitive dependent libraries. The transitive dependency is the indirect libraries. Normally when when we are concerned about the security part, we will take care of the directly dependent libraries, we will take care about the vulnerabilities and all. But what about the transitive dependent libraries? If you can see the diagram in this slide, it shows that the dependency diagram of the React application, it contains 6,000 indirect libraries. Maybe it may be difficult in that case. Maybe if you are going to track the vulnerabilities associated with those 6,000 dependencies, you maybe as a small and medium business, maybe 5 or 10 people may be working on that particular solution. If you wanted to track the vulnerabilities of those 6,000 dependencies, it's surely difficult. those untracked dependencies that will create a risk for my open source adoption. But currently, what we are seeing from the open source, the feedback what we are getting from the open source community, now the time to fix the vulnerabilities in the open source communities has been reduced like anything. Because if you can compare that from 2018 to 2022 data is there, that is the time, the average time taken for an open source component solution to fix a particular kind of vulnerability, whether it's a critical, that has been drastically reduced. That's a great news for the adoption, but still that risk is there. But it also creates some supply chain issues, because the vulnerability is deliberately introduced as part of the library. Then that solution will be deployed to a targeted user. Then it will create a supply chain issue. There also supply chain issue can happen because that insertion of code can be deliberate using some compromised committer accounts, or it can also happen through our this packaging mechanism, package and distribution mechanism. In that case, it will end up in a supply chain issue. This, moreover, most of the supply chain issues currently they are making use of non-patched vulnerabilities. And if you see that event stream, this backdoor in Node.js, that is one of the best example of these kind of supply chain attacks. Actually, with that vulnerability, they could able to hack millions of data from the insurance, the credit card bank accounts. Then what are the risks related to the quality? Because whenever I trying to choose a particular solution from the open source, specifically, if I'm a developer, I specifically choose a particular component. I see that whether all my functional requirements are okay. If all the functional requirements are meeting, I'm simply taking that code, I'm embedding it as part of my library, and maybe I'm delivering it. But maybe for a short period of time, your functionality requirements may be met. But there are some issues. Maybe on the long run, there may be some stability issues, performance issues. Specifically, I'm telling about a story because we are recently using a open source component for developing a particular solution in which the performance is okay. For example, when the development test is completed, the performance is okay, it's working fine, the response time is around 2 milliseconds. And multiple times also they tried, it is 2 seconds only. The testing also, in the testing phase also they tested. It's 2 seconds only. But after some times, this testing team has identified some kind of the response delay. Instead of 2 milliseconds, it's taking 2 minutes. Then, but whenever the developer checks, everything is fine, it's 2 milliseconds only. But finally, we could identify that that's a issue with the underlying library. After the 7 trials, they are trying to learn something out of that request. Then they are trying to optimize that request, and with that optimization, the 2 millisecond response time has been raised to 2 minutes. But it has actually a negative effect on the optimization. But this kind of, because now for this particular scenario, we could able to replicate that scenario, because every time it happens, after the 7th time, at the 8th time it happens. So that we could able to identify this issue that we can trace back to the optimization problem, and we could be able to solve it. And along with that, we are also having the monitoring solution in which it's working fine. But sometimes once in a while, it's getting blank. There is no information coming from the target device. There also, because once in a while, it's very difficult to track. Maybe 1,000 times it works fine. Maybe on 1,001 time, it may not be getting the data. Maybe 10,000 times it will work. Maybe one time it will fail. In that kind, so it's very difficult to identify the issues behind that quality problems of that software. But one advantage with this open source solution is that because the solution is with us, the component is with us, maybe if you have the enough expertise, we can look into that. That also, because we have the enough internal expertise on that particular component, we could able to identify that particular solution, and we could able to solve it. And there is also some risk associated with open source license, because whenever my functionality is okay, normally I will embed that library as part of my code. But there are different kinds of, there are more than 100 open source licenses in the approved by open source initiative itself. And there are 2 kinds of licenses, specifically the permissive and the copyleft licenses. But the permissive, there also the terms and conditions varies widely across all these licenses. But it's if you're making use of 2 kinds of license together, whether it's a permissive and copyleft license together, then you will be in a trouble. Because if you wanted to protect some kind of IPR with your code, then this copyleft license may not be suited for you. Then you have to go for the permissive license. But for the direct dependency, there is no issue, but there are some indirect dependencies that is coming with this copyleft licenses that will leave you in some kind of licensing issues. Then how can we address this risk? How can we address the risk? Because vulnerability, every source code is having some vulnerability, then for which to address, we have to specifically create the software bill of material, and we have to track the different vulnerabilities that is raising against those assets, and that is a continuous process. Once, maybe you may be doing in the initially, but you can't stop it there. But it's a continuous process for each of the components, vulnerabilities that keeps on coming. You have to maintain it, make it part of your development process. You have to continually track the vulnerability associated with those software components, whether it's a direct or indirect. And along with that, you have to do the software component analysis, because the software component analysis will give you some hidden information about the different kinds of components and the underlying components, whether it's licensing terms, what are the licensing terms associated with that. That will also help to improve your SBOM and apply the corresponding process for improving the solution. Yes, just a minute. Then the supply chain issue, there also the same issue. There are some risk management standards are there from NIST-SP that also we can use. Along with that, you can also continuously check the validity of the software in terms of because the software can be updated through update. Maybe it can also happen through your package manager, where we have to continuously verify the integrity of your product. That's a continuous process. If we can automate that integrity check, that is well and good. Then you can, up to a certain level, we can overcome that particular risk. Then the quality risk, for which we are recommending, because we are also one of the most open source adopter for developing solutions. What we are trying to tell you about addressing the quality risk is, you have to do the evaluation continuously, the performance evaluation, that the performance, the load testing, you can do the load testing and performance evaluation, make it as a continuous process of your development process. And if it's possible, you can also build wrappers around your dependent libraries, so that the two advantages are there if you can build wrappers around the open source libraries. One is you can also do virtual patching. Maybe today some vulnerability has been disclosed for a particular software component. Then if that is not fixed currently, you can have a virtual patching as part of your boundary classes, so that you can overcome that particular issue. And moreover, if you wanted to find some alternative components for that, you can replace with the existing components with an alternate component immediately without much effect. Then parallelly, you have to build expertise. If that particular open source components you are using in your code base is very much critical, you have to build that expertise in that particular product, particular open source component parallelly, so that by the time you will come up with the final product, you will also build enough expertise on that software component, so that any particular solution bug has reported in that particular solution, you can go and fix it. Licensing risk also, you can make sure that you are not mixing any kind of license. The SBOM will help you to identify those kinds of risks and avoid those kinds of conflicting licenses issues with your final product. Then the point of discussion, because we have identified so many risks, but if you see that any of the earlier approaches what we discussed is no one is actually risk-free completely. Each of these development approaches has its own risk associated with that. Maybe you have to treat those risks according to which approach you are taking for the development. And the specific approaches, once the specific approach is developed, you have to identify the risk, you have to measure the risk in terms of the impact that is going to create in your final product. Then you have to treatment approach, you have to determine, then you have to implement the countermeasures, whatever we have identified. Then the most important thing is you have to implement the best practices in your software development lifecycle. Starting from software requirement specification onwards, design, implementation, testing, everything you have to incorporate your best practices in your complete lifecycle process. That will help you to identify and sort out majority of the security issues, even though you are using open source components. Then that doesn't stop there. You have to continuously monitor and measure the effectiveness of your risk management process, and you have to continuously evolve that process. You have to continuously improve that process. Then you will be in a better way to make use of the open source products and its advantages as part of your solution. That's all. Thank you. Thank you.
Since 2020. He has a vast experience in laying down the technical specifications for various telecom products or network elements, testing and evaluating them against laid down specifications and international standards. He has many years of experience in the regulation and enforcement of the telecom sector while working in Department of Communications field at Delhi, Lucknow, Meerut. He has very good experience in telecommunication security while working in Ministry of Communication at Delhi. Please join us. Welcome our speaker. Can we have a bouquet for him, please? Welcome, sir. I'll request our moderator to please introduce the topic and hand it over to our speaker.
I welcome Shri PK Singh, my colleague in DOT headquarters in security wing. So he will be delivering a talk over ComSec scheme, that is Communication Security Certification Scheme for telecommunication equipments, and that scheme is being operated by NCCS. So we would like to hear something about ITSARs, Telecom Testing Security Labs, or MTCT. So, and actually we know he is the person who is associated with NCCS for last 2-3 years, so we can have a very good inputs from him. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, time 1:10. So I'm yeah. Okay, so I'm the person who is standing between the lunch and you. Will not take much time. So we'll start with the background information. See, the world of technology is such that you are not aware of a technological development, what impact it is going to make in near future. When Gutenberg invented the printing press, he had no idea that his invention of printing press is going to lead to industrial revolution. And such type of change, such type of evolution and such type of transformation is happening, has happened in the field of telecom also. What I mean by that is I would like to explain on that. See, we had the traditional telecom technologies being made use by various service providers in providing the various services to the customers. And it was considered as a very safe and secure mechanism of providing the services to the customers. No breaches, nothing of that sort which Mr. Narendranath has described, that the security breaches are there, security risks are available. Okay, so those type of things were never considered to be there in the traditional telecom technologies. But few researchers, few academia professors, and few defense personnel, they basically came together in a far-off country, and they basically were given a task to define a technology which would assure the delivery of information from point A to point B in case of a lot of disasters happening in the network. And they came up with a solution which we know by the name of TCP/IP technology. And this TCP/IP technology when it was developed, it was never thought that it is going to marry the traditional telecom technologies, and a lot of evolution and transformation would be unleashed by this particular marriage. But this TCP/IP technology, which was designed and developed, it was not designed with security being taken into consideration. So when the marriage of telecom technology, traditional telecom technology with the TCP/IP happened, the result is there in front of all of us. Today, the traditional telecom technology is no more a traditional technology. It is a TCP/IP based implementation of the telecom protocols. And in furthering the TCP/IP based implementations, we are making use of network function virtualization, software defined networking, and in the network function virtualization and software defined networking, we are mandatorily and primarily and majorly making use of open sources. So the TCP/IP technology, when it was developed, nobody could think of that it is going to lead to this stage where security of communication and security of network has become a prime important thing. And with this background, we are basically at such a stage that the security has become very important. A lot of emphasis is being made on the securities of communications and security of the network. So this was the background. So what it primarily says is that no telecom network, no telecom technology is perfectly secure. And there are always risks and vulnerabilities associated with any implementation of any telecom protocol implementation. And to take care of those security risks and vulnerabilities, Department of Telecom has come up with a lot of schemes. As Mr. Narinath has said that in May 2011, there was a license amendment which gave birth to what we have today. There was one very important license condition which was amended, which is the licensee shall induct only those network elements into its telecom network which have been got tested as per relevant contemporary Indian or international security standards. But those international and contemporary security standards were not at all there. That is the first part. The second part was in 2017, the Government of India recognized the need and necessity of doing a security assessment, but through what mechanism? So the resultant and outcome of that was NCCS, which we see today. And this NCCS is the vehicle of DOT, which is taking forward the implementation of those requirements which were enunciated in 2011 license amendment. NDCP 2018, the 1/3 of NDCP 2018 relates to security, and those 8 components of the security vertical of NDCP 2018, they basically relate to standardization, security testing, center of excellence, etc., and that is what NCCS is taking forward. Now the objectives of the ComSec scheme. Why ComSec scheme? ComSec scheme was the framework which was defined to take forward the 3 pillars of the security. The first pillar I would be talking of later, but the objectives of the ComSec scheme were basically to develop country-specific security standards. As Mr. Narinath had said, that they used to have a lot of discussions, and they used to have discussions with the foreign representatives, the OEMs, etc. And the resultant was that till that time, there was no international security standard, and the 3GPP started its work somewhere in 2014-15. And since then, a lot of international security standards have been made available. So the first important task of the ComSec scheme was laying down the security standards. The second important task of the ComSec scheme, which basically stands for Communication Security Certification Scheme, so communication security and certification, the second part was related with developing the testing and certification ecosystem within the country. The license condition had mandated that the testing would be happening within the country. So there was a need of developing the testing ecosystem and the certification ecosystem within the country. So that objective was also given to the ComSec scheme. The third objective of the ComSec scheme was to ensure that the telecom network elements, they really meet those international and national standards which are being drafted. And the last but not the least was ensuring that the network elements which go into the telecom network of the country are really compliant with those international and national standards. Now, the scope of the ComSec scheme, very important is that the certification scheme, the communications security certification scheme covers all the network elements which are going to be deployed in the telecom service providers network, and also any network element or any customer premises element or any type of element, if it is capable of getting connected to the telecom network, it is required to be tested, certified as per the laid down standard. Now, the three pillars of this ComSec scheme are, the first pillar is the Security Assurance Standards Division, which is mandated to develop the security standards, the national security standards, which we commonly known as Indian Telecom Security Assurance Requirement, ITSAR or ITSARS. The second pillar is the Security Lab Recognition and the Designation, the SLR Division, so which is responsible for doing a recognition and accreditation of the telecom security test labs. Then the third one is putting down all that into operation is the Security Certification Division, which is responsible for carrying out the actual testing and assessing the reports produced by the test laboratories and then deciding whether a particular product meets the ITSARS or not. So with these three pillars, the entire framework of NCCS and the entire framework of ComSec scheme has been developed. The details of the ComSec scheme are available in front of you. We can have a question and answers on the details of the ComSec scheme rather than taking much more time going through the presentation and standing between you and the lunch. So we are basically open to any questions on the ComSec scheme if there are any. Otherwise, that is all from my side. Thank you.
If you have a question, please raise your hand. There's one there. Yes, please.
I'm Paul Dayanadi.
Mic.
Hello? Hello, hello? Is it working?
Yeah.
I'm Paul Dayanadi. My question to CDAC person, you have developed a software-defined radio in Thiruvananthapuram. And have you have used any open source software? Because SDR is an OEM functionality in the Open RAN. I hope my question is, so have you used an open source software in that where your risk mitigation parts, whatever you have told in your presentation has been adhered?
One thing I wanted to clarify here regarding the software-defined network and software-defined radio,
Software-defined radio.
we are developing. in which the ORAN components currently we haven't developed using that SDR platform. We have used that SDR platform for specifically the naval communication platform we have built with that SDR platform. That is from CDAC Trivandrum. That's again in which we haven't used any kind of open source because that is against, because it's a defense application. They don't allow any kind of open source to be part of that, their NC application. That's a proprietary built application that is specifically implemented in naval communication platforms. That is not an ORAN platform. That's a clarification.
See, my next question to the senior DDG of this one who was sitting in the panel. See, now government has come up with 100 colleges for setup of 5G lab, and where TCIL has been promoted by Government of India. Now all these 100 colleges are being, will be setting up a 5G lab through the lowest cost quotation by the bidders of this one. That is the phenomena that is being followed by Government of India. So if those bidders are using open source software, which will be an enterprise segment. Suppose, for example, I am from Chennai, College of Engineering, Guindy is being selected with one vendor, and he is simply using an open source software for 5G core or 5G RAN, basically. So how do we have that college without any having a vulnerability of hacking or this one happening? That's what, risk of mitigation, whatever terms you use in acronym in English.
Sorry, where's the person? Oh yeah.
I am Paul Dayanathy.
Okay. So they are establishing a 5G lab with open source components at your place.
The lowest bidder will be decided by TCIL.
Yeah.
And the bidder who is going to be decided by because colleges cannot decide who is going to be the bidder. By who is going to deploy. Because the lowest bidder will be decided by TCIL. And TCIL will say this is the bidder will set up 5G lab in 100 colleges.
Okay.
Now these 100 colleges will not know what type of open source software is being used either in the RAN or the core. Because if you say 5G core,
then it's okay. No, I got the point. You know, exactly why do you think that 5G lab is required in your college?
The development that was, as per DOT, IITs were funded by Arun Jaitley for setting up a 5G.
No. What I'm saying is, you're putting the lab because DOT is giving you the lab, or do you really require it?
It is a requirement of enterprise segment. The entire college can be used that lab for the 5G network for that. So for example, College of Engineering campus will be using that lab for the 5G services for the entire college. Faculties and students will be using the service.
No, but are you going to use it for testing, training and all of that?
Not for testing, even for live.
I'm not really able. Yeah. Okay. So, that is what. So, don't you think, it's a good platform for you to really experiment on that and find out, let us say, first thing is he has mentioned, one is this, ask that vendor who is providing you that to give you a software bill of materials. So you know what are the different components that are there in that. The second part is that you look at the software components, that bill of materials, the open source components that are there. Do your own vulnerability analysis of those things to find out if there are any vulnerabilities and all of that.
That will be taken care by TCIL, no? College will not have any hold on it.
Okay. I'm not really aware of that part.
Because as per the Government of India, TCIL has been mandated to set up 100 colleges across India.
Yeah. So see, it's like this. There is nothing wrong in going for open source. What he has mentioned is that if you are using open source, what are the mitigation measures that you are supposed to take? And any OEM you take, the topmost OEMs that are there, they all use open source components. And from where I work, because there is another NSDTS that they talked about, where we're examining each of the products to find out, what is the software components, hardware components that go into it, and where are these coming from, is an examination that we are doing it. And we are aware that all of the OEMs, they use open source components. But then, as he has pointed out, there are certain mitigation measures that they take. One of them is, of course, to have the list of the bill of materials that you have got, software bill of materials. And then, do your own due diligence on that, do your own testing on that to find out, and then incorporate it into it. And whenever a new patch comes in, you decide whether you want to incorporate patch or not, because that you incorporate that open source component at a particular point of time for a certain functionality. If a patch has come for enhancing the functionality, it might not be required for you. They would not use that new patch at all. If it's a security patch, that's a different matter altogether. So there are mitigation mechanisms, then those things have to be taken care of. So just because open source is being used, it doesn't mean there's something wrong in that.
Okay, let me supplement what Mr. Narendranath has said. From NCCS, we are trying to evaluate the software, open software components, and trying to see what kind of vulnerabilities are, how good they are. Of course, we have just started that journey just now, so I don't have a complete solution. So if you need further discussion, we can have off the track, because otherwise we will be running out of the time. Thank you.
Question? So, regarding security assurance, right? So we have this whole mechanism of doing security assurance of our network. Is there a kind of a metric by which you assess what is the level of vulnerability we have today, in terms of the number of attacks we are getting, or downtimes happening or something, and how it is improving with all these measures? Do we have some kind of a framework for measuring the level of security? As you said, when you're designing a component, you need to specify security requirements into it. So at the network level, do we have security metrics, and are we tracking those? Is it possible to get a view of that from the public domain, as we are doing so much research projects on developing more security?
Madam, you have basically asked a parliament question. See, the information which you are looking for is already available in the domain of Parliament. It has been responded by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology with certain inputs from Department of Telecom also, that over the last 5 years, what has been the trend of the cyber attacks happening on the Indian cyberspace. So those type of information are available. But when you say that if you want to, let's say, drill down or pinpoint out of those 1,000 cyber attacks which has happened, how many attacks happened on the SGW, or how many attacks happened on the PGW, how many attacks happened on CGNet, etc., that type of information you won't get, because no one is tracking. But we have developed a capability solution in the form of Telecom Security Operations Center, which has been put in operation, and over a period of time, those statistical information will be made available to all the researchers. But as of now, whatever attacks have been depicted in the media and whatever have been monitored, they are majorly happening on the endpoints, the customer premises equipments. And they are basically being projected as lakhs and lakhs of cyber attacks have happened on the country's cyberspace, but those lakhs and lakhs of attacks are basically the incidents related with the customer premises equipment, which are the most vulnerable piece of the entire telecom cyber domain. Yes, that is what I am saying.
Hello. Yeah, one question is there to Mr. Anish. Why open source software project is launched, and what is the aim of open source community in 5G?
Normally, the open source projects are normally launched because normally most of the open source projects comes into the infrastructure part, because that the infrastructure is common, because so many companies has to depend on setting up the infrastructure. That cost can be shared. That's why there are a lot of sponsorship happens on those open source development, specifically on the infrastructure side. And in addition to that, there are also some other initiatives also there from academics and all to specifically develop certain platforms. In that case also, the open source development specifically happens on certain specific solution development. And apart from that, the third question is on the 5G side, that it is explained in one of the slides itself that so many initiatives happens, specifically on the 5G. If you see on their ORAN side, the open source components are there for the CU, DU, split architecture. The components are already there. But what is not there, if you specifically see that the RIG part, there is nothing much open source contribution is not we can see on the RIG part, because The rig part, there are lot of IPR generation happens on the rig side. That is the intelligent controller side. And that is still evolving. So many companies are putting so many efforts on developing with so many rig algorithms. That's why in that area, if you see that much contribution doesn't we can see on the open source. But that is a value generation area in which these each individual companies can specifically contribute on that area. Because apart from that, the infrastructure setup that is common, that for which we can depend on any kind of this open source platform if it's ruggedized in your particular environment.
Thank you so much for that. In case you have any other questions, I'm sure we'll have time later for that. You can take it offline. Thank you so much. We can. We were actually confused who's giving it to who. It seemed like that. Thank you, Mr. Anish. Thanking Shri Pushpendra Kumar Singh ji. Thank you so much, sir. We'll just request everyone to please let us take a group picture of you. He said no. So who will give? May I request our moderator Mukesh ji to please accept this memento for you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable insights and time. With this, we'll now break for lunch. And the next session, we will start at 2:15. That's 2:15 p.m. sharp. I request everyone to please come back in time and help us, stick to schedule. Thank you. May I request everyone to please take your seats. We shall begin now. Requesting everyone to please take your seats so we can start. And also requesting you once again to please put your mobiles on a silent mode. So we shall begin if you say yes. Shall we? Do we have your permission? Shall we? Okay. Did you have good lunch? So we hope you're all energized for the next very interesting sessions that we have for you. I'd like to invite the moderator of our upcoming session. We have Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, an officer of the Indian Telecommunication Services of Government of India. He is the Chief Executive Officer and Chairman Board CDOT. His previous assignments include Additional Director General and Head South India in Prasar Bharati, Deputy Director General DOT, and Advisor Telecom with Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. He also worked in various capacities at BSNL and in DRDO as a scientist. He was chairman of the Working Group on Policy and Regulation for South Asian Regulators Council during 2011-12. Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay is a governing council member of Telecommunication Standards Development Society of India, Broadband India Forum, Telecom Export Promotion Council, and Telecom Center of Excellence. He is the chairman of the New Technology Committee of BIF and member of the TSDSI Standing Committee on Standardization and Transposition. He holds a PhD in Corporate Strategy and Policy and MBA from IIM Bangalore, MTech from IIT Roorkee, and a certificate in International Public Policy from Syracuse University, USA. He is a winner of several awards including J.C. Bose Award 1987 by Ministry of Defense, National E-Governance Award 2007 by Government of India, CIO 100 Award 2007 by International Data Group, Deepak C. Jain Award 2009 by IIM Bangalore. Welcome, sir. Please help us welcome Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay. So this is about implementation of 5G networks in India. Joining us is our first speaker, Shri Hardik Bhavishi, who's currently leading the Solutions Architect team for Jio 5G CN products, providing design solutions to internal development teams, Jio network teams, and external customers, and having industry experience more than 20 years. He has diverse experience in mobility packet core, including product design and development, quality assurance, network planning, and solution design. That's Hardik Bhavishi for you. May I request for bouquets for our respected moderator and speaker, please? Welcome, sir. Sir, please. With this, I'll hand it over to our moderator, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see a good crowd after lunch. You know, typically after lunch, half this crowd goes back home. But I think given the interests of 5G and 5G security, I think it's good to see that we have, I find the strength maybe better than the morning. In the second session, we didn't have much. So we, We have Shri Hardik Bhavisi, RGIL, and Shri Brijesha, RGIL. I think you will be giving their only one. Achha, okay. So before MC will read out the profile, or you'll read it. Great. As we all know, in the morning also it was talked about that the 5G rollout in India is one of the fastest rollout. If my data is correct, I think Mr. Bhavisi will be able to say that what we are doing. But if I remember data correctly, that more than 600 districts we have covered and more than 1.2 lakh sites have been deployed. I think my figure may be a little dated. He will be able to 3 lakh, yeah. So 3 lakh sites. So that shows that. And the cities, Tivatia sahab, cities कितने? 600 मैंने बोला था. नहीं वो हम लोग जो वहाँ DOT मॉनिटर होता है ना, कितना सिटी हो गया, कितना BTS हो गया. So I don't know. The data what I in one of the meeting was 600. So Geo is especially important from other purpose also, because they are also developing their own 5G core, own 5G radio. So I would request Mr. Hardik to talk about that, about the deployment, the challenges, the opportunities, the new things their Geo is doing, and also talk about their own development and how it can aid the indigenization in this country. Well, I welcome you and thank you for joining this, and over to you.
Like this mic? Like this mic? ये mic चाहिए? नहीं. This mic. Okay. Slide change. यहाँ से भी. हाँ, वहाँ से भी हो जाएगा.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected, learned guests, very knowledgeable guests, and ladies and gentlemen. I really feel very privileged and humbled by coming to this seminar and be in between all of you. Thanks to NCCS and CDOT for organizing such a wonderful conference and actually providing opportunity to Geo for giving some time, and we can say what we want. So that was very nice of you. I remember the last speaker said that I am the one between you and your lunch. I was wondering what I should say because the lunch was very nice. So should I be saying I am the one between you and your sleep? Okay. Yeah, so today's topic that was given to us, to Geo, was implementation of 5G in India. It's a high-level talk where I have tried keeping the agenda simple. It's not very much related to security, but it will give you a context of, it will give context to the coming presentations, which would be much more deep dive into security. So I want to cover what's the India story, the shining story of India, where are we in context of telecom, 5G, and what is the Geo story? What is Geo doing here? And at the last, I'll take a few minutes to also talk about how Geo is trying to contribute in the Atmanirbhar or Make in India movement, like many other companies are doing. So I'll quickly start with the India story. So, as most of you might know, the new National Digital Communications Policy, it has stated a vision to create the digital infrastructure that supports next generation of digital services and allows India to realize the true potential of digital economy. So where will this digital infrastructure come from? The main role would be of the telcos and the mobile communication. That's where the digital infrastructure would be playing a big role, and like the mobile communication has already played a big role in Digital India initiative, and now that NDCP has stated the 3 goals of Connect India, Propel India, and Secure India, wonderfully written these 3 goals, and there also we see that mobile communication would be a critical element in achieving this, because wireless is the fastest way to reach the billions of our people. So where does India stand in all this in the mobile communication? Just to give you an idea, India is now firmly established as a giant in the global mobile industry with almost 1.15 billion unique subscribers at early 2023. It might be higher, I don't know, but at least 1.15 billion unique subscribers. And it is said that from now to 2025, whatever new mobile subscribers will be added globally in mobile subscribers, it is expected that India will contribute almost 25% of them. So India is so big in size that I think nobody in the globe can afford to ignore it. So just to begin with, we understand the size. And just to recap on what Sir was saying about the speed of rollout, you might all remember it as a very recent history. It has been almost around 10 months before which in last year, October 2022, when Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi inaugurated 5G services, launched 5G services for India. And after that, the private CSPs also announced their plans to provide 5G services by end of 2023 or early 2024. And it has just been, a span of around 10 months, and you see the speed of deployment. The data I just saw on the, DOT website, that almost 3,08,466 5G sites have already been deployed in India, okay, combined all operators. So this is, I think, a significant speed of rollout, and it might be the fastest rollout all over the globe, we don't know, but it's definitely on top few. And what's the status of Jio? So Jio is live in 6,258 cities and towns. Already live in 6,258 cities, and we target, the completing the pan-India launch by year end. So it would be beneficial to understand, what is the internet penetration today, how India has progressed in terms of internet penetration, what has been our journey, and if you look back, you would be amazed to see how fast internet has penetrated. If you look around 15, 16 years back, the internet penetration was only merely 4%. Only 4% of our population was, having data access. Can you believe? And even if you were to look back just 10 years back, it was around 15%. But today, in last 10 years, we have grown so fast in terms of providing digital access to our population that today we are standing at around 48.7%. So it is a tremendous growth. And if you see, the total population is that has internet users, it's now 692 million out of the 1.1 billion mobile subscribers. So out of the entire population, 77% has mobile subscriptions, while 48.7% has internet users. So one side of the story is that we have been so fast in growing and providing the access to, our population, but on the other side, still more than half of the Indian population does not have internet access. So we have a very long way to go. And you might see around you that everybody is using social media, but the fact is that only around 33% of people are having access to social media. So this is some data that I found from statista.com. Yeah. So just to build some more context, a couple of slides on where we stand in terms of telecom and 5G in terms of India and what is the forecast. So Ericsson Mobility Report November 2022 says it forecasts that by end of 2028, we are expecting that this region, India, Nepal and Bhutan, this combined region where Nepal and Bhutan is a small population, so not a significant impact. The major impact would be of India. So this combined region will be having around 690 million 5G subscribers. So if you see the, the last slide where internet users are 692 million and we are saying by 28 we will have 5G users. 5G has just begun, but due to the fast-paced rollout and because of affordability of the handsets, it is expected that around 690 million 5G users would be there by end of 2028. Now this number is, this would be 53% of total mobile subscribers, so it's a quite a big chunk. So 5G penetration is expected to happen very fast, and 690 million users in this region, just see, 5G users in the region would be so high, it's more than North America, Latin America, Western Europe, Central and Eastern Europe. All these, like, we would be having more 5G users than these regions. So it's going to be a very, very big game, and I think nobody globally can ignore this fact about India. Just a few pointers on how it would impact our Indian economy. So it says, the NASSCOM report says, it forecasts that 5G telecom networks are expected to represent nearly 2% of India's GDP by 2030, and 5G will generate revenue of nearly $180 billion by 2030. And what are the sectors that would be impacted? Would be mobility, healthcare, manufacturing, retail, energy and utilities. Again, some data pointers from GSMA report. It says that because we have a very high 4G base already, so we are well posed to do a quick transition to 5G, and 5G is likely to benefit the Indian economy by 36 trillion rupees, $455 billion between 2023 and 2040. And the benefit of 5G technology is expected to realize in the manufacturing sector, representing 20% of the total benefit. So manufacturing sector is going to be, and so there will be a joint, harmony between manufacturing and 5G, because we are already gearing up for huge investments in manufacturing and Make in India, and 5G is going to further give a boost to this, followed by retail 12%, agriculture 11%. So almost all sectors of economy are going to be impacted, and you will see this happening in coming 5 years in a big way. So this was all. I just wanted to paint a big picture of where do we stand in India and what is the forecast, what is about 5G. This I think underlines why 5G is so important and why this conference is so important on network security. So now I want to take some of your time to say something about what is the Geo story, how Geo has been looking in it, what has been our journey, and where do we plan to go, what is our vision on this, and what is our network implementation. So if we were to go back just 2 minutes in the past, September 2016, and you might recall how the Geo launched, and we, the first time in India people started getting very high speeds and at very low cost. These numbers may not be 100% accurate, are just for illustration purpose, but we all might remember, it's not a very distant past when good data speeds were not easily available and data was very costly. But after Geo launched in a big way, and then of course the other operators also picked up the pace, and then the result was that there was a massive revolution in terms of data affordability and data speeds. And the result was this tremendous change in customer behavior. The way earlier people were using only voice, SMS, that was the only meaning of phone. But after 2016, like even in rural areas, small towns, everywhere, people started using you know, they transitioned from voice and SMS to audio, video streaming, YouTube, and, you know, e-commerce, social media, news, financial services, everything. So it lifted the whole ecosystem. So many startups, you know, were based on this new revolution. So that's how the telecom has been. And this, the usage, if you see, earlier it was 240 MB per subscriber monthly usage, average. And then it increased to 23 GB. Just see the difference. And 90 times increase in data consumption in the country. We saw a share of India global traffic has gone up from less than 1% to 21% globally. Can you imagine such a big footprint? 21% globally. So this was the, why I'm trying to recap, because that was the 4G revolution, and now we are all gearing up towards the 5G revolution. So we do believe that something very big is going to happen, but this time it's not limited to only the individual customers, but also it will spread to enterprises, SMBs, industries, and all the sectors of economy. So I want to take this opportunity to outline our vision. So what is our vision? Jio never thinks that we are just a connectivity provider. Just connectivity doesn't mean anything. What is our goal? Is to create a massive digital ecosystem for billions of Indians. We want to create a digital society. And to create so, then the digital society has to be formed on basis of the power of transformation driven by data. And how this will happen? So connectivity is just an enabler, but you need to combine connectivity with digital platforms. So that is the vision, that just connectivity is not enough. We must have the digital platforms so that we result this into bring out the value of 5G and the mobility networks into people's lives and in the economy. So if you see this simple layered model, where the base layer is formed by people and processes and practices. So people, practices, processes, this forms the base layer. Above that, we have to have the world-class wireless broadband, home broadband, and all the enterprise connectivity, SMB connectivity, which is ultimately the connectivity layer. Now, but that's not enough. That's where things actually start. Going beyond that, what Jio thinks, we should be having the digital platforms, and we have many. We have digital platforms which comprise of devices, operating systems, cloud, which means infrastructure as a service or platform as a service, big data, AR, VR, which means augmented reality, virtual reality, IoT, secure identity, blockchain, artificial intelligence, machine learning, edge computing, speech, natural language processing, and so on, compute, supercompute, computer vision, robotics, so many things. And we have been working in all these areas because just providing connectivity as an enabler is not enough. So these are the digital platforms, and these digital platforms then should come together to form the ecosystems which would actually serve the society and the economy. Like these ecosystems would be, gaming, education, media, commerce, financial services, healthcare, agriculture. So that's how Jio thinks. It's not a connectivity provider. We have to bridge the gap end to end and make the complete value chain so that digital society comes into being. Our mission is to connect everyone, everything, everywhere, always at highest quality and at the most affordable price. So there is a small recap. You might recall that when there was spectrum auctions, Jio was allotted around 24.74 gigahertz worth of airwaves, which is, if you were to sum up the airwaves across all these circles, and it comprises of 700 megahertz, 800 megahertz, 1800, 3300 and 26 gigahertz. So it was Geo emerged to be the highest bidder. So what we want to emphasize is that why we want to be the highest bidder, why want to get the best possible spectrum, because there is a commitment to serve the best to the industry and to our customers. Now let us understand what is the scale in Geo. So even just 5G has just begun. So 5G has just begun, but if you were to understand the scale of 4G, then we already have 730,000 kilometers of optical fiber network. And why I'm telling this scale, because this scale is unmatchable globally. Okay, 4.35 million 4G cells, 330,000 routers, which makes us world's largest IPv6 network, 8.7 exabytes of monthly data traffic. Can you imagine exabytes? Exabytes is 10 raised to 18. Giga is 10 raised to 9. So it's not double, actually it's giga times giga. So it's difficult to imagine exabytes, 8.7 exabytes of data, which is around 8% of the global data traffic. The global traffic, monthly traffic is around 115 exabytes. And 430 million 4G customers, 22, this might be slightly old, and we have more 4G customers, and now we have more than 55 million of 5G customers. 22 GB data per user per month, and greater than 70% of video traffic, 15.5 billion volte minutes per day, 1,260 minutes of volte voice per user per month, and around 6 hours of daily use per user. So this is the kind of scale, it's unmatchable across the globe that we are talking, and still we are saying that there is, this is just the beginning. There are so many users yet to get internet access, and the 5G is still, you think 5G is still new, there are only a few customers on 5G. So imagine in 5 years if as per the report, if around 50% of users, 53% of mobile users are going to be on 5G, this will multiply by so many times. This data will multiply by so many times. So the kind of scale that we are talking about is unprecedented. So having spoken about this scale, I want to talk something about the implementation. So in most of you might be aware, in 5G there are two deployment options. One is a standalone mode and one is a non-standalone mode. So I picked this topic, it's very important in how you implement 5G, because that brings the whole change. Yeah. So in case of standalone mode, you have the 5G core. You have to deploy 5G core, which is backing your 5G RAN. But in case of this non-standalone mode, the 5G RAN is there, but it's actually supported by the 4G core, so that you can deploy it fast. But the key point is to note that many use cases like network slicing and other stuff are only available in the standalone mode. And many of the progressive operators are doing the same. So to quickly wind up the Geo story, I would just, this slide is not much important. And this slide I just want to highlight that the 5G users, the 5G usage is around 2.6 times the 4G usage. And this is similar to or greater than most of the countries that we are seeing in Geo network. And we have around 40 plus core locations and around 100 plus edge locations are being planned. So the idea is to go closer and closer to the customer so that we can give benefit of least possible latency. The low latency use cases can be met by edge locations. So I'll take a few minutes to walk you through our exciting journey of Make in India, and this is not only Geo's journey, this is journey of everybody, all the organizations who have been working day and night since years to make this happen, the Atmanirbhar. And as somebody rightly outlined, that this has to do with, if you have indigenous product, you have more control, and that's good for security in long term. So it has a relation with security. So we all started, long back, and we have gone through a rigorous process. We started with very small, like small prototypes and designs, and then through this iterative process, we, improved ourselves, and now we have a complete 5G stack, a complete indigenous 5G stack from RAN to core, OSS, BSS, everything. So we started with a very small team around 16 years back. We started working on blueprint, and then slowly we built Geo Labs, and then that became a very big playground for telecom, and then we started developing and designing few solutions in 4G, and then in 2016 we built the world-class hyperscale 4G telecom products at par with tier 1 software providers, and we deployed in our Geo networks. And then since 2018 we have been working on end-to-end 5G projects, and we have this everything available. This journey is like any Make in India journey, and I wish all other organizations would also strive for this. Yes, this is the picture of Geo Labs where I work, and our true 5G product line, it consists of everything. I'll skip this one because time is short. Yeah, I'll just focus on this slide. This would be my last one, where I just want to focus that what do we have. Just 2 minutes I'll take from here. We have all complete IMS products. We have 4G packet core. We have 5G packet core. And then we have IoT core. Our product line also has OSS products, BSS products. All this already deployed in Geo network, and it's taking load of millions of customers. We have our own automation platforms, and coming towards the radio products. So we have a complete range of 5G radio products, starting with macro G-Node B and integrated macro IDSC, which is indoor small cell with Wi-Fi 6. We have outdoor small cell, and we also have developed outdoor small cell with millimeter wave. So millimeter wave is also available, and with this kind of product line, along with offerings for enterprise and private 5G offerings, we are positioned to we are already powering the Geo network, but we are also positioned to deploy this globally, everywhere, across the globe. So that's all. I want to thank you for your time. I hope I have not exceeded so much on my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hardik, for that. Up next, we have another very interesting speaker with us, Professor Manjesh Hanaval, IITB. He received the BTech degree in ECE from NIT and an MS degree in ECE from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and a PhD degree from Indria Sophia Antipolis and University of Avignon, France in 2013. After 2 years of postdoc at Boston University, he joined industrial engineering and operations research at the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, Mumbai, India, where he is an associate professor now. His research interests include communication networks, machine learning, cybersecurity, and 5G security. Welcome on stage, sir. Please allow us to felicitate you with a bouquet first. And with this, I'll request our moderator to please introduce the topic, sir, and then we'll hand it over to the speaker.
Thank you. We are really privileged to have Professor Manjesh Inaugural from IIT Mumbai with us. In fact, I had the pleasure of going to his lab some time back. I think they are working very closely on cybersecurity, and one of the solutions they have displayed it here. As regards vulnerability in 5G is concerned, since we are dealing with the virtualized modules now, the complete 5G will be a virtualized module, software, primarily because it all runs on the COTS hardware. So the virtualization layer, orchestration layer, then there is a network slicing, that how one slice what you give to one customer can creep into the another slice. How do you take security control between this? Then security protocols and standards during the design itself, how the application is designed. In fact, that is how the NCCS ITSAR will help us in finding out security protocols and standards. IoT devices is another key area, because through NEF, now IoT will get connected to 5G, and therefore, if there is some vulnerable device, that will also impact the security, because now, as in the morning, our member F was telling that not many, if the rogue device comes and it starts polluting the whole, and it is very difficult to know, because now billions of devices will come, and therefore we'll have problems. Then the problem is of insufficient security testing. Do we test? Do we do access control properly? Do we manage all these regulations correctly? And we keep hearing a lot in the newspapers, in various medias, of the attacks happening. So therefore, some of the solutions, I think I would, Professor Manjesh will definitely be concentrating, like how do you design secure design, how do you manage your access control and authentication, how do you do vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, how do you do security update and patch management. For example, I can quote one example, I will not quote the organization. Very recently, a very prominent organization's application was running in a particular server in a particular data center. And the guy who penetrated the complete firewall went to the particular server, went to the particular application, changed the file, rewritten the code, replaced the file with the same name, and then started playing with all the files. So there are a lot of risks which are happening, and I think because 5G is totally virtualized, we'll have many challenges. We will have no better than Professor Manjesh, who has been expert in this area and have been working for years in cybersecurity. Over to you, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank to Dr. Upadhyaya for the generous introduction. And with this mic, I'm feeling that now I'm in a big IIT Bombay classrooms, where we have this big classroom where there are 200, 300 people. So there, we like to wear this mic so that we can freely move. Okay, thanks a lot for the invitation. Thanks to NCCS for inviting me to talk about some of the security related work we are doing. So today I'm going to talk about this vulnerability in 5G core and mitigation approaches. So here at IIT Bombay we have a team who is looking into various aspects of vulnerabilities and how to mitigate them in the 5G core. And I have listed some of the team members here. And by the way, all of them are here. I think they will be interacting with some of you at various points. Okay, as we know, and also some of the speakers in the morning alluded to that, actually 5G has kind of brought in a paradigm shift in the way telecom network works because of a lot of softwareization. And with these three core pillars like ultra low latency and mobile bandwidth and this mobile to machine communication, it is expected to bring a lot of revolution in various domains. It's already bringing and a lot more expected to come in. While its modular design principle based on open standard have reduced the entry barriers for the innovator, but it is kind of also a double-edged sword because now other it kind of becomes an easy target for attackers who knows these open standards pretty well. And now a lot of things are moving to this 5G core. Now this is also like a national critical asset for us, and its security is paramount. So in that way, I really commend the efforts by DOT through NCCS in particularly looking into the various security aspects of telecom networks. Okay, I will get started with the vulnerability in 5G core. So just to understand like why this core is becoming more vulnerable, it is better to look into kind of the journey that telecom has made so far. As you see that from 2G to 3G to 4G to 5G, like we are moving from very proprietary protocols to protocols which are open, like HTTP2 and all, and using very convenient formats like JSONs in application, and also using security which is well studied like TCP and TLS. And also like a lot of applications in this 5G core are also built on RESTful frameworks, which is very well studied. So everybody understands them. Those who want to contribute, they can contribute. They want to put a spoke there, they can also do it. So this is like a pretty open platform. Now again, to understand how the threat models are evolving, if you have to compare 2G and 3G test models, in the 3G, everything is trusted, both at the edge and the core. Whereas in the third generation, yeah, the trust model slightly shifted. The edge was no more trusted, but still there was a mutual trust at the core. Now, if you now start comparing 3G versus 4G, yeah, the mutual trust at the core kind of become partial trust. Okay, some things were trusted, some things were not trusted. In that way, it kind of made a platform to ask for more and more security. Now, if you compare 4G versus 5G technologies, now nowhere anybody trusting anybody. Everything has to be validated, authenticated. Now it is all what we are now calling it as a zero trust platform. It is not that if the security is provided at this periphery, I'm happy, I believe that, okay, I'm fine inside the core, which could be my private area network. It's not the case. Even if it is within your private area network, maybe there is a requirement of authentication and all. Okay, now with this zero trust model that kind of 5G is demanding, and it has also brought a lot of modularization in the way the whole system is developed. Like here I have just depicted the broad picture. I will not go into the details, but as you see here, there is a RAN side here, then the mobile devices here, sorry, that multi-edge computing there, and at the back of it, you see the core, which consists of various networks functions, which is supported by its data network. And all this can be configured, orchestrated through your management and orchestration, which we are calling as Mano. And this is what it is making like very potential. Like I can configure it the way I want. I can bring in desired quality of service. By this whole network can be thought of consisting of multiple network with its own performance guarantees and all, which also brought in slicing of this network. So basically, the whole architecture is modular, which helps many players to come into picture and contribute here. Okay, now I want to start focusing on the 5G core, which is going to be the focus of this talk. Now, in the core, there are so many network functions. Each function has its own dedicated task to accomplish. And everybody here talks on some open standard through this, what we call a service-based architecture. Okay, and now some of these are going to talk on open standard like IP, and some of them, as we will see later, they have to talk on some old standards to maintain backward compatibility with already existing, like let's say a 4G architecture. Okay, now in this 5G, there are various enabling technologies. Some of them I have listed here, and I think which we have been talking about. Everybody is aware of this. I'm just like putting it here just to maintain the continuity of my talk. Now, some of the important components are network function virtualization, which is basically making your network very elastic. And it is something which is enabling the softwareization. And now we have this software-defined network, which makes it like put a lot of your complex rules. Instead of putting them in a proprietary network, you just make them like a programmable. So that is where the software-defined network is coming into picture. And as I already said, the service-based architecture, which is allowing this entire functionalities to be developed in a very modular structure in the form of microservices and allowing them to talk over some standard protocol. So now it's not that this entire network function core has to come from one vendor. Each network component can itself be developed by different vendors, and this open-based architecture enables them to talk, just can make them like a plug and play and talk to other network functions in the core. And as I said, this is already using API-based protocol. And to run all these things, we need mature hardware and infrastructure ecosystem. But now this is also now could be leveraged using the cloud-based deployment, which is cloud technologies are pretty mature now. Now every organization is very comfortable using cloud. So, and that is also making their adaptation very easy, because now nobody need to maintain about their hardware. That job of maintaining hardware, making sure that they run, their downtime is less, it is being offloaded to someone else is taking care of. All you need to do is focus on what you want, like develop nice application which have a good quality of service. Okay, so far nice. There are many technologies, enablers, which have made this 5G very nice, but everything is bringing in their own little bit of bad things, and some of them I have listed here. Yes, hardware. Now I'm not using my hardware. Maybe I'm relying on somebody, some cards. That may come with some backdoors, and there could be hardware bugs in that. And this virtualization, even though it is making my development very easy, making it modular, but it is like something which is helping you with a lot of feature, will always going to come with a lot of complexity. It will have its own issues like sandbox escapes, hypervisor compromise, shared memory attacks, and all. And the cloud, when you are using whatever it is, like however control you are, it is after all somebody else is owning it, not you. So there is always risk of using it. And a lot of communications are happening over the standard IP protocol, and that itself makes it subjected to the standard known attacks like DDoS, man-in-the-middle attacks, snipping effect, and spoofing attacks. And service applications, like all this service-based architecture is already making it too vulnerable to already known attacks like SQL injection, broken authentication, access, all these APIs we are using to talk to each other, they are bringing all these security threats. And orchestration, when I'm doing a lot of macroservices building, they need to be orchestrated, and this orchestration is not always simpler. That can they bring in their own malicious code, and they could redirect error communication to something which you don't like. So the enablers, which are actually the positive point, we need to ensure that these enablers are properly taken care, otherwise they could be doing a lot of harm to us. Now a little bit looking into the threat landscape itself, some of the things we have listed here. And so all these things, the 8 points we have listed here, the illegal intercepts, DOS attacks, which are mapped to the various points in this network. So illegal intercept and DOS are nothing new to 5G. Even 4G was subjected to that. Whereas the flash traffic is new. What is flash traffic here? Now, my 5G is supposed to be enabling a lot of IoT. It is 5G is considered as one of the enabler technologies for Industry 4.0. So a lot of sensors are going to be talking. These sensors may not be sophisticated, but their number is humongous. So they will be pushing a lot of data, and we may be seeing a flash of traffic that the core has to handle. And these sensors being very lightweight devices, they may not have all the security aspects covered in them, and they could become an easy point for attackers to hijack and make a way through our network through them. And again, the privacy breach, again, this is something not new. The fake base stations, this is also not new concept, but this becomes a little prominent in the 5G because 5G cells are basically thought to be densely deployed with small coverage areas, lot of cells, and if somebody wants to spoof it, then it may become easier. It becomes easier here. And slice is also considered as one of the biggest flexibility that the 5G core is bringing, but I will talk about it. 5G is bringing its own security issues into the 5G core. And threats originating from the internet, they are already known. A security policy conflict, and this is one of the things that I feel is a little bit unique to 5G because there is various quality of service we can configure in 5G, and because of this microservice, I have to do a lot of orchestration, and there I need to set a lot of policies, and when I have to manage a lot of policies, there could be conflicting policies which may further lead to breaches or security attacks. So 5G is carrying over some of the threat landscape which are already there in the 4G, but it is also adding its own new threat landscape. And these new threat landscape are little difficult to handle because of the scale, as I said in the case of flash traffic. Okay, now if I have to put all of them in terms of the sub-threat vectors, and this is mentioned in one of the ESF document, I could broadly classify the threat vectors in terms of what is coming through the software configuration, the network security, the network slicing, I'm reading the outer edge, and the legacy communication infrastructure, and the software-defined networks, and the network function virtualization, what is multi-access edge computing, and another aspect is this spectrum sharing. So all these aspects are kind of bringing threat, enlarging the threat surface of my 5G networks. Okay, now let's talk about why is this communication aspects is bringing the threat aspects. I have talked about one particular network function here, charging function here. So charging function talks to various other functions in the network, like account balance management function, and the rating function, and the charging gateway function. And this function, it has to talk over legacy interfaces like diameter and GTP. And this diameter and GTP already knows to have certain vulnerabilities which people have exploited. And if they could exploit that, I am also vulnerable. My entire 5G core becomes vulnerable here. So this legacy communication thing, if I am not careful in my 5G, then that will bring in security issues. So some of the things we have listed here, like the legacy things like SS7 and the diameter. For example, if you look into the SS7, in the SS7, some of the things were going in plain text. So there, the SMS could be intercepted and read, and like some attacks like eavesdropping and denials of services was possible. Now, if I don't carefully use them in my 5G for backward compatibility, I will be subjected to the same set of attacks. And in the diameter improvised over SS7, maybe things are not in plain text here, but still many of the protocol parameters go in plain text. Because of that, subscriber information and some network information get disclosed, which could be used to do some security attacks. Okay, what about the security challenge that software-defined networks brings into picture. I have highlighted some points here. As I said, software-defined network allows us to do lot of routing things controlled in a centralized fashion. And if some attackers takes care of this centralized network, then my whole network could be under his control. And this resource limitation on DFEs, that data forwarding elements, they are also prone to this saturation attack, which if not properly configured. So there are other issues like multi-controller, misconfiguration, and what I've written it as SDN applications, like in the SDN application, threat of malicious application getting access to some APIs is pretty much possible because this is all software talking to many other modules. Anybody getting access to this API, they could play with them, and my entire network could be exposed because of this. Similarly, some of the things what applies to software-defined networks also applies to network function virtualization, because both of them bringing the flexibility of controlling things in a scalable manner. Some of the issues in the network function virtualization are, because now I'll be creating various virtualizations here in terms of either containers or virtual machines, there will be a lot of configurations can arise, and these configuration errors can be potentially exploited by the attackers. Malicious insider is something obvious. If somebody, when I'm creating this virtualization, if somebody takes control of them, of course it is going to create a lot of security breaches. And the maintenance of trust. When I'm using this virtualization, for example, containers and all, I will be maybe taking some of them from a third party. Unless a trust is established that third party, then I will not be able to do, and even some cases, I may access some of the network functions from third party which could be malicious. Okay? So like that, there are various issues that the network function virtualizations will bring in. Yeah, the main issue from the network function virtualization, I want to focus a little bit on the container aspects here. As we know, container brings in some kind of software level abstraction of sharing the resources. And when we have such a kind of things, like hardware resources are shared, but they will be just separated at the software level, when we are going to use such kind of containers, it may be possible that these containers get misconfigured. And most often or not, developers often go with something easy, like they may create containers with the highest privilege mode. This may cause vulnerability, this may increase the security risk. And these containers make if some attacker can breach this container, it becomes easier for them to do lateral movement and the privilege escalation. Suppose a container with the highest privilege, let's say created with the root privilege is breached, an attacker can do a container escape and he's on a host machine with the full root privilege. That is like a massive risk. And now when I'm deploying containers, it's not that every time I'm going to create a container, freshly build it. I may directly use some container images, which could be malicious container masquerading as genuine containers. And in fact, this is an attack which was used recently in the ongoing Ukraine-Russia war, where some people created container images which look like a genuine, but they are basically malicious container. When you use them and put in your machine, those containers were launching DDoS attack. Like somebody using your infrastructure, they are launching attack on some third-party networks. I mean, basically, if you don't be careful in using the container, you are basically lending your platform or your resources to be used for attacks. Yeah, another aspect, network slicing. This is one of the selling features of 5G security, where I can create basically my same network, I can think of it consisting of multiple services, each with its own quality of service coming up with guarantee. But it may happen that in the slicing, some of my network component may be commonly used across multiple services, and this could give rise to security issues. And also, this network resource slices may guarantee your, how much time I have? I was told 45 minutes, right? I'm still at 25 minutes, but I will wind up faster. Okay. Oh, okay, fine. Anyway, I'm fine. Okay, so as you see that there is a common thing which could give rise to security attacks. Yeah, I think I said most of it. I'll skip. So this is a kind of summary. Each of this, software configuration, network security, network slicing, legacy communication, multi-edge computing, and the spectrum sharing, and the software network function virtualization, everything brings its own security threats. Fine. Given the flexibility and modularity it brings, we should anticipate that it comes with security risk, but the question is like how to mitigate them. Okay, so in this mitigation, there is standard framework, what they call CIA triad. Confidentiality, integrity, and availability should be maintained so that I don't give any leeway for attackers to easily get into my network. So confidentiality is like whatever I am sending, nobody should be able to see that. Integrity ensures that what I'm sending is indeed coming through me, not by somebody else. And availability means that, okay, whatever I want to access, that should be available. It's not that hijacked by someone else. If that's the case, maybe it is already like I'm basically covering my threat surface and giving less handles to the attacker. So this is a triad which is known, but this could be extended. Like I can add more to this. There should be provision that like whoever I give access like is authorized, but there should be means to validate that if somebody has logged in, it is this person who is logged in. There should be provision for non-repudiation. There should be also privacy angle to that, and also replay protection should be prevented. Like we can keep on adding, so we can extend this triad. Now, based on this, whatever the threat landscape we have understood, one has to come up with now common security requirement. Some of the things we have listed here. So this is something which could apply to all the network functions. Some of this security coverage could be specific to some network function. So some of this could be like how to give access, how to do authorization, how to do authenticate, and how the software should be managed. What should be the execution environment, how to make our execution environment secure, how to enable the auditing, and how to protect our data, and how to make sure that our network and services are not under attack, they are available for use, and do continuous vulnerability testing so that if any of my software is known to become vulnerable, immediately patch it, and make sure that your operating system and web servers are not, again, have some vulnerability which could be exploited by someone. And then your service pair architecture aspects also we need to take into account. So by the way, these are what is going in ITSAS, which Professor Pushpendra and other senior officers talked about. And some of this been already taken care in the 3GPP SCAS document. And IITs like IIT Bombay, Madras, and Hyderabad are also contributing towards this direction. So these are little more details. I will not go into that. Now, about the cloud security. As most of these are going to get deployed in cloud security, so one has to be very clear about that this cloud aspects are not compromised. My security is well taken care of there. Some of the issues one has to address is everything access is securely identified, so IDAM should be there. And any connection happens, that should be happen through maybe some certificates or keys which are generated through public key infrastructure and also certified by proper certification agency. And as I said, running the containers in a privilege mode is a very risky issue, so that privilegation should be restricted. And also in the container mode and the cloud I'm using, it's not that it's only me there. There are multiple people who could be using there in a multi-tenancy mode. So my data, my same platform memory could be shared. In that case, how to ensure that my data keeps segregated. So maybe, and also one has to worry about how the execution happens. So some trusted execution environment should be taken care in there. Some runtime security should be taken care. And also some of the important features is when I have containers, I need to make sure that how they're interacting with my kernel, what kind of system calls they are making, whether the system calls they are making, they are allowed, or they are making calls which are actually not allowed. That is also helps me to understand if they are doing any malicious activities. Okay, now I'll just wind up in 2 minutes. Now, as you see, the demarcation between 5G network security and the cyber security is kind of very thin. Whatever applies to cyber security, that applies to 5G network security as well, because the extensive use of cloud, computational, softwareization, microservices, containerizations, and all. Now, in the cyber security attack, when people try to analyze this, the way to go ahead and detect attack is, look, you are not going to detect attack in one go. Attacker is going to take multiple steps before he does his proper intended job. For example, if it's a ransomware attack, before he encrypts, he is going to execute multiple steps. Maybe first he will compromise your system. He will come through your system, maybe some of the weakest links, maybe phishing email. Then he will establish his foothold in your system. Then he will escalate your privilege, whatever, maybe by, if it is through container, maybe by escaping container, whatever. Then he will see that where is the most critical information is there. Because usually they come through the machines which are the lowest privileges, where people are not cyber savvy or tech savvy. They come and then try to look for the one who has the higher privilege, move there laterally, and then start doing their intended operations. So these technique procedures that these attackers are going to be used, we need to monitor them. And MITRE attack frameworks already tells the possible ways attacker can use them. So we need to monitor all these things in our 5G security also. And this is my last slide. We talked about the mitigation. So the process we have to possibly use is, many of the earlier speakers has also alluded to this, we should have a proper identity and access management. We should have an endpoint monitoring system. When I say endpoint, it could be your desktop server, it could be a containers on that, it could be a virtualization. We need to have a proper log collection mechanism. We need to manage them and respond. We need to look into their vulnerability assessment. And we need to use open source intelligence to make sure that any malicious behavior can be immediately detected. We need to have a proper mechanism for incident response. We should have a mechanism for audit and compliance. And first and last and foremost, we should have a best practices. What is that best practices depend on the organization, but that could be the first line of defense. Make sure that everybody follows best practices, and then some of the advanced techniques could be used, like behavior analytics, where AI/ML techniques can be used. So that's all about my talk. Before she says thank you to me, let me say this. So whatever I said last, we have some of these features can be monitored through our product called tool called Vajra, which we have put outside. I invite all of you to please take a look into that. It is called Vajra, and with that I will stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, sir. Shall we take some questions? Anybody has a question, you can quickly raise your hand, and we'll try to quickly send you a mic. There's one in the center there.
My question to gentleman from Geo, Bhavesh, if I named your name correctly. My question to you is, you had got millimeter wave frequency and also massive MIMO frequency in the 5G spectrum auctioning. But however, your deployment across 656 sites you have said in your presentation talks about only massive MIMO. Have you ever deployed millimeter wave in the cell site deployment?
Yeah, millimeter wave, we have deployed as per the regulatory obligation, but not extensively so far because the requirement, the use cases are not at priority right now. But we have certain use cases, so based on that, we will deploy. It won't be a carpet coverage in case of millimeter wave, so we are looking at it.
But Verizon Wireless has deployed millimeter wave. Are you aware of it in US? And they have generated use cases accordingly. If I'm just giving you an information. Verizon Wireless has deployed millimeter wave in their 5G rollout.
So millimeter wave is not targeted for, typically for smartphones. If you see the smartphones today, I don't think they will have millimeter wave support.
Yeah. My second question to you is, you have implemented network slicing in your core network, where SDN and NFV concept is implemented. Can you throw light how it is implemented in your geo-indigenous Atma, whatever phrase you are using in this one?
So implementation is as, strictly...
Because are you using Kubernetes software in your network slicing concept, where SDN and NFV is deployed in your 5G core? Because as far as in your 5G network, and SDN and NFV is deployed in the 5G core only, and it is used for the network slicing purpose. Is that you're using a Kubernetes software or something like that? Because I am aware, because when I had an interaction with IIT Bombay Associate Professor Maithili Uthukuli, she told me that she's using Intel server, and I think the sir who is sitting, I know her very well personally also. So in that angle, I'm asking you how you have implemented in Geo, how it is different from IIT Bombay development on 5G core.
Yeah, can't comment on IIT Bombay development, but all our products are cloud native. So they use the cloud technologies as mentioned. They are compatible with multiple cloud related technologies. And when it comes to network slicing, it's the
complex task.
We have, it's complex, but we have achieved radio as well as core. We have we support slicing. We have implemented and also tested in network. So network slicing is fully supported as per 3GPP protocol strictly. So there is no, isn't much proprietary thing there as per 3GPP protocols.
Okay, thank you.
So any more questions before?
I have one question, sir.
Mulli, sir. Mr. Mulli, can you pass on mic to him, please? डॉक्टर मुरली, तो माइक पास करें इधर, यहाँ से क्वेश्चन आया है ना, या हाथ हटा है? I think we have been given only 5-minute time by the organizers, so only 1 or 2 questions we can have.
Thank you. This question is to Geo. So I should compliment Geo in terms of breaking the barriers of 3G to quickly making mass acceptance of 4G by way of offering, trial base for 3 months, etc. All those marketing things. But then, what was started as free now, it has now reached its own peak rate level. So therefore, there is one thing. Second aspect is the speed at which you are trying to offer initially has drastically reduced. Okay, this is just an observation. Coming to the main question is that your 4G to 5G, now rate at which you are deploying the 5G sites are very rapid and fastest growing, I fully appreciate. But then how this is helping to the rural mass and rural penetration of the network? Is there any plan specific to Geo?
I think you have a question. Okay. Yeah, so we plan to cover Pan India, by end of this year. So Pan India means, we'll try. Our focus is also on rural. So of course, it starts with cities first and then it goes to rural areas.
I think few questions only related to security. This seminar is about security.
Yes, yes.
So please ask your questions, how it can help in the security domain.
Yes, sir. Sir, if you take two speakers' views, that one side you come to know that there is a good amount of money is going to flow in the country, as he has put in his one slide, $455 billion dollars from 2023 to 2040.
That is GSMA report.
So one side is a flood of money he has shown, and the other side, Mr. Manjesh has shown how the flood of vulnerabilities and the threat and surface is going to increase. So these are the two different areas. But out of this, I wanted to know from Mr. Manjesh that this entire complexity is increasing. If you see every interface, every compartment of the 5G network is becoming vulnerable. And the managing entire 5G security aspect is also becoming very complex.
Can you pass on mic to Professor Manjesh? I think the question is coming towards me.
Are we going to use some artificial intelligence techniques, or how this entire complexity is going to be managed? This is question number one. And question number two, you have raised one point about the certification, various interactions through certification. So if you carefully observe, our certification agencies are outside our country. So my question to Mr. Upadhyay is that whether we have any plan to come in this Atmanirbhar track for this certification part.
The certification to NCCS hai na?
No, sir.
The whole seminar is conducted by NCCS.
No, sir. I am asking about the certification agencies which are controlling various certifications.
No. See, the complete certification is either TEC or NCCS. And
he is talking about PKI certification body. CA, certifying authorities.
Okay, route you are saying. So that work is already on. I think this is, TRI was also working, and in fact, this question was asked when I was in TRI, and slowly this is moving towards that, and soon we will have our the route verification right in India. We have established that authority, but you are right, some of the certification, the route certification happens outside this country, and this is being taken care. So I think we have almost, sir, you please answer this question first, then I'll sum up.
I think you asked me about this, there is threat surface increasing, how to take care of that, right? Like, I think there is already there are actually, cybersecurity, I would put it in two parts. One is, to some extent, easy to handle. The other part, which may be just 2-3%, almost very difficult to handle. These are kind of zero-day attacks and all, right? When it happens, nobody knows how to deal with this. And they're happening once in a while, and that is very difficult to handle. And there, all your tools may not help, which may have defended you against 90-95%, which are used by some low-level attackers, right, who always keep bombarding and try to sneak in somehow your network. That you can stop. But maybe there are some state-sponsored actors who are very, very sophisticated, find out some vulnerability in some commonly used packages, and then they come into picture. So their existing tool may not work, but that is where maybe AI, ML techniques should be very rigorously adapted. So there they may raise some warnings, come some alarms that something seems to be abnormal, which could be further followed up. Yeah, that's my.
So I think we have, our time is up.
Sir, one question from
जल्दी, हमारा time up हो गया. मेरे को यहाँ से direction आ रहा है बंद करने के लिए.
Yeah, Manjesh, one quick question to you. You just stated that all the best practices of cyber security applies to this 5G core as well, right? But the normal cyber world doesn't have to deal with these kind of feature functionalities which 5G is promising. URLLC is one of them, right? So, and 5G, the entire 5G infrastructure also provides connectivity stream for non-3GPP devices as well, right? So what should be the strategy? Because you know the GTP stateful inspection of the kind of solutions that are being provided, those are impracticable. So what is your take on that? That what additional things are needed for, this kind of security, kind of association in a 5G network, other than the ones which are being employed in cybersecurity domain?
I think that is in the cybersecurity domain, as I understand, people mostly focus on the endpoint security, like my network, my point get breached. But when I'm talking about telecom, I have multiple things, right? I have switches, routers, and routers are the ones which get very much get attacked by the outside world. So when you are talking about this kind of telecom network, I feel that the entire chain need to be looked as a whole. Like, okay, not only endpoint, but all that sits in the middle. Like maybe you want to monitor your routers, switches, firewalls, and then maybe correlate all of them, then maybe you will maybe better able to defend against attacks which are targeted to the telecom sectors.
So don't you think there's a dichotomy of things because
Arindam, छोड़ दो अभी अगला सेशन भी है, लोगों को चाय भी पीनी है. So a big round of applause for Mr. Hardik and Professor Manjesh, who covered the topics so nicely, and I think this is a work in progress, especially the 5G security, and CCS is on anyway have tie-up with IIT Mumbai and other IITs. I'm sure that these efforts will help us secure whatever Atmanirbhar Bharat core RAN and what we import also are taken care. Thank you. I hand over back to MC.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll request Dr. Padhyay to please hand over a memento to our speakers. Hardik ji, thank you so much. Professor Manjesh, can we hear it for him, please? Shall we take one group picture with all of you? So one picture. Now you can come together and take one picture. Let's bridge the gap and take a nice picture. Thank you so much. Please give them a big round of applause if you found that useful. So with this, we'll have a quick tea break. We have the next session that we'll start at 4 o'clock sharp. So please join us back in time. Thank you. I'm coming down.
Dr. Tim, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very clearly.
Yeah, we are able to hear you. Can you a bit louder, a bit louder?
For me?
Okay, a little bit louder. Is this better?
Yeah, whatever you are seeing is the background.
Okay, do you want me to go on video as well?
Dr. Tim, can you please switch on your video?
Yes, turn on the video. There we go.
Yes, now you're clearly visible. Can you say something for your voice check?
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Good afternoon, good afternoon. Can you please try sharing your
adjust my video.
presentation?
Me or Lily?
Whoever is going to present first, just they can start sharing.
Yes, do you want me to share the
Yeah,
slide?
please share your presentation so that we can check here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ask her to change the slides.
Can you please change the slides?
Does it look okay to you?
Yeah, we can see that there.
She has turned on. She is sharing her screen. Lily, can you change the slides? We just want to check the transition.
Don't
Huh?
worry, that will come. Don't worry about that much.
Okay, okay. Okay, we'll be back in another 8 to 10 minutes. We have a tea break now. Then we'll start your session.
Sounds good.
Okay, just give us 5-10 minutes. Once all the audience is back, we will ping you. Then you can start.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
You can stop sharing your screen now. Once your session starts, you can probably share your screen.
रहने दो ना, क्या दिक्कत है? वो आप उधर प्रोजेक्ट करना शुरू कर दो। क्या दिक्कत क्या हो गया? जब ऐसे भी इंट्रोड्यूस करना है तो फिर
Check.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. We're just starting in another 5 minutes. We're just waiting for the people to come back from the tea break.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Can I request you all to please take your seats so we can start? May I request everyone to please take your seats? We shall begin. So this is going to be a hybrid session where we have 2 speakers online and 2 speakers are here with us. I'd like to start with introducing our moderator for the session. We have Shri K. Shri Krishna, an Indian Telecom Service Officer of the 1990 batch, having served in various capacities in Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited and Department of Telecommunications. Presently, he is working as Deputy Director General in NCCS Bangalore. He is responsible for development of Indian telecom elements, network functions, and for development of test procedures to test the IT SARs. May I request Shri Ashutosh Divakar to please present a bouquet to Sir and welcome him. So like I said, it's a hybrid session. We have 2 speakers who are going to be joining us online. We'd like to extend a warm welcome virtually to Dr. Lily Chen, who's a mathematician and heads Cryptographic Technology Group in Computer Security Division, NIST. Her team has been developing cryptographic standards published in Federal Information Processing Standards and NIST special publications. The team is currently devoted to developing next generation of cryptography standards, including post-quantum cryptography, lightweight cryptography for constrained environment, and approaches many advanced cryptographic areas. Also joining us is Dr. Timothy Hall, an electrical engineer by training. He is the manager of the Security Testing, Validation and Measurements Group in the Computer Security Division at NIST. His group includes the FIPS 140 Cryptographic Module Validation Program, the Cryptographic Algorithm Validation Program, the National Vulnerability Database, and a few security research activities. He has published research in spectrum sharing and dynamic spectrum access in his past roles at NIST. Warm welcome, sir. We have with us here Shri Orindam Bhattacharya, an electronics and communication engineer having more than 35 years of industry experience in various domains, starting with testing and deployment of mainframe computers, design, testing, and deployment of strategic communication systems for the defense sector. He has been a key contributor to various policy and roadmap documents of DOT on M2M communication and IPv6. Also contributed in various technical reports in TEC. As convener for published standards IS 180041 in BIS and in formulation of the policy document for the standardization of intelligent transportation system in Niti Aayog. Warm welcome, Shri Orindam Bhattacharya. Also joining us on the dais is Shri Sushil Kumar, an officer of the 1987 batch of Indian Telecommunication Services. He has done his graduation in ENC Engineering in 1987 and Master in Computer Science and Technology in 89 from University of Roorkee, Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. With more than 30 years of experience in telecom and IoT ICT, he is presently working as Deputy Director General in TEC and leading the IoT initiatives. He has released 20 technical reports with the outcome intended to be used in policies and standards. He is chairing ITU-T, SG20 Regional Group for Asia Pacific, Vice Chair in ITU-T SG20 Management Team, and also its focus group on AI and IoT for digital agriculture. Warm welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us. With this, I'll request our moderator to please take over, sir.
Good afternoon, all. We have 4 speakers in this session. They will be dealing with 2 speakers are online. Good morning to both the speakers from US, from National Institute of Standards and Technology, Ms. Lily Chan and Dr. Tim Hall from NIST. The topic is very relevant and very important also for the 5G network, especially whatever ITSARs we are preparing, and we are specially prescribing that all the 5G network elements should be compliant with at least FIPS 140-2. And already NIST has set a sunset period for 140-2. They said from September 21, no more FIPS 140-2 is going to be used, and they are slowly migrating to 140-3. And both the speakers will be talking mainly about FIPS 140-3, which is going to become a new standard in the cryptography. And cryptography has become very important because the data in which we store in the 5G network elements, as well as the both stationary data as well as the transit data and the data that is processed in the network elements, everything has to be kept secured. And the FIPS standards, which are accepted worldwide, even though they are mainly designed for using in the federal government in US, but everywhere across the world they have been accepted as a national standard, and they have been implemented and adopted in most of the network elements, whether it is a telecom or any other network elements, because of their reputation of protecting the network and all. And they nicely prescribe what type of hash algorithms to be used, what type of message authentication code to be used, and what type of encryption to be used, both symmetric and asymmetric. And let us listen to both the experts from NIST and what they are going to tell about the standards which they are going to develop in the 140-3. As many of you are aware, already they have invited applications for developing post-quantum cryptography also. Some 3-4 rounds also they have completed, and they are in the process of finalizing the finalists for the post-quantum cryptography, and also for the lightweight cryptography, which is going to be used in the Internet of Things also. So let us listen to both the speakers. I request both the speaker, Lily Madam, to start her presentation. She is there online?
Thank you for the introduction. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. In this session, for this talk, we have 2 presentations. I will talk about the NIST cryptographic standards first, and then Dr. Tim Hao will talk about the cryptographic module validation program. So first, let me very briefly introduce National Institute of Standards and Technology. This is a federal government agency, especially it's a non-regulatory federal agency within U.S. Department of Commerce. So this, we are a research institute. Before 1988, it's called the National Bureau of Standards. We cover a lot of measurement science research. The headquarters is in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and the laboratory is also in Boulder, Colorado. We have about 6,000 employees and associates, at least 5 Nobel Prize recipients. So then this talk is focused on the cryptographic standards. The mission of the cryptographic standards is to develop standards, the Federal Information Processing Standards, also called FIPS, and the guidelines or recommendations. Sometimes we call it special publications to protect non-national security federal information system. That is, the standards are used for unclassified security information. Then, outside of the federal government, these publications are implemented for the commercial usage to promote economic development and protect sensitive personal and corporate information. NIST started to develop cryptographic standards since 1977 our first cryptographic standard was called the Data Encryption Standard, DES. And over the 40 years, and NIST continues to evolve its cryptographic standards. Now we have the standards for emerging security applications like internet, digital communications, open platform, etc. And so this standard enhanced to against more sophisticated attacks. So this is a chart to give you a glance about what our standard look like. So we have public key-based, also called asymmetric key-based cryptography, like signatures and key establishment. We also have symmetric key-based, like a block cipher, mode of operations, message authentication code, and hash functions. And we also developed some guidelines, like transition guidelines, key generation, and key management. And we also have some basic tools for cryptographic applications, such as random number generator and key derivation function. So this is not a complete list, but this gives you some idea about NIST cryptographic technology. So now this, the venue of this conference is for 5G communications. So this slide shows how the asymmetric key cryptography and the symmetric key cryptography have been used in today's communication system. So the first, usually the protocol will use public key cryptography to establish a symmetric key and also to authenticate each other, and then use symmetric key cryptography to encrypt and authenticate bulk data. The public key use mostly is Diffie-Hellman key exchange and RSA and ECDSA signatures. The symmetric key are AES block ciphers with different modes and hash-based message authentication code. So most of the internet protocols use this kind of pattern, for example, like transport layer security, TLS, and internet key exchange used for IPsec. Then now I will talk some challenges for 5G network. So first, 5G takes advantages of public key cryptography. And during the old days, the cellular network is SIM card based or USIM card based, use symmetric key cryptography for authentication and key establishment. And now the 5G network is a homogeneous network and will mingle with IP network and the internet. So the public key cryptography is used for user authentication to non-cellular network and also to protect the privacy, for example, like ICMC. Second is that 5G provides connections for Internet of Things, IoT. Some IoT devices are very constrained and small device. So for the cryptography, it requires some small hardware or efficient implementation. And 5G also demands interoperability and backward compatibility. We all understand that once a cryptographic algorithms are is implemented in the network, then any update is going to very challenging to maintain interoperability. But we are constantly in the demanding to increase key size, length of the hash values, And we also need to introduce new algorithms such as post-quantum cryptography. And the 5G and must target on extended security objectives and features. So the cellular network is not a standalone network in 5G. So we need to deal with more sophisticated cryptanalysis methods, such as side channel attacks, multiple key target attacks. And it also demands usability features. Today, the 5G network function has been implemented in all kinds of devices. So we need to assume that implementers are not cryptographers. So we need to have misuse resistance. And 5G also requires privacy protection for connected user device. User information usually is transmitted. Even some medical device and some personal use device, like an electronic toothbrush. That's an example. So this kind of network will need to protect the user privacy. So we highlighted the challenge in the 5G network. Now I will introduce some new initiatives about the NIST cryptographic program. So the first, NIST has worked on the post-quantum cryptography, and this is cover the public key cryptography part, because we know that when powerful quantum computers become available, all the current deployed public key cryptography, like Diffie-Hellman key exchange and RSA and elliptic curve cryptography, will be broken. So we need a new cryptographic technology to meet the challenge from quantum computers. And then we also developed the lightweight cryptography for IoT and the constrained device. And for the privacy, we have a project called the Privacy Enhancing Cryptography, and we have constant seminar serials. And then we also have threshold cryptography for the multi-party computation to reduce the risk. That means not to put all the eggs in one single basket. So we have multi-party to implement cryptographic algorithms to prevent the security failures. So among the 4 major new initiatives for the cryptography, today I will talk about post-quantum cryptography and lightweight cryptography. We started the post-quantum cryptography from 2016, and after almost 7 years, last year we selected the first site of the cryptography algorithms to be standardized. Right now, we have 3 draft FIPS are ready for public comments. We just waiting for the Department of Commerce approve us to release these 3 FIPS for public comments. At the same time, our post-quantum cryptography effort will not end to these current standards. We will continue to evaluate first round candidate and additional signatures. We expect to publish the first set of the post-quantum cryptography standards in 2024. Then for lightweight cryptography focuses on the authenticated encryption with additional data, and then with some hash function option. So for the lightweight cryptography, it's more challenging because it's not a weak cryptography. It has limited with its implementation environment. So we see that the lightweight cryptography actually is a heavy lifting job. So we started this work in, we started in the 2016-15 timeframe, but the formal first round was selected in 2019, and we narrowed down a few times. So this year, we made the final selection. Algorithm SCOM is selected as the final winner. We are developing the standard for SCOM, and hopefully we will publish this standard at the end of the year. What I want to say is that we tackle two challenges, two extremes. One is a very extremely powerful computing technology, quantum computers. And on the other hand, another extreme is extremely constrained environment. So these two things won't go together because the attacker is always powerful. The attackers are not constrained. So these two initiatives, both the quantum cryptography and the lightweight cryptography, are two major challenge efforts in the past 6 to 7 years for us. We worked with the community, so it progressed very well. Hopefully, these cryptographic techniques can be used for 5G. So I will stop my talk here and hand it over to Dr. Tim Hall to talk about the crypto module validation program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me share my slides here.
Use the share button in the last line.
Yeah. There we go. There we go. Are these visible now?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. So very glad to be with you all. I wish I could be there in person. I'm Tim Hall, the group manager in the Computer Security Division at NIST. And I'll skip the longer introduction, thanks to the very nice one at the beginning of the talk. Let me start with a bit of an outline. So FIPS 140, the title is Security Requirements for Cryptographic Modules. Now, where is this used or applied? If a U.S., United States federal agency, any agency, specifies that any unclassified data or information needs to be cryptographically protected, then they must use a FIPS 140 validated module to do so. So again, this is unclassified, not national security. So think of PII, personally identifiable information, or BII, where B is business, things like that. So what's a cryptographic module? Well, a cryptographic module can be software, it can be hardware, hybrid, it can be a system, etc. But it must implement at least one approved security function. So approved means it's defined in a FIPS or a NIST special publication. We have a list of them on our website. And things such as, but think cryptographic algorithms, things such as AES in an approved mode of operation, such as CBC, HMAC, SHA-256, password-based key derivation function, and so on. So, and I'll talk about each of these in turn later in the talk, but the Cryptographic Module Validation Program, or CMVP, that's a joint effort between the US and the Government of Canada, NIST for the US, and the Canadian Center for Cybersecurity. The CMVP is the validation authority for FIPS 140. The first version was published in 1994, and the CMVP established in 1995. So this activity has been going on for almost 30 years. And FIPS 140-3 is the current version. So here I have a screenshot of the title page for FIPS 140-3. I have and I've tried to do this in my slides. Wherever we have something posted on our website that's publicly available, you can see the link down there at the bottom. So I'll talk a little bit about the standard and supporting documentation. Now, with earlier versions of FIPS, it was all self-contained and published by NIST. FIPS 140-3, many of you may be aware of this. We wanted to move to a more international standard. And so ISO 19790, currently the 19790-2012, FIPS 140-3 points to that and includes a few modifications or updates specifically for use within CMVP. Then we have some supporting documentation in the NIST Special Publication 800-140 series. The DTR, derived test requirements, modify ISO 24759. That's the ISO derived test requirements document. And then we have some other supporting ones for documentation requirements, requirements on the public non-proprietary security policy, 140C and D, list these approved security functions and SSP generation and establishment methods. SSP is a sensitive security parameter. So that could be a key, could be keying material, or it's just a more general term than key generation or establishment. We have approved authentication methods, and then although also a non-invasive, attack. So think of side channel attacks. This is still more work needs to be done in that area. And here, since I have limited time in this talk, to give you a feeling for what these security requirements cover, I've simply reproduced the table of contents in the DTR document. So things such as module interfaces, roles such as a crypto user, crypto officer, services, a special section for software and firmware, then things such as physical security, think of things that have a physical enclosure. Again, SSP management, self-tests for the security functions, and so on. So this is just to give you a flavor, if you're not familiar with it, how broad these security requirements are. And then the third level, below the standard itself and the derived test requirement and other supporting publications, is what we call the implementation guidance. And this is on our NIST CSRC website. And here I show you, again, part of the table of contents. And then I can show you some specific ones here. I've just, to give you an indication, I'll look at the one on the left, under physical security on tamper evidence seals. So very much into physical security here. So it references the appropriate assertion in the ISO standard. That's where it says AS07.48. The test evidence that's required, that's the TE. And then we give some guidance to testing labs, the testers, on what to do, what we consider acceptable. So I believe I have this. Yes, there it's at the bottom of each page. So this is updated frequently. You'll see this has been updated within the week, 1st of August. Okay, and I apologize for moving very quickly through all this material. Let me quickly cover the transition. This very nice, the introduction to point out the transition from FIPS 140-2 to -3. So this is the full transition schedule. I've highlighted some important dates, of course, the publication date. I want to, and then I have a year later in 2020, we started accepting the first submissions. But I also want to point to the last one, and that in September of 2026 is the date at which all active FIPS 140-2 certificates move to what we call move from active to the historical list. So that's a very important date. That's a hard cutoff. Okay, let me talk a little bit about the validation process. As I said earlier, CMVP is the validation authority. However, we do not work alone. We work with over 20 international accredited testing laboratories. North America, Europe, Asia, and Australia are represented, and they're accredited through the NAVLAP program, also run out of NIST. There are some supporting programs. We do algorithm testing separately. That's testing the correctness of the algorithms or security functions. And then recently we've also separated out the testing of what NIST refers to as entropy sources. Think of a true random number generator, something that can generate truly random bits, as opposed to a pseudo-random number generator. Okay, and I'll move on here, but implementations under test, that's those that are still at the testing lab, modules in process, those that have been submitted, and then the resulting certificates are all posted, this is public, on our website. Here are some slides. I've used these to kind of describe the programs briefly. I've touched on most of this material. I just want to highlight that validation consists of conformance testing to FIPS 140-3, and that's performed by the laboratories. And so I'll move on. CAVP. So we do this testing. It's fully automated. We have what we call the Automated Cryptographic Validation Test System, ACVTS, hosted on our servers. We have two environments. One is just used for validation testing. That's our production or prod server. Our demo server, however, so this is an environment that's open to anyone. You can request use. It can be companies developing products, people in academia want to do some testing. And so this is a very useful service we believe that we offer. Okay, I know I want to be aware of the time. Again, I said entropy source validation testing. This is conformance testing to NIST Special Publication 800-90B, recommendation for entropy sources used for random bit generation. Let me move through here. So the validation process, let me start at the top. IoT, implementation under test. A vendor, this is typically a private company. This could be a Microsoft, Google, Samsung, Apple, Oracle, Red Hat. They've all gone through our validation process, and many, many more. Contracts with an accredited laboratory. The lab does the testing of the module. They do the prerequisite algorithm validation, and if needed, this isn't needed in all cases, also entropy source validation. Once that's completed, they prepare the test report and submit it to us. I won't spend much time on the various steps within the dashed box. Simply to say we do a review, a coordination, which is a back and forth conversation between CMVP and the test lab, and then we publish the certificate. Now you can look at the status on our website. Here I have, this is a snapshot from a few months ago. Implementation under test, and we list the module name, the vendor, the standard, and the date at which it entered that status. And then I can't reproduce the entire list, but we have total numbers at the bottom there. And again, the same for modules in process. So again, this is after the test lab has prepared the report and submitted it to us. And again, I have the links for you to look at. Now, so the certificates, the resulting validation certificates, are also posted on our website. That is the official certificate. We've only had 8 validated to 140-3 to date, as of today. However, there are many more to come very soon. So I can give you the complete list here, and I'll show you one. I picked one mostly because this was the shortest one. It all fit very nicely on one slide. This is an AMD cryptographic coprocessor, validated to 140-3. As you'll see, it lists the pertinent information, the sunset date, the module type. This is a firmware hybrid in a single chip embodiment. It only implements 2 security functions. That's the RSA signature verification, and then, of course, the hash algorithm, SHA-384. And again, if you could go down and click on the link at the lower right, security policy, and that would be the non-proprietary security policy that you can read. We also have published certificates for algorithm validation and entropy sources. I've just shown you actually the last page of the listing here on our website. I want to leave time for questions. So I'll wrap this up. So FIPS 140-3 and 5G. Lily did a very nice job of covering the relevance of the various algorithms and places where they would be used. So let me reiterate. FIPS 140-3 validation is a requirement for U.S. federal government agencies who want to use cryptography to protect unclassified sensitive data, what we call CUI, controlled unclassified. So that would apply to any 5G infrastructure, devices, and so on. Now, I do want to say that a module can be an end product in itself, or it can be a component or part of a module. Okay. The last point I want to make is that although there are different security levels, lowest is 1, highest is 4, and different module types, again, the hardware, software, hybrid, there is nothing specific to any sort of network device, wireless or mobile infrastructure or devices, unlike, for example, common criterias, or if you're familiar with the protection profiles. So it's a general standard. And I think I'll stop there. I'd like to leave some time for questions.
We're just sending you a mic. Please raise your hands if you have a question. Yeah.
Good evening. My question is with respect to NVLAP program. You told there are labs from Asia. So can you tell who are the labs and what these labs do? I'm actually curious to know, is there any lab from India?
I don't believe so. So all the labs are accredited to do the FIPS 140 validation testing. I know, I'll have to check the list. I know there are 2 in Japan, one in, let's see, and one in Malaysia, and I believe Taiwan.
Okay.
Yes, and then, yes.
Now, what these labs do? I mean, it's the second part of the questions.
Right. So all the labs, they do the conformance testing to FIPS 140. So the vendor, the company, contracts with the laboratory, gives them the module, and they perform testing to each of the individual requirements. And then they prepare a report in which they list each relevant requirement and then provide or indicate the type of testing that's done and the test evidence that goes with that. And then they submit a report to us.
Okay, so you mentioned voluntary. So is there any commercial testing involved here in CAVP or CMVP? Or is only on a voluntary basis?
I'm not sure I caught all your question.
You mentioned
Commercial
this
testing?
NVLAP program is voluntary testing, right? Voluntary. It's not kind of compulsory. So my question is it like, is there any commercial angle to the lab and commercial gain to the lab?
Any commercial gain to the lab?
Yeah.
Other than the vendor pays for the testing. The vendor takes the company takes the initiative, and they will. Labs have a fee schedule for various types of testing. So these are. I think we have one nonprofit laboratory, but most are for profit.
Thank you.
Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Can I please? Hello. I am Venkatramaraju Chelli. I have one question first, Mrs. Lily Chen. You have selected 10 protocol, 10 lightweight protocols you already algorithms have selected, but only finally you have listed only ASCAM only. Does you are going to finalize only ASCAM, stick to the ASCAM only, or remaining 9 also is under validation? Any further review?
You are not audible, madam. I think you are muted.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Currently, we only plan to standardize ASCAR. And for the lightweight crypto, we just think we will start from one algorithm to see how this will be used in the real environment. We don't see any need for the second one at this moment.
Okay, thank you, thank you. One more question, Mr. Tim Hart. Can I, whatever your program, validation program along with Canada, you are doing the program CAVP, do you have whatever is validated so far in the phase 4 also, all algorithms, PQC algorithms for various digital signature, key exchange management? Do you have the lab, your lab, in-house lab is sufficient to validate all the programs? Are you fully lab is equipped, is under the process?
Good, big question. Let's start. I think there were a few different parts of it. Did you ask if we are ready to do the testing for the PQC?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the question.
Yes. Your present lab, Gethensburg, where it is lab is there. Does it is sufficient to meet your PQC algorithms to validate, or is the lab is complete? Is it under process to come, or is it now ready? Just confirmation of the status of the lab.
Okay. Yes. So we're we believe that we'll be ready to do the algorithm validation for the PQC algorithms. Once everything's published, and we hope to have some. Well, I don't want to speak too soon. We hope to have some things out on our testing out on our demo environment. so that people can try them out during product development. I hesitate to give a precise date when we'll be ready, but we believe that we are, yes, for the algorithm testing, yes. There is another element to that, and I don't know if that is in your question, part of your question, but the algorithm testing is, once all those tests are automated, as I said, we write it ourselves in-house at NIST. When there's a transition in algorithms, either a new one is introduced, is published, or older ones are withdrawn, then that often creates a lot of activity for the module validation, and that's always been a challenge for us to do that. There's heavy volume.
Mr. Tim, thank you.
Good morning to both of you. Ma'am Lily Chen spoke about constrained environment for the IoTs and the lightweight cryptography for it. Have you finalized anything in this regard? Have you published any recommendation on this?
You can see that in that long procedure, about 5 years, and we have several rounds to narrow down. For each of the narrow down procedure, we publish the NIST IR as a report. For example, the first round report, second round report, third round report. So that's what we published. But for the ISCOM itself, the final selection, we are developing the standard. The standard has not been published yet.
That is, it is recommended for adoption by the different agencies, right?
Well, that is kind of when the Dr. Tim Hall gave that presentation about cryptographic module, the definition that if you implement one algorithm, approved algorithm, so that means we never really require anyone to implement any specific algorithm. But on the other hand, in the lightweight environment, we encourage people to use ISCOM. However, if they still can use AES, they are welcome to use AES as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other question?
Yeah, just one over here. Over here. Yeah, the question is, how does this work with 3GPP? I thought most encryption and so on and so forth has to be run through them for approval first. I mean, the algorithms.
I think you are not audible, sir. Can you repeat?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, I heard the question. I think it's probably a Lily question. Or what you say, run through 3GPP. They don't do any validation testing, do they?
I think there are some operators or vendor-specific some organizations, they do testing, but not official testing, in my opinion.
Yeah, so I was asking.
If I remember that right.
Yeah, I was asking more about the algorithms that you are specifying. Where do they not need to be run through 3GPP
Right.
first?
Are you talking about alignment of standards?
Yeah, absolutely. Things like whatever you suggest for encryption or authentication and so on.
Right. Got you. Lily, I'm not familiar with. I'd have to go and look at their.
Well, I think AES is used in 3GPP for the encryption and authentication, but there are multiple algorithms for encryption and authentication. So remember this, the 3GPP is not, is a kind of several kind of standard organization, and a lot of operators and several vendors there to make decision. And also they are international, not necessarily to use only one algorithm.
Dr. Tim, I have one question. Normally, what is the time frame that is required for testing a module or a algorithm by a test lab?
Okay, that's the big question. So algorithm testing can be very quick, very fast. The actual testing part of it, again, we have our test system hosted on our servers, and it's all automated. And depending on depending on which algorithms, how many, and the load on our servers, we're talking it's on the order of minutes to hours. Once everything is set up, you have the appropriate test client on your end and so on. Very, very different for module testing. So that much longer. So they were talking on the order of months. So there are two parts to it. One is the test lab itself, working with the module, doing the testing, preparing the report. And then there is, once they submit it to us, how long it takes us to complete the validation process. Unfortunately, it's been very long recently, very long, where we've gone, the total time frame is now not only months, but it's actually over a year. We hope to, and unfortunately sometimes closer to 2. But we anticipate bringing that down significantly in the near future.
So let us thank both Mrs. Lily Chan and Dr. Tim Hall. So they have taken the pain of getting up early today. It must be morning time there in US. And thank you very much for both of you for giving such a wonderful presentation, talking about the future of cryptography, about lightweight cryptography and other whatever post-quantum cryptography, whatever NIST is developing, for throwing light on what is being developed by NIST, and also talking about FIPS 140-3, which is going to be launched shortly and going to replace FIPS 140-2. We thank both of you from NCCS side for participating in this conference and giving such a nice presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I request?
So now we have come to the last part of this session, today's last session. In that last part is about the weaknesses brought in by the IoTs. As the 5G network is being rolled out, IoTs are going to proliferate across the network everywhere. And along with them, they are going to bring a lot of weaknesses also into the system. As morning, one of the speakers is pointing out that 7.5 billion population are going to be connected with 5G. And along with that, 15 billion devices are also going to get connected into the network. And it is going to make easy for device-to-device communication and device-to-man communication. But along with that, so many weaknesses will be coming, and the network is going to get exploited. We have two eminent speakers here, Sri Arindam Bhattacharya and Sri Sushil Kumar Sir, DDG IoT, who have a lot of expertise in dealing with Internet of Things, both industrial as well as consumer IoTs. Now I request Sushil Kumar Sir to start his presentation. Then subsequently Arindam Bhattacharya will continue.
This one. Yeah. Good evening. I am really thankful to NCCS to give me opportunity to speak in this international conference. As we have listened to a number of eminent speakers regarding the vulnerabilities in various 5G elements, core, the slicing and other elements of the 5G network. But the vulnerabilities may also be there in the routers, connecting elements like Wi-Fi, CPEs, and the more vulnerable the IoT devices, the connected devices. And all these connected devices, the vulnerability, these devices may transfer the vulnerabilities to the networks. And as per one of the report published by Ericsson Mobility Report, only this 18 to 20% of the devices are working on cellular communication technologies, and remaining are on non-cellular communication technologies. And the non-cellular communication technologies may be more vulnerable than the cellular communication technologies. As we know, cellular communication technologies, they are already in the trusted network, and they are being dealt like this. But non-cellular communication technology, we will see, they may be like LoRaWAN, these may be the Zigbee, Z-Wave, and RF mesh, which are being used in the smart metering ecosystem. So how we can make the entire ecosystem from devices to the applications having the connectivity and the M2M IoT platforms to be safe. Only then we can presume that the 5G network will remain safe. Otherwise, the vulnerabilities may also get transmitted from device to the connecting network also. So this, we can skip this slide, as everybody knows about TEC. And this, we are participating in various standardization bodies across the globe, ITU, ISO, IEC, and this NIST, ETSI, IoT Week, Security Week, 1M2M, 3GPP, etc. And at the national level in BIS and TSDSI. This is one of the this architectural diagram regarding the IoT functional architecture, the device, network, and the platform. Platform will play a very important role, even much more important than the communication technologies. And the platform, all the devices are registered, and they are seen to be secured or non-secured from the platforms, which my friend Mr. Arindam will be speaking in detail. Then the security and privacy are one of the most important element of the IoT ecosystem. Then as we know, the 5G is built only for the vertical industries. 2/3 of the 5G, especially the massive machine type communication, and the URLLC will be only for connecting the devices. And even the enhanced mobile broadband will be used for transmitting a lot of data from the devices. So this large number of use cases will be there in the 5G ecosystem. And one of the GSMA experts who was speaking in DOT around before COVID mentioned that if the 5G is deployed properly across the globe, then the cellular and non-cellular share in the IoT ecosystem will be 50-50% by 2030. Otherwise, it may be cellular slice may be lesser. So we hope that 5G is deployed, and a lot of devices are connected on the 5G ecosystem. Then this how the devices will be connected. Devices may be connected directly on the cellular communication technologies to the platform, as well as on non-cellular communication technologies to the gateways which are in the red circle. And from the gateways, it will go on the cellular or wide area network communication technologies to the platform. Then security risk and concerns associated with the 5G network, and how the IoT vulnerabilities may affect the 5G or the cellular network security. The IoT vulnerabilities 5G network enable a massive number of Internet of Things devices. We know 1 million devices can be connected per square kilometer. Then it might introduce new attack vectors if not adequate securely. So we will see how many attacks have happened across the globe in the last few years. Network slice isolation, distributed denial of service attacks, edge computing risk, man in the middle. So many type of attacks are there. Then some hacking incidences. Earlier we used to think that the cellular network are very much secured. In June 2020, cyber attacks hit all US mobile phone operators, sparking outages, thousands of T-Mobile, Metro by T-Mobile, AT&T and others. Customers all reported outages in areas including Florida, Georgia, New York. It has been taken from the link. Link is available here. Then connected car vulnerabilities were found in 2017-18 by the BMW researchers. Mirai DDoS has affected so many websites. The smart meters were affected globally. They were hacked. There were so many vulnerabilities were found in the IoT devices. Then the IP baby cam was hijacked. Then camera of smart TV may be vulnerable to intrusions. This warning was issued by Federal Bureau of Investigation, USA, in 2019, and recommended that smart TV users educate themselves on their device security settings, change default network passwords set by manufacturers, and understand how to enable and disable microphones and cameras. Then server of AIMS was hacked. One of the server of computers of DOT controller in Vijayawada were hacked. And there was a lot of hue and cry, and DOT secretary called a meeting in December in which Ms. Arindam Bhattacharya and myself and so many people from DOT were there. Then the regional conferences on IoT security are being organized, and 4 have been organized, and in series 3, 4 more will also be organized. So based on our studies, we released 3 documents on IoT security because if the devices are secured, we can hope the network will also remain secured. Then market and market research, we can see the security market. World Economic Forum, earlier we used to think that World Economic Forum will not be studying on the hacking incidences. In its report in June 2022, they mentioned cyber attacks by 31% in 2021 as compared to 2020. IoT device attacks became double in the first half of 2022 as compared to 2021, and US $1.85 million average recovery cost and mid-sized companies to recover from cyber attacks. One more interesting, this study from Microsoft. And in fact, this report came sometime in December 2022, and India was shown as at the 3rd place in creating malware infection across the globe. Then in the news feed, it was mentioned that India is at the 3rd place. Nobody mentioned that who are at the 1st and 2nd place. So then there were discussions, and all these things happened after this. Threats to IoT devices, weak user credentials, insecure firmware upgrade or outdated firmware, malware, use of weak encryption algorithms, device modification, and lack of physical hardening. These are some of the reasons of the threat to IoT devices. This is one of the, I think this smartphone, gateways, routers, and all these things which are connecting the devices to, on the back side of it are also required to be secured because the connectivity element behind this may not be secure. They may be like Bluetooth or Wi-Fi or the RF mesh. Therefore, the gateways are required to be very much secured. When there will be billions of devices and even we can see like 10,000 types of devices will be there, then the NCCS cannot prepare the ITSAR for 10,000 types. ITSAR cannot be prepared. Therefore, device classification is very much necessary, and it is being studied not only in India but across the globe. So we'll see, now this is a very important slide, vulnerability disclosure statistics. IoTSF studied some of the device manufacturers from Asia, Europe, and North America, and found that in 2022, only 27.11% of the manufacturers, they were having the facility of vulnerability disclosure and are having the mechanism in place to address these vulnerabilities. Now, in TEC, we studied so many standardization bodies like ITU, study group 20, study group 17, so many standards they have released. Then further, ISO IC JT7 SC27, it has released a very important standards, that is 27400, cyber security, IoT security and privacy, and 27404, on which it is working. The device classification for IoT devices is coming in these standards, and it is expected to be adopted globally. Then NIST standards, NIST IR 8425, which is very important standards, profile of IoT core baseline for consumer IoT products. Recently, this White House, we got a news feed from Connectivity Standard Alliance, CSA, mentioning that White House has instructed to prepare the cyber security labels for the IoT devices, and this work has been assigned to NIST, and we hope NIST will prepare the cyber security labels, and they expect that those labels will be adopted globally. And these labels are required to be harmonized across the globes. And in future, the export-import of the IoT devices or the smart elements will be based on the cyber security labels. Then GSMA IoT Safe, so many standards they have released, and even related with the eSIM. This embedded SIM can be used as a secure elements in the devices. Then UK DCMS, Finland, France, and Singapore, and so many other countries, including Vietnam and India, they have released code of practice based on ETSI TS 103645 or ETSI EN 303645. Singapore is the first country which has released this device classification. USA has announced this US cyber security labeling scheme recently. It is in news of July. In TEC, we released around 20 technical reports, and the outcome of these technical reports or the recommendations, they are the part of the policies and standards like 13-digit numbering scheme, embedded SIM, so many recommendations are available, and it is available in brief in TEC initiatives and M2M IoT domain and overview. Then we can skip this one. There are so many international standards like ITUT recommendation on IoT use cases. Even in these use cases, which was released in 2018, the security has been mentioned in all the use cases. This Y.4218, it has been released recently. In all these three documents, India played a key role, and a lot of input was submitted from TEC. Then this we can skip. Recently, we organized a regional conference of study group 20 for Asia Pacific, and it was successfully organized. Around 120 participants were there from 15 countries. Then 6 documents of TEC, they are available on ITU Global Portal. ITU has posted these documents recognizing as the important resource for the global community. And 3 are on security. Security by design principles, design for IoT device manufacturers, framework of National Trust Center, and code of practice for securing consumer IoT. So we will speak only about these 3. This is the document released in August 2021. World Economic Forum released a joint statement on consumer IoT security, mentioning the 6 principles of ETSI EN 303645, which are the similar principles which on which we created the code of practice, to be very important for the consumer IoT security. DOT has already endorsed code of practice for securing consumer IoT to all related stakeholders, including M2M service provider, to follow these guidelines. Further, the 2 documents, National Trust Center and Security by Design Principles. National Trust Center is a unique document of its because no such idea came across the globe. It is based on TRI recommendation, and it visualizes the implementation of National Trust Center in phased manner for managing and addressing the vulnerabilities detected by the IoT platforms and to be addressed by the IoT device manufacturers or the researchers. It is very important. Otherwise, if the vulnerabilities are not addressed, then the vulnerabilities will further, they get transmitted from the devices to the network. And further, if it is a 5G software is everywhere, then the software of the networks will also get affected. Then this NTC is being implemented by CDOT, and Ms. Arindam Bhattacharya will be speaking on NTC in detail. It is based on TEC document. Then a technical report on security by design. It is based on the study of various international standards and guidelines issued by various bodies. Then the IoT device classification, that is very important, and this classification has been harmonized with the classification available across the globe. Even the ISO IEC document 2704, which is in draft stage and is expected to be published in within 6 months' time, that will be having this level 1 to level 4. Level 0 will are the devices which doesn't need any sort of testing. So we hope this classification, with this classification, the workload of NCCS will get reduced in preparing 1,000 times of ITSAR. They can prepare the ITSAR based on levels and then fit the IoT device in those levels. Then the concept of National Trust Center. Initially, all the devices which are existing in the ecosystem, they are will be the part of the National Trust Center that Ms. Arindam will take care. Then the recommendations available in these 3 documents, they are quite important from the standards point of view as well as policy point of view, and some of them are already being taken care by the policy wing of DOT, and we expect the others will also get implemented. This vulnerability management should be the part of policy and mandated for IoT device manufacturer. It is very important, and I don't feel hardly 10% of the device manufacturers are not following these recommendations. Secure onboarding of IoT devices at the platform, preferably using ITU-T X.509 standards for digital certificates. It is very important. Then IoT device classification based on cyber security levels. The life expired devices or the devices not getting updates may be highly vulnerable and threat to the network. So therefore, it is required that the platform should be able to detect the devices which are not getting the updates from the last 6 months or 1 year or 5 years, and those life expired devices should not remain the part of the network. The platform NTC. Then consumer awareness is very important. Platform providers are also the M2M service provider to this. I think all these things in the DOT portal, the bifurcation of different service providers, M2M platform providers, connectivity providers, and the device manufacturers will get registered. Then TSPs should provide the telecom resources only to the registered M2M IoT service provider. It is very important for securing the IoT ecosystem, and when we are speaking about the 5G vulnerability, it becomes the responsibility of the telecom service provider to follow these things. IoT device manufacturer should test the devices against known vulnerabilities. And even in the IoT devices, IoT gateways, Wi-Fi router, ONT, CPs, they should be included. And related standard operating procedures and other things, these are required to be followed. All these things are available in these documents, and we hope these things will be implemented by the NCCS as well as the policy wing of the DOT. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Such an insightful presentation. Now I request Arindam Bhattacharya to start his presentation.
Yeah, so good afternoon. So good afternoon, everyone. It's very challenging to be the last speaker because to keep the interest of all the audience alive, and secondly, speaking after Sushilji has spoken, so many eminent speakers have already spoken in the morning. So the session's topic was vulnerabilities and weaknesses in CIoT, IoT. I think majority of that Sushilji has already covered, and it was also covered by a speaker from CDAC and professor from IIT Mumbai or IIT Mumbai. So I'll not talk about that. I'll talk about how you mitigate. See, everybody is talking about vulnerabilities, issues about the 5G network. We all know that the 5G network with its network slicing has kind of reduced the attack surface. And also all the best practices that has already been learned so far in the 4G network, and all those which are not to be done, they are avoided in the 5G. But at the same time, the expectations with 5G and the practices that are incorporated in 5G throws open new challenges. So those new challenges, keeping a balance between the two, how we do that and what we can do. So my top talk will be confined to IoT, including cellular IoT or consumer IoT, whichever way you want to use the acronym CIoT as. So when we say IoT threat assessment, we need to do kind of delve a few moments on this particular aspect, is that when we draw an analogy between Internet of Computers and Internet of Things, so how Internet of Things are different from Internet of Computers? That in Internet of Things, the landscape is very, very large. There are, in Internet of Computers, Internet is the entry point. Here, Internet might not be the entry point because the devices are lying open, accessible to every public, and more weaker entry points. You are not accessing the devices only through Internet. You are accessing the devices through PAN, any personal area network, or any kind of local area network as well, using any kind of RF technology. Those devices which are connected using RF mesh, they are vulnerable using RF. So for that, you need not go through internet medium to actually attack that. You can attack otherwise also. So the landscape and the area of attack and the options, choices to attack are many folds. Then the variety of devices are also, huge. You cannot define a specific variety of equipment like in IT or computers, where you have the client-end computers, now your mobiles also, and the ones at the servers at the data center level to secure. Here the landscape ranges from very small microcontroller based devices to larger devices, and also the data centers which are part of the core. We call it the infrastructure domain. The real world impact, that is where the main differential is. In Internet of Things, one can be harmed by means of financial losses. Here, because of the actuation and because it is Internet of Things, actually impacts changes in human life, so it can also cost human life. The real world impact is the physical safety as well. Imagine a very innocuous type of an application like a smart traffic light. If it goes haywire or attacked, becomes vulnerable, what chaos it can create and how much loss it can cause to the humans. Now with that, one particular study from McKinsey stated that Internet of Things, the economic impact comes from interoperability between IoT systems. So why I'm showing this in a talk about security is that this is the paradigm in which we have to work. So if we are supposed to enable interoperability in an ecosystem, there will be more challenges to security. So interoperability means You're allowing things to interoperate. You're allowing two mediums to share information. And when you are allowing things to share information, the challenges of security becomes manifold. Now, what is the solution for this? The solution is required as an integrated solution. So that is where I'm kind of proposing what we have already done many times, and we have declared it, adopted this as a national standard. We have worked on a standard, and that particular standard, which is 1M2M, that particular standard has considered security as the basic element of its core. So while addressing the needs for data sharing, interoperability, and all other aspects related to IoT, it also paid enough attention to the security aspects also. Now, why use 1M2M? It has been told, many of you are already aware of that, but those who are not, it is the only de jure standard which is enabling horizontal IoT integration. So instead of the silos created by the proprietary IoT implementations, this is a standard which allows for a horizontal. Because of paucity of time, I'm not deep diving onto this particular slide. I'll move forward and go further. So the opportunities and problems are diversity is a richness that allows evolution and innovation, and combination of services the biggest opportunity to the future, right? But fragmentation of the solutions and technologies, that is the enemy, and that is delaying and blocking the developments. So the ask was to simplify the environment, remove the unnecessary duplicated solutions, economy of scale, preserve the necessary and opportune solution, specialization by interworking. So these are further, so support, transfer, reduce, enable, these are the core factors of it. To reduce platform development and integration costs, enlarge the market, enable real competition on services. So this is what 1M2M prescribes, the service layer. It's a middleware layer. It's a distributed software. It doesn't stay confined to the infrastructure element only, not at the data center, but it's a distributed intelligence. Spreads in the field domain also, comes closer to the edge, comes closer to the devices which are in the field. Bridges communication technologies. This is the crux of 1M2M. It doesn't reinvent, it doesn't prescribe, it doesn't sermonize that you do only this. So the best practices of the world are accepted, are adopted, accommodated in this particular standard. And it also interworks with all the technologies which are present and which are upcoming. So thereby it became very easy a progression to include 5G or for that matter any other technology and became part of it. So it abstracted the technology. You will see later. This I'll skip, I'll move. So I've already told about it, that it integrates the vertical silos. This is how it works. Workflows takes input from all these sectors, domains, puts into requirements, then gives way to technical reports and thereby technical specifications. Now coming to the security part of it. When we talk about security, security in 1M2M release 2 to release 4, we are now in release 4. So we are talking about device configuration, security solutions, and enrollment function and authorization functions. So it talks about enrollment function. So why it is important, why we are talking about enrollment function. See, 3GPP network in its core will provide connectivity. It will also manage connectivity. But there will be devices which might not be 3GPP compliant from the word go. So you'll have to pave the way for those non-3GPP elements also to pass through a 3GPP core network through some gateways as a backhaul, 3GPP used as a backhaul. So those devices which are inherently 3GPP or those devices which are non-inherently 3GPP may be using 3GPP core as the network of choice. Now, unless you enroll those devices which are the endpoints by credential provisioning or security configuration, you will not be able to address them in a wholesome manner. So thereby, remote security provisioning and enrollment functions are important, and that is that's the ingrained part of the specifications as of 1M2M. Now, secure communication services, PSK, shared key or PKI, whatever our gentlemen from NIST were talking about, the new standards, new validation programs, they will all be applicable to this, because this allows for all kind of encryption and credential verification methods, whether they are shared key or AES or PKI, public key infrastructure. So ensuring that the party communicating are trusted party. Now, point-to-point and end-to-end solutions, so TLS and DTLS both are supported. Access control and authorization services, so requester authentication, information access authorization, which is ACL-based, access control list-based, and static and dynamic solutions. So dynamic authorization is also part of it, and public policy management. So what it does, it provides a secure environment and abstracts the security implementation. So expose common services, it does it through prescribing some common service functions, and those common service functions are exposed through standardized APIs, standardized interfaces. And those services, depending upon the implementation, may be used by the end users, developers, or may be eliminated. But to ensure security, it becomes paramount to use any of the security elements or security features that are ingrained in the system. So now, as Sushilji was talking about type of device classification, so there will be devices on which you may not require any additional security component, very constrained devices. The matter about constrained devices and the use of constrained devices, you cannot say a constrained device should have a secure element onto it, or those costly components which ensure security at the hardware level or at the software level. These are memory constraints, these are computing level constraints which are on the end devices. Now those devices may or may not connect directly, but you have to have them in the domain of IoT, which thereby will communicate through some gateway or some other device, which we have to ensure adequate security level. So when we talk about those devices, no additional security are required, but they are provided that security and that enrollment function through somebody proxying for those. Now, software only security, so code obfuscation or white box crypto, etc., they are part of it. They are always vulnerable to sufficiently motivated attacker. Now, they are acceptable when compromise is not critical. They are compromised, you get to know about the thing that it is compromised, but you don't ensure that amount of hardware security or elemental security on them, because you know that there is a strategy for mitigating those kind of attacks. Now, trusted execution environment, TE, relying on main CPU hardware features. Now, these kind of devices, these are good barrier against software-based attacks. Now, they are sufficient for remotely accessible but not physically exposed devices. Now, fourth, and the highest level is tamper-resistant hardware embedded secure element. Like Sushilji was talking about, UICC, or the secure element that we talk about nowadays, that can be incorporated in devices and thereby enabling them to be the most secure. Now, when we talked about the labeling scheme, which I will show you in a later slide, so the labeling can be done according to these kind of device classifications, where we give a level 0 or a label 0 to our device, which need not have any kind of secure element onto it, and level 4 or 5 to the highest thing, where a mission critical application can be deployed, ported, and that will have the highest level of security implementation. Now, the summary of features, these are the summary of features in between release 2 to release 4. It has matured enough. So you see, from industrial domain enablement, home domain enablement, smart city, automotive enablement, the entire gamut of application domain is covered in this, and it has been attempted to cover everything. You see, we have covered semantics also, and the largest focus has been on security, where we are talking about dynamic authorization, end-to-end security, enrollment and authentication APIs, distributed authorization, decentralized authentication, interoperable privacy profiles, and secure environment abstraction. So when we talk about security, these are the common service functions that 1M2M leverages upon. These are called the common service element and common service entity. Now, all those that I talked about are part of the security CSF, which is given by 1M2M. Now, the main security functions which are supported are identification and authentication. Now, identification is checking if the identity of the request originator provided for authentication is valid, and authentication is validating if the identity supplied in the identification step is associated with a trustworthy credential. So, first of all, you need to identify. So in 1M2M, every application, because the software component is what makes a difference, because the sensor is a transducer. It's only the elemental software which is sitting on that particular device makes information out of a physical entity, which is the transducer translates into a digital entity. Now that information is passed on to the computing and the back-end system, which then analyzes and takes action. So that the information that is passed across has to be sent through an authenticated, authorized software element. So it is very important that that software element needs to be identified and secured. For that reason, in 1M2M, there cannot be any application without an identity verification be deployed. So every application gets a unique AEID. You can associate an encryption to it. You can associate a certificate to it, validating that this is the correct entity which is talking to it. So anybody, masquerading as somebody else would not be able to communicate in a 1M2M ecosystem. And that is the foundation of the security where it is built in. All the other encryption methodologies, authorization, whether it is dynamic authorization or the robust fixed authorization principles, they all apply after that. But the basic foundation is nobody can communicate without having given a unique identity to it. So security association establishment, establishment of a security context between the communicating entities to provide confidentiality and integrity. So what I talked about just now, and range of authentication options supported. Authorization, access control, which data element somebody has access to, which data element the other entity is not. Because we are talking about sharing of data, right? In IoT, unless you share the data, you don't actually create value out of an IoT ecosystem. So when you are giving an option of sharing of data, you have to apply the mechanisms of access control. What data to be shared, how it is to be shared, when it is to be shared. So, and remote provisioning. You cannot reach out to an IoT device every time physically. So there has to be mechanisms of remote provisioning those devices. Risky, because when you keep the door open for remote provisioning, you are actually allowing somebody to access that. And somebody is trying to access that means you'll have to securitize that access. You're creating a door. Now you have to provide locks and keys to open that door. Who is going to access that? So FOTA might be a very good option for everybody, ease of operation, ease of updating the software, ease of making the system vulnerable, ease of making that a potential device to attack the entire ecosystem. So we have to ensure that that ease should be covered by enough security measures so that that practice does not make the entire ecosystem vulnerable. So additional security, identity protection, privacy is another thing, right? IoT generates data, which might seem very innocuous, but this kind of data on a continuous way can create a pattern which can cause, as I mentioned in the very first slide, that it causes danger to human life. So we cannot take this lightly. We have to ensure enough privacy of this. So identity protection, capability to use pseudonyms to protect anonymity of transactions, that is part of it. Sensitive data handling, what data is sensitive, what data is not sensitive. So the capability to protect sensitive data, local credentials and functions, data encryption, decryption in a secure environment, like smart card, virtual smart card, UICC, whatever. Security administration related to device management. So how we administer the security of regular audits of that particular device element that is necessary. So creates and administers dedicated secure environments and post-provisioning of master credentials. Now enrollment, if you see enrollment happens, onboarding, we call it onboarding. So every new device or an application which comes to be onboarded in an ecosystem, there is a procedure. So that procedure calls for enrollment function and the field device enrollment function, and that enrollment function which will ensure that the parameters and credentials of an INCC. So a device has to talk to the platform. So the platform and the device have to be provisioned with enough credentials so as to be able to communicate in a very secured manner. So authentication, authorization, pre-provisioning of this and the dynamic provisioning of this, both are available in this one. So MEF enrollment function can trigger the field device to execute a variety of procedures. So configuration of field devices with registration parameters, provisioning of symmetric keys, and then provisioning of certificates. Certificate will ensure the identity, it will ensure the correct identity is there, and symmetric key will be doing the encryption. Ms. Kelly just showed you that how it is done. So keys and certificates can be provisioned for securing 1M2M communication across a single communication hop or across multiple hops. So it supports both. It supports hop by hop encryption. It supports end-to-end encryption also. I'll show you. So enrollment function is operated by M2M service provider or trusted third party, device manufacturer, network operator, etc. Now, remote security provisioning frameworks are supported through this. It has got very close integration with 3GPP. The SCEF and NEF are integral part of 1M2M, and only 1M2M has got this interworking, whereby the 1M2M platform sits behind a 3GPP network and allowing features like non-IP data delivery and device triggering in a secured manner. All right, I'll skip through because I already got a slight hint that she has to go. Okay, so MEF can trigger the field device and execute a variety of procedures, as I already mentioned. Now, message security between adjacent entities, I was talking about. Now, security association can be there between, these are the nodes. ADN is a application dedicated node, field node, and MN is the typical gateway in 1M2M. IN is the infrastructure node which sits at the core. Now, you can have two security associations, one between the ADN and MN, other between the SA2 and thing. You can use TLS, DTLS, whatever you choose. So message security between adjacent entities, they are provided in this. This slide will be there for you. You can go through this, or any queries you can get back to me because I have to cover the NTC part also, so I'll rush through this. So authorization access control based on RESTful architecture. Who is authorized to access, what operations are allowed, and which conditions. So the time, location of entity, these are all covered in this. So these are the ACP rules. I was talking about dynamic authorization. Many a times in IoT, it requires that somebody needs access only for a specific time period, right? For a very small window, one requires. So that cannot be pre-provisioned. That authorization cannot come in a predefined way. So how do you allow for those authorizations? So those kind of feature functionalities also are taken care of by means of direct dynamic authorization, direct and indirect both. So I'll skip through them. So privacy policy manager. So the dynamic authorization will have to also take care of the privacy policy. So there is a privacy policy manager also which functions along with the dynamic authorization. You can go through that. It's all publicly available. So one can go through and get those guides. So that's it. NTC, there was another presentation. I think that is not loaded. I had some slides on NTC, but never mind. I'll just talk about it. So National Trust Center was actually, the idea was given by TRI that it was recommended by TRI that all IoT devices need to be, first of all, registered. So all IoT entities need to be registered. Now, in TEC, when me, Sushil Kumar, and with a lot of friends from the industry, we sat together, and this idea came to us, which doesn't exist anywhere in the world, is that we need to enable a trust ecosystem for the IoT devices. I'll not use better. So what we did there, we thought about something akin to Aadhaar. Because first of all, what Aadhaar does to us? Aadhaar registers all human beings with their attributes. And then now you see when Aadhaar was rolled out, we didn't see so many use cases coming afloat. Now you see whether there's a financial transaction or you want to take a SIM also, everywhere Aadhaar is needed. So Aadhaar laid the foundation of securing us. So now an authentication and a security ecosystem has been created by means of Aadhaar. So the same idea we took and thought that we need to stitch the elements of IoT together and create an Aadhaar of IoT devices and the stakeholders. What I meant is that manufacturers, resellers, M2M service providers, TSPs, the domain users, and platforms, they need to be all put under a registry mechanism to begin with. Now that's not all. All these IoT devices and applications and their status needs to be known at a central place so that we can associate them with their vulnerability index or vulnerability status. So, think about it. Manufacturers bringing in devices, application providers bringing in applications, those applications, those devices are getting tested by testing agencies. Testing agencies are applying labels to the devices, certifying the applications in a particular manner that this particular application is good to use, trustworthy. Devices having labels 0 to 5, whatever, from no security to security. Match these two. A mission critical application on a 0 device cannot exist. Now, a mission critical application is allowed only on a level 5 device. Goes to a domain where this needs to be onboarded. I showed you the onboarding exercise. Onboarding time, it is checked that, okay, this particular device is tested, fine. This particular application is tested, but these two don't match. So I cannot onboard them. And this information from the platform, because every IoT device in some way or the other is connected to a platform. Now this information comes to a national trust center, which we are creating, a central database and a central portal, and a message flow mechanism wherein we get to know that where such a thing, such an aberration happening, such a deviation happening which is not as per policy. Now I use the term policy. A lot of policy is required, so those policies we are looking forward to DOT to actually roll out. So based on these policies, tomorrow, when a firmware first, kind of deployed, we know that it is trusted. But FOTA changes that particular firmware. That particular firmware is vulnerable or not tested. So that alert will come through the platform to NTC, and thereby the authorities will get to know that, okay, so many devices, so many applications or so-and-so device is becoming vulnerable or not following the guidelines. So adequate measures can be sent to the platform to actually disallow that device from communicating. Now this not only applies to the existing, to the new devices which are going to come by, we also have to take care for the existing devices as well. So this is just a tip of the iceberg. There's a lot into it. So what we are trying to achieve is really Himalayan task. So, wish us good luck. We should be able to accomplish this. And with that, let me end. And I have had a good experience today. I wished I should have been here tomorrow as well. but I won't be here tomorrow, so I'll miss it. But please don't miss it. Tomorrow, a lot many sessions are there for you to get enriched. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patient hearing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sushil Kumar, sir, and Narendam, sir, for nicely presenting and dividing the talk in nice way. The first speaker has spoken about the government initiatives in the form of TEC documents and National Trust and Policy document, security by design document, and other documents that are issued by TEC. In fact, we are now struggling hard to make our ITSARs in line with the different documents issued by TEC. We are regularly coordinating with TEC to make sure that our ITSARs get aligned with TEC documents that Sushil Kumar sir is guiding us, and definitely we will be able to come out with a good ITSAR for IoTs based on these TEC documents as well as other international forum documents, whatever is available in the public domain. Nice talk. Since morning we are feeding lot of information to the audience. All I-Fi talks are going on. I think all your minds are filled with a lot of knowledge. I hope that still some brains are still active to throw some questions to the speakers. So I throw the floor open to question answer session. Anybody has any question, they can raise the hand and yeah. Mike.
So this question was to Mr. Arindam. Yeah, I'll probably stand, that's better. So it was basically talked about that you are, or Mr. Sushil Kumar had talked about that we coming up with a framework where we define which M2M devices would get what label. Now those were talking about certain security functionalities or feature bases on which you could say, okay, security 0 or label 0 device just needs to have these two, and then so on and so forth. And then you have this framework for version 4, the next, and where you then talked about additional capabilities which were not part of the initial list that was shown. So how do you then add those capabilities? One of them, for example, was pseudonymization of the privacy data, which then you need to show that the IoT device, when it sends out, either it anonymizes or some external entity anonymizes. But that needs to be mapped on the security device level also. So that is something you're looking forward to doing going forward.
Yeah, so I'll address it in two ways. First is, Sushilji, what we did in that work, Security by Design and National Trust Center framework, is about applying labels to the devices from the devices capability standpoint. But mind you, I just said devices is just one part of it. The hardware and maybe the firmware which enables that device to onboard any kind of IoT application on top of it, right? Now the IoT application also has to communicate in some way with the platform to allow for those kind of feature functionalities which I was talking about as prescribed by the standard. That release 4 is about the 1M2M standard, right? Now that device can be used for 1M2M specific IoT application, or for that matter some proprietary application as well. So the devices have to be seen in the light of an openness, can be any. We cannot apply some baggage to the devices at the very beginning. When it comes to testing the application, now two parts of it, if you heard carefully, devices would be provided with labels, applications will have their classifications. So when we put classifications for the applications, they also go through that testing. So first is whether the application is good to, trusted to be deployed, good to go, devoid of any vulnerabilities at that point in time, or any published vulnerability at that point in time, and then marrying that with an adequate device so that an application and a device can go hand in together. So we will have a matrix of that which particular class of application will go with what device label. Did I answer your question? Mic close.
My point was that if a device needs to anonymize the data, then it needs to have that capability.
See, the software will anonymize the data, right?
So device when you say software, which software are we talking about?
The software can be the application software sitting on it.
But then the application and the device could be at different locations.
No, you are not understanding. See, an application has to be deployed on that device. The device might come without that application, right? The device might be having a very native firmware. That native firmware only takes care for the I/O, maybe takes care for the computational practices, maybe uses some hooks, right? Got it?
Yeah. No, I was
So
understanding application being something which is
no.
application on the device itself.
That is the premise everybody thinks, na? One particular device can have multiple applications. You put a temperature humidity sensor also, and you can put an environment sensor also on the same device. So two different applications, it will be a small elemental application sitting on it. Both will be having their unique identities. Both will be having their own dimensions.
Yeah.
Got it?
Yeah, got it. I know.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I think sir also had asked for.
Okay. One which we had been plagued with one dilemma for all the IoT devices. Should our ITSARs be based on the application or use of a IoT device, or should it be based on the capability of the device?
I think to begin with, you should focus on the capability of the device.
Yes.
Application may or may not be deployed on that particular device, right? So to begin with, you have to deal with the basic device and its capabilities.
No, from the security point of view, okay.
Both should be dealt with separately.
Yeah, many times, okay. I am not really, from NCCS point of view, I am really least bothered about other parts. I am only bothered about the challenge in secure communications. Beyond that, I am not really worried actually. What application does, I am least worried. Whether even data protection, I am least worried, because that is not the job of basic communication.
But many a times these applications will provide the security backdoors.
That's fine. That's what I am saying. It is only, I am worried more about the security of the communication and the capability in the methods of communication, rather than any other thing. So, whereas most of the time when we have interacted with the industry or most other people, the general disposal was towards how you are going to use the IoT device. Based on that, you frame the level of security, which we had some reservation, and I thought this should throw up that kind of discussion, and I was looking for a solution for that. So let me repeat my question. Should the security of IoT device be based on the application in which it is being used, or should it be based on the capability of the IoT device in its communication ability? I mean, depending on the protocols it uses, or what, many things which throw the security challenges in maintaining that device.
Sir, both. Because that device might be having a very native low footprint firmware. If it is a microprocessor based device, you put an operating system onto it. You have all those SSL vulnerabilities, you have all those libraries which might be vulnerable. Unless you deal with them, you won't be able to certify that that particular device is good to go, right? Inherently, the firmware which is sitting as a native BIOS of this, that also might be opening some backdoor entries. If you don't check that, that also will be vulnerable. So that's why my statement should be, my recommendation should be both. Because a device can have multiple types of operating systems. Right? Yes. So both should be dealt with, but you should create your HSARs maybe at two levels. One without operating system, without any software on it. Second is with a software on it. That software might not be application software, enabling software, but it should be both.
If application software is going to sit on the device, even that should get covered.
Yeah.
Everything.
See, why I'm saying separate? Why I'm saying separate is that that application can then go sit on a separate hardware piece also. Correct?
I do not know. If a device is offered to me as an IoT device, and whatever it contains, whatever it is capable of, that should be handled by me.
You have to do some kind of research as to what should be the formulation of your strategy.
Sir, you spoke about this National Trust Center. I think it's going to be a game changer in the days to come because this is the need of the hour. And
fingers crossed.
Yes. No, sir. Finger crossed means, sir, when the energies are further invested.
A lot of policy support is required from
because
every agency. Yes. Huge.
Because, sir, if we want to implement a very solid cyber security framework in country, you need to have an identification of each and every devices which is connected to the network.
True, sir.
You talked about M2M devices and IoT devices. I would suggest that why we are leaving other devices.
No, we'll cover that later.
Which devices?
What we thought is now.
That is other devices which are part of the network. Telecom network may be devices connected. So all those devices also have to come as a part of the National Trust Center.
Which type of devices you are telling?
You have all the devices like right from your core network to the BTS network.
What I feel in addition to the IoT devices are the connecting elements like the ONT switches, the gateways and the routers. They should also be the part of the National Trust Center.
Second question. You spoke about the device classification. That is also one good way to deal with the security aspect of the IoTs. Are also going to create a vulnerability database also related to IoTs?
Vulnerability repositories are already available with ITSAR and the DRDO. And we have recommended that all the device manufacturers, before releasing the devices, they should get their devices to be tested against all known vulnerabilities. I don't feel even 10% of the M2M service provider or the device manufacturers, they are testing their devices against even a single vulnerability in India. It is very much required.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we'll close the session now. I request MC Madam to take over.
Thank you so much, sir. May I request our moderator to please hand over memento to our speakers, Arindam ji and Sushil ji, please. Thank you so much for your valuable insights and time. So we'll just take one group picture, please. So that's definitely been a very insightful day for us and you. And we're looking forward to another great day tomorrow. We start at 9:30 sharp, so requesting you to be here in time, please. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.